itself out, and there it goes. So where we left off is I am beginning to make the turbo motors, and the thing I ran into was, if we look at our stuff, I make my aluminum casings down here. We make all our like circuit stuff over here. We have our steel over there. You get the idea. And then our nitrogen gas is there. You get the idea. The issue we have is everything is everywhere. Now, what we figured out is I need to bring in, it was motors, rubber, the aluminum casings were already on site. The nitrogen gas and water is already on site. And then there's one more thing I am blanking on. Yeah, so let's see. Yeah. The radio control units. Right. And the radio control units are here. So I think we had established I would be able to get everything over there, because the radio control units was that in this box? Yeah. Okay. So I think we established we have the radio control units, the rubber, the motors all need to be shipped up. I'm trying to make sure we have everything so I know how many cars. I want to say we had figured I needed to add four cars onto the train, which is a lot. It's going to take some sorting out, but let's double check here. Okay. So, I know, well actually, where am I making you? I'm making you, but I don't remember where. I think you're over by the steel. And you're already up there. Okay, so for making all the way up to the thermal motor, I've got the modular engines I need to make. These are going to be making up there. I need the radio control units, the motors, the rubber. Alright, so let's drop into this. That requires... That can't be all of it, right? What am I forgetting? Gotta be forgetting something. Is it just the 4? I think it's just the 4. Okay. So, the catch we have here is not this rail line, but this rail line needs to get heckin' bigger. And that is going to be a problem, because what's going to end up happening when I do connect it to make it all bigger is everything's going to be misaligned. But right now, this is a train that I believe has just one freight. Maybe 1 or 2. You achieved an additional 3-4 pounds. Right, because you were trying to gain weight. At which point, congratulations, if that was your goal. Okay, no, so it's a 4 freight train. Alright, so it's a train with 4 freight points. It needs to have 6 freight points. I am going to start on the side where the nitrogen gas is on. Because last time I kind of ran myself into like a little bit of decision paralysis, where I knew I had a fairly large project to tackle. And so I kept kind of going back and forth about how I wanted to tackle it and not committing to any of them, which doesn't get you forward progress. Yeah, so that train's going to need to have 4 stops onto it. So what's going to have... But there's still 35 pounds to go? Gotcha. Hey, I mean, every bit of progress. That's what matters. So what's going to need to happen is we're going to be converting this 2 freight car train into a 6 freight train. So it's getting a major upgrade. Because I've got stuff to go. The good news is I believe all of the materials I need are on the 2 stops that is already going out here. I got to conveyor like 1 or 2 of them a bit between the buildings. But we've been trying to not spaghetti between stuff. Right now below us is like literally the only spaghetti we've got so far is just a conveyor run across the map. Because I did that before I had trains. Hey, Pricey boy, how's it going? So I got to clean that up. But yeah, so the intent here is that this is going to need to be adjusted because I need to make this able to handle 6 stops. We're going to pull up that station so the train stops coming, because everything drops off here. So that's the easy part of this. So 3, 4, 5, 6. And I'm real glad that when I built this, I was like, you know what? I'm probably going to have to expand this later. I'm going to make more space. And we're good. And there's the stop to do it there. And got you all plugged in. And all of these are unload. Now the catch is, none of my stuff is going to line up right. Chilling because you're not tired? Hey, fair enough. Alright, so we got the heavy modular frames and the aluminum casings. Those we're going to want to... What are you making again? Alright, so you're making these. That's fine. So the train's not going to be functioning for a hot minute. That's fine. Because I have no idea where any of these stops are going to line up. But we did just break the train. Because now it's not going to see that stop and go, I can't get to my path. That's fine. Because our train needs to get much larger. And so the first step is going to be getting the loading stops. So just make sure that wherever I put these things, they don't conflict. So I believe if I start from the far end spot, there's only 1 or 2 resources on that one. So if I put those in the front, and then the other 4 in the back here, it'll be easier. Hey, and Darth on 140 stream streak. Thank you for getting the 140 streams without missing a single one. I really do appreciate that. And I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. Thank you so much for that. Alright, so. On the list of things, this stop here, this middle one, this is the one that's going to be a bad time. This is the one that I'm going to have absolute hell getting to work the way I want it to. It's also why I'm going to save it for last, because I don't want to deal with it quite yet. But we've got the far end stop because that one's straight and easy, just saying, hey, whatever arrives here, unload it. And I'm just got to, like, refinagle the belts. The next one here is over by this one. We are grabbing the aluminum casings, and as you can see, the train has stopped moving, which is what we wanted. Okay. So, let's grab this train and get it out of the way for a minute. Oh, I have to turn it off autopilot. We're just going to bring it around this corner for a minute. I'll have to do a lot of adjusting to the track and all that. We could deal with that later. Feels like you've been in this stream before? Honestly, I do play a very wide range of games, and I've been playing Satisfactory quite a bit lately. So if you've either been watching Satisfactory or just watching a bunch of different games, more than likely you've ended up here. I have been streaming for like 3-something years. Well, you make you think a 40-year-old man, you don't know why? Okay. Random. Alright, so I need to get those over to the train station. I think that's the only 2 materials here I need. Because we already have the aluminum casings coming over. And then in addition to that, we have the, yeah, so that's there. We have the aluminum casings. And we'll have to figure out what else. So this station needs to go. These make you think you're 40? That's fine, I generally don't disclose my age, though. Mostly out of a doxing concern kind of thing. So it's one of those things that even if people guess my age, I'm not going to say yes, no, whatever. Alright, so if I have just the 2 materials here, then I can just put the train station like that. And it shouldn't need anything more there. I don't think this one I'm gonna sneak it under like I did the other one, which was kind of cursed, but kind of awesome. You remember from Project Zomboid? Yeah, no, I used to play tons of Project Zomboid. Mostly been kind of on hiatus from it, just, you know, waiting for Build 42 like everyone else. So in short, you're ageless? Exactly, you understand. And for the record, it's not that I'm self-conscious about my age or anything like that, or people are like, no, you look good for your age. It's like nothing like that. It's just privacy kind of thing. Apparently that needs to be shifted out a little farther. Alright. So my hope here is I can sneak that underneath just like we did before. Let's go ahead and do this. So you're lined up about there. We know Rual is over 13. Exactly. We don't have anything to worry about so far as like, oh, too young, can't be on Twitch, that kind of thing. Past then, doesn't really matter. Yep, so just starting to hide some of these under the floor. Cool. Alright. So we can go ahead and slap that in right there. Now we don't have to see the things. So we know he's somewhere between 4 and 99 because he plays with Legos. Though he could be over 99 at this point. But he didn't play with Legos today. Yep. Alright. Gonna make this little bridge across a little bit wider. So it's easier just to tuck stuff underneath the floor. Alright. Because what I'm gonna do over here is I'm gonna drop this in over there. Didn't play Legos today yet. I mean, the night is young. That said, I haven't bought a new kit yet, so maybe keep those expectations. It's something I need to do. Like I enjoy doing the Lego thing on the stream. It is one of those things I want to avoid doing like all the time. Just because, you know, one, Legos are heckin' expensive. There's not a, doesn't need to be a second part. Legos are heckin' expensive. Alright, so what we'll do over here is I'm gonna put a port right there. Plug you into that. Okay. And just like that, we now have those going through. Alright, so that takes care of the first two cars here. And so you should be loading. Alright, cool. So we've got the remote controllers and that are going to be on the farthest back two cars of the train. That we can probably finagle to make it work the way I want it to. So if we look at the way this lines up, you're probably my casings. Yep. So you're gone. We get that put in there. And then we grab you. Okay, so that should make this stop line up. And then next we've got the heavy frames, which luckily we don't have hardly anything on here, so I can adjust this however. Let's see, when you start saying the night is young, just reminds me of the old song that you haven't heard in ages. I know the one. There's actually 2 or 3 that works. But I'm willing to bet I'm guessing the same one. Alright. So now's what I gotta puzzle out here. So first, the station's definitely going. So go ahead and get rid of this. So I'm gonna need a bunch of spaces. So I already know from this, we're gonna put 1 cargo here. Because that's where heavy frames are going in. And so one of the catches, I don't have as much space to work behind the train as I do in front of the train. So let's actually grab those out of here for just a moment. Oh, you're just going to keep topping it off. That's fine. We'll deal with that in a second. Because honestly, I can move that track wherever. So more than likely what's going to need to happen is we are putting 4 stations here for picking up. And if I'm going to have the stop on this side, that means I need to have enough space for... I really hope it'll let me put them here. I'll need enough space for 2 blank spots for the stuff we picked up on the other side, and then the actual train station. So you can go there and get that sorted out. So empty platform. Cool, it did let me put it down there. Alright, and then we will have a train station here. Needs a little bit more ground is all. Where was the power pole you were connected to? It's probably that one way over there. Which is too far away now because of how much we've extended this, which is fine. We'll just route around there anyways. Okay, so with that, we have expanded this. Can I make you make that turn? I can. Excellent. Alright. So, let's pull the train a little bit farther forward. Because those back 2 compartments are reserved for the previous stop, and then these 4 should be for this stop. So I need to back it up a bit more. Cool. The engine's gone. 2, 3, 4. Grab a replacement engine. Alright, so train should be all lined up on this side. So, before we get too excited, let's try to adjust where things line up just to make my life easier. So this first stop way over here, that'll be where the heavy modular frames go. Hey, Radaman, thanks so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. How was your stream and what were you playing today? Let me grab those out of here because they need to not be there anymore. And put them over here. Got a raid and run? No problem. Thank you for the raid. You have yourself a good raid and run. But what was, can we get a shout out for Radaman? And what were we playing tonight and all that good stuff? But welcome in raiders. We'll get a proper shout out and all that stuff. Playing Mind Over Magic. But Fam's hungry, so gotta go cook for him. Gotcha, no problem. Absolutely. I haven't seen Mind Over Magic. I'll have to check that out. I think I've had people suggest that one to me a couple of times, and it's It's just one I haven't done yet. But welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. Let me make sure we get that shout out for you, just in case I overlooked that. Shout out. Radament. It's like, oxygen not included, but you run a magic school. That is not the way I had that previously described to me. Interesting. So yeah, no, if you like games with complex systems, all check out Radament. Plays a whole bunch of it, does a really good job of explaining the different game mechanics, whether it's Project Zomboid or Rim World or Oxygen not included or Minor Magic, all that kind of stuff. Definitely a good time to have over there. Plays a huge range of games and does a really good stuff. So, mana not included? Absolutely not. But for everyone popping in here, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed at 135,121 zombies killed in one character in one life, with no mods changed to itemization or vehicles, and on settings that are harder than Apocalypse. Okay, so third train is our heavy modular frames. That said, that record has been beaten, but I do play a wide range of games, and so, like, we've played Project Zomboid, State of Decay, Rim World, we play a bunch of, been doing a lot of Satisfactory since 1.0 dropped, done lots of stuff like Farming Simulator 25. It's a really wide range, but if you're like into simulation, strategy, anything like that, you can probably find it here. At the moment, what we're dealing with that's absolutely cursed is I am rearranging my entire train system because I need to change where stuff lands. Oh, is that going to actually land perfectly the way I had it set up before? Your aluminum casings, right. So we have the heavy modular frames. That is not where I thought that'd be. Right, everything's going to shift forward. So you are the aluminum casings. Ah, this is going to suck. I don't really have another way of putting this. This is going to suck. So this should be the heavy modular frames now. So you drop those there. But you have an animal on the train station tracks. The animals are out of control in this game. Okay, so this track needs to go over there. Alright, let's get that done. That's because this went from a stop that had 2 areas it went to one that's got... Oh, right, because we are offloading. We'll have it go down. But we're going from where we had 2 areas offloading to now we're going to 6 because of everything I need to ship in here. So I gotta finagle some stuff. Meanwhile, you are switching over here. Cool, it actually is empty. Alright. What would you call animal control on it? I have killed many a bean because I'll be trying to work and the bean will be all over everything I'm trying to do. And it's incredibly annoying. Okay. So literally, I should be able to just turn the train back on. So let's go to our table. Oh, we rearranged all the stops. Okay. So if I remember correctly, we'll want to go Rotterdam, Dordrecht, and Boras. Which, for the record, those are the randomly set names. And if everything works well, it should just bring everything back here. You can kill those things? Oh yeah, no, you can just shoot them. Shoot them, explode them, all that. If they would stay still, you could even kill them with the little stun baton. The big thing is, understandably, they don't just stand there and let you do that, they run away. Unless they're glitched. Which is why I end up having to kill them, as they get glitched into the terrain in my factory, and then it won't let me build because they're in the way, and they won't move on their own accord. So the game says, no, really, kill it. Alright, so with that, we do have the train part of it set up where we'll be able to move the 6 cars. Now, the 2 things I need to do is I need to connect the 4 areas over here. Only one of them's connected. And then I gotta go down to the other side and connect it. So, the things I gotta bring over there is... Yeah, so there's nothing here. You should just be moving on to the next stop. Cool. Yeah, so you've got your heavy modular frames. That's good news. Alright, so I also need to bring over the motors. I need to bring over the rubber. And there was another one I need to bring over. Is the motors, the rubber, we already have the circuit thing. We got the aluminum casing. What was the last one? Oh, it was for the heavy rocket engines. The, it's over here somewhere. I don't remember what it is, but we'll get there. So first, the motors, where I've got to remember where those even happen. So you're producing our modular frames. The motors are here somewhere. The factories have grown more and more, and it's getting harder and harder for me to keep track. So... unfortunately, the rubber isn't over here, but I know it's over this way. Yes, it's not the encased steel. Where was I making those? I'm pretty sure they're over here. Oh, these things! These are one of the things I need to bring over. That's right. Well, I mean, I'm here, so let's go ahead and get that set up. I think we'll just drop down onto that same place we've dropped down everything else. Because once upon a time, this is way lovelier. But as expansion happens, you know, some things don't look as good as they used to. Alright. But yeah, so what we're trying to do right now is I need to get everything set up for the third of my Phase 4 things. And then unfortunately it's requiring me to move a bunch of materials that were nowhere near each other historically and make them now near each other. Okay, so that's a train station I'm going to. Actually, probably... don't put it there. Don't put that one there. We can ride it all the way over this way. And then probably turn here. I can drop you down to probably this level. But to drop this down a lot to make that not cursed. That's not lined up right. Okay, so let's see about getting the twin engine things all the way over here. But then the other thing I need is somewhere around here is rubber. I need to bring that the whole way back. Excellent, sneaks right by. But yeah, so we're getting pretty late game Satisfactory, so that's the reason why this keeps escalating more and more. But we have got our factory split up into a bunch of different areas. So this is actually my first, or not my first, my second playthrough since we hit 1.0. I did do a previous playthrough in 1.0 where I did finish the story. I won't spoil what you actually do in it. Other than, you know, you complete the project that you're tasked to do. But, with that said, the previous factory, I kind of went with, like, these monolithic tower kind of design. And that worked out pretty well. But now we're taking a completely different approach. Let's grab the platform and make that wider. Just make the running the conveyor belts easier. Okay, we can put you here. Yeah, so you're gonna be too far back there, that's fine. Alright. And unfortunately, that one grid over there I've got my steel on, I did not align with the world grid. And by the time I realized it, it was just like so far down the road, it's like, you know what, I'm not tearing this up to accommodate that. Okay. So that should give me the twin motor things, so that's good news. Next contestant we have is the rubber, which is over here somewhere. Which I gotta figure that out. And then I gotta figure out where the motors were. And that's what I'm trying to remember. Oh, you know, I bet you the motors are over there. Yeah, that's right, the motors are a prereq of the twin things I just hooked up. That's literally the motor line right there. Yep, so that's the motor line right there feeding into it. So I should be able to just have this follow basically the exact same path as this. So I can grab the motor line here. Oh, and the rubber's right there with it as well. Okay. I can make this work. Let's build another platform out here just to make it not cursed. And they're luckily both on the bottom too, so that makes my life even easier. Okay. What I could do here to make this not as awful to deal with is I'll punch a hole in the floor right there. That'll be the intake for the motors. And then this is a rubber path. Alright. This is starting to become some proper spaghetti. I miss when everything was organized and nice, and didn't look anything like it does now. Okay, we can add you up to the very top. Alright, and this should work where I can literally just run it across the top of these, right over to where I need them. And that shouldn't be that hard of a connection. So that's good news, at least this isn't a horrible, catastrophic mess. Now granted, I am making a solid wall of conveyors that we are now hitting the point where I can't go higher without it clipping through the railroad tracks, which is lovely and cursed. That is what it is. But yeah, then it should be everything we needed here. Probably should switch over to the hover pack for this. Because the hover pack, I could just hover when I'm working versus like having to land where I can actually get angles on stuff and all that. Alright. Just the giant wall of conveyor belts. I've not set stuff up like this before, so it's just kind of wild seeing it going, yep, that's just how we're managing it. It's probably fine. Or not. Either way. Okay, so 1, 2 here. 1, 2 there. I can't go 2 there without belts glitching through each other. Oh, actually, if I have one of those divert closer, then I can just sneak it on under this side. Okay. Alright, let's see if we can't... But Weasley, you just gonna merge through everything? Yeah, you are. If I switch you to straight shot. Nope. That's fine. We can make this work. What I'll do is I will... shift that segment. And then drop it down here. Cool. Alright, so with that, I can then go over to this side. And have you come across. Nope, don't like that. This is me forgetting to world grid this at the very beginning, coming back to haunt me. Because if it would have just world gridded this right at the beginning, none of this would have been nearly this cursed. Okay, so we've got the rubber one lined up, and that leaves just this one here to plug into the last spot. And all of that is hooked up. None of it's the way I probably should have it, but it is all physically hooked up. Now the question is, did I get anything wrong and have cross-contamination, or do I have 6 containers back to back to back, all with their own independent goods, that then I have to build practically an entire factory down here to take each of those goods into their respective steps to make the thing I need to make, which is the turbo motors, and way at the end, the rocket, whatever those things are called. The third item in their complete phase 4. Right now, the big one's those turbo motors. And I'm already immediately going, you know what's going to happen? I'm going to have throughput problems on one of them. You seem to recall you saying something on the lines as, I'll just put this on a grid later. Yeah, no, I had already started to build the steel. I got it pretty well along. And I'm like, you know what? I'll have to rebuild this at some point. At that point, I can fix it. I never did rebuild it. We just dealt. Alright, so that's where nitrogen gas is getting in. Is that coming with a full payload now? Not quite. The last two weren't quite hooked up yet. Alright. So I just want to check to see what's where before I do anything. Because the most important thing is that we don't end with more than one material in the same box. If that happens, that's bad. So we do have the twin engine things, we've got the heavy casings, we've got the aluminum casings, and we have the remote controls. Excellent. So, now I gotta remember how all this stuff works. So we have the alternate heat exchange. Those I can put just about anywhere, because that's not depending on anything here. It's literally just taking materials out of that. So that works out. We have the manufacturer. So that's what I use to make that. So that requires the twin engine, the cube things I'm making over here, the turbo motors, and the cooling systems. And the turbo motors need the cooling systems. So what does the turbo motors need? The turbo motors need the cooling systems, the remote control units, the rubber, and the remote stuff. So now I gotta go back another step and go, okay, but what do the cooling systems need? And that's in the blender. And the cooling system needs the heat sinks, the rubber, water, and the nitrogen, whatever the crap it is. Nitrogen gas. So, with all of that going on there, it looks like what I'm probably going to want to do is first destroy some coral. As you do. I'm going to try and give myself enough space over here that we can bring the nitrogen gas across back here and put those blenders over here. Wait, actually, you know what? Let's not do it that way. What I can instead do, because what I'm trying to do is not box this in, because I want to still be able to expand that. Hey, Red Hawk Black Sheep, thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream, but welcome in, raiders. What were we streaming today, and how did it go? I'm just figuring things out real quick. So what I'm trying to think here is, I don't have room to build over there. I don't really want to make a second floor, because then I gotta pump the water up. I don't suspect we'll ever need a lot of these being produced. So let's give it enough room where I could build a second one. And then let's turn it this way. So let's go like 2 or so tiles this way. Like 2.5. And I don't actually need that right now. But with that, I turned you the wrong way entirely. That's fine. Because I want you facing this way. And I'll show you what I mean by this here in a moment. Move it over there. Okay, so with that, what we can go ahead and do, welcome in raiders and all that good stuff. So definitely check out Red Hawk Black Sheep. Good times. So what we can probably do here is I can go ahead and put a water pump back here. And you need how much water? Only 30 per minute. You need basically nothing. So what I will do is I'm not going to bother with a giant water container, just because it'll be a bit of a pain to get all that lined up. And honestly, with what we're dealing with, I don't need that much water. So this will be our main water pipe right here. Just going to cut that across here for right now. And then the nitrogen pipe we're going to move. To go here to logistics. The stackable. Put that here and here for right now. We can deal with making that nice later if I need to expand that. But that gives me both the water and that nearby. So we can grab the junction here. So there's yours. Cool. And you also need heat sinks and rubber. So the heat sinks I'm going to make over here because I need this and the rubber. And I should have space. Yeah, I can do this. So I'll go production, assembler. Give, again, just a bit of space over here a little bit, because I'm going to need to finagle. So I'll do the alternative heatsink pattern. So that's aluminum casings and rubber. And I happen to have rubber going by right there. And which one of these is rubber? So that's motors, rubber. See if I can't make that work. Yeah, it's on the angle here. This is gonna be a little weird in how I have to do this, but it should be fine. Yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah, so what I could do here is take that by here. Yeah, so it's you. Put the splitter hooked up there. That gets rubber on the line, and we've got that. And so with this, we can go to logistics. We should be able to... Probably just a regular storage on this one. Right, and that needs to go over there. Right now... Oh, that's not gonna work. I'm gonna regret doing it this way. No, that's gotta be farther back. The reason it needs to be farther back is I need enough room to expand on the other side if I must. Alright, what I could do here was put the dimensional storage next to this. It's counter to the way I've been doing most of this. Oh no, because that'll need to be a merger later. Yeah, so that'll be on this side. We're gonna run it too far. Put a splitter pretty much against that as close as we can, so that way I can sneak a merger past there if I have to. And normally what I've been doing from here is I wouldn't have another splitter here, but in this particular case, we're bunched in here pretty tight. I do hate how you just don't want to snap. And that's why I dislike it. So please, snap in proper place. Because when you hold control, it's supposed to snap and show your lineup and everything, but... There we go. Cool. Alright, so get rid of that for a minute. For right now... I shouldn't need many of these. For right now, let's try and get over the top here. Because you need what? You needed rubber in that. So the rubber's easy. We've got the rubber over there. I could literally take this existing belt and just puck it right on over. And that'll be fine. But let's try and work with what we got here. So boom, boom. And there. And for right now... You go across that height. Not sure we'll be able to do the last one. Let's see what we can figure out. Meanwhile, I need to get you plugged in so you're at least working in the meantime. Get you a power pole of your own. Tie it in there. Get a better pull there. Okay, so we should be making our heat sinks. So that's at least one thing moving forward. That'll feed into this system, which will go over here. And now all that means I gotta take that rubber line that's over here and feed that in here as well. That shouldn't be a problem. So you're what, 3 high? Yeah, you're 3 high. What lineup? One tick off to the side there. Alright. So this will probably be one of those things that I'm going to set up. It's going to work. And it'll be okay-ish. And I'll want to expand it. And I'll have no idea how to make that happen. Oh, thank goodness that fits. I was really waiting to get there and be like, nope, math, you know, like, not quite. Math not mathin'. Alright, so with that we could plop this pole here, hook it up to the water. Run this over here. Plug it in that side. Alright, so, next part of the process done. This will make our cooling systems. Right. More than likely, I'm going to want to scale all of this up, which is going to be a nightmare. An absolute living nightmare. But we'll worry about that once we get there. For right now, it needs to function at a more than 0 rate. This is one that's not going to be a high throughput, high amount needed in storage kind of thing, so I'll just slap that in there. That's good enough. I believe we use the cooling machines for production reasons. I really wish you would snap. Alright, so we've got the cooling production online. So let's check our manufacturer. Okay, so now for making the turbo motors, I need those cooling things, I need the remote control units, the motors, and the rubber. Okay. Which we have that all here, already being manufactured. I just gotta finagle it all together. So that'll take a hot minute. We can go ahead and we'll plan for you to be a good, like, 2 tiles. I need to go a different angle. A good 2 tiles ahead of this row. Again, just to give space for conveyor belts. I'll line it up with the far right port. That's not enough. Okay, so we've got that one hooked up. We're going to set you to turbo motors. All right, where is... I don't want to listen to that slug this whole time. Alright. So we've got the cooling systems coming in, and now I just need all of the other things. So start here, so rubber, motors, whatever the heck the last thing was, it doesn't even matter. The remote control unit, that's what the last thing was. Alright. So next up, we need to get the rubber where it's needed, which can weirdly work out because I can probably just take this existing path right there and just bring it around and whack it in on this side. Can't tell if it's the same height or not. That'll be the same height. Okay. Weirdly, I made that one taller than the other. That's fine. Okay. So we've got the rubber over here. We got the cooling systems. Let's go ahead and get you situated here. Alright, that's the worst one, so we're good to go with all that. Okay, so the R2 things I need are the motors, and I need the remote control units. So fortunately, all that junk is right here. Are you lined up on the center? Yeah, you are. And so that'll be the remote control units. And then finally, the motors, which are here. Which is only going to be tricky because I've got a bunch of junk in the way. Can I sneak you right underneath? Yeah, that'll be good enough. Can I just directly connect you? That'd be fantastic, but that'll reach. No. But I could probably make it close enough that it will accept it. There we go. And this will be the motors. And just like that, turbo motor production should be coming online. This is one of the most complicated things you make in the game, is this whole process we're doing now. Because I want to say the next process, that thing to the right, yeah, it's using like the particle accelerator and it eats electricity like no one's business and all that, but as far as like actual complexity of production, I vaguely recall it being easier. The only other one I want to say is comparable is there's for Phase 5 there was one of the materials that honestly the big part of it is just a little bit of balancing inputs and outputs is the only thing that makes it worse. That you can potentially get stuff to jam, but it's also those ones that's easy to handle because you just take what would jam and just delete it into the sink if you have to. Okay, for right now, let's take you out here. Because right now I'm going to have more assembly to do here. That puts in our dimensional storage. You are not getting motors. That was the wrong one. That's not the right train. Hey, K-Cartel. Good to see you. Lovely. Wish you and yours safety during the storm in Florida. Hope you're gonna be all okay. Yeah, I should be fine. I'm pretty far inland. Yeah, so that whole thing was I simply hooked it up to the entirely wrong train. I forgot I had another train to deal with. Good, you glad? Yeah, no, it should, like I said, it shouldn't be a problem. So you can go here, delete a whole bunch of that to pick up all those twin things. That'll fill up real quick. Do it again. Okay, so now I pick up all these and put them back. All those twin engine things should be off of that. Those Satisfactory, nice to see you playing it. Yeah, no, it's like the second time we give it, like, no, actually, I think the third time we get a proper playthrough on the channel. It's funny because the very first time I played on the channel, it did really badly so far as viewership. And that's just, you know, the ebb and flow of stuff. It was kind of at a time where it was in a lull. Cool. So I think we've got that all de-disastered for a moment. So that's good news. Alright, so with that, we should now be producing turbo motors. Why are you not actually going in? Here, we can fix this. Select recipe, do that. It pulled that in, do this, and you should be good. We can drop that junk in there, and we're online. Meanwhile, I can go over to here. Drop you in there. Cool. So now we're producing our turbo motors. Which brings up the next thing, which is to go to production, manufacture. And for the thermal propulsion engine, so I need the modular engine, the turbo motors, the cooling system, and the fused modular frames. Alright. So I don't want to put it right here by all this, because it'll just be a pain to deal with. I could see putting it on the other side of the track, either this way or that way. You know, half it, like, it doesn't matter which way, regardless, I'm gonna have extra work. But then we can take these frames I'm producing here, because that's one thing there. I've got the twin motors there. I've got that being produced there. And I already don't remember what the last piece was. But that'll get our thing going on there. Boom. And the cooling. The cooling, that's right. I think we're just putting it off the end of the track on this side. Oh, that was not the smartest of me. Okay. It'll take a little finagling those conveyors past there. Yeah, because then we can put the rocket, engine, whatever the thing, get those producing. Once they're producing, then we've got things in line. Then I can just focus on, okay, but make it faster. Which is going to be a big part here. Okay. And the good news of these rocket things is I need so few of them. I'll just put those in dimensional storage like we did with our other milestone stuff and then huck it in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright. This is a big old train. Okay, so with all this, let's plan to have the manufacturer around here. And the way I'm going to work around this problem is I'm going to go to this edge. And we're going to do what we did with some of the earlier places. That was kind of cheaty finagling and all that. Actually, you're probably one tick off. Yeah, so ground level and 3 up. Okay. That'll probably work alright. Then go to this side, put these here. Same deal, just shoot it right across. Let's make sure this is... Ooh, that's not gonna be far enough. That needs to be a little bit farther away. So production, manufacture. This needs to be almost 2 full tiles to get the belt to drop from 4 high directly into a port. It was lined up with this, right? Okay. Alright. And you're gonna make the thermal propulsion engine, whatever's. That's fine. And what we could do from here is I'm just gonna make a box, have it feed into dimensional storage, and that's literally all I need this to do. And then with all that, we'll have our next good hooked up and producing, with the catch of it'll be producing at a horrifically low rate, but that's okay in the short term because I have a whole extra phase of things to hook up. Now I do need to wire all these under here, but you'll see what we kind of do some shenanigans where we shove conveyor belts through the floor of the world and just pretend it's not. And it works pretty okay, actually. It's not super painfully obvious, at least. And the way I've been doing that is I'll delete the floor here. Okay, that's actually a problem, but I should be able to fix that. And the reason it's a problem is because I made these floors too thick. But I can get around that. I will need to remove this segment. We can just reattach it. So the issue I had is because I've been making these tiles so thick, when I put the holes in the floor, it made them really tall as well. So I couldn't just sneak underneath them. Versus now, they're much thinner. Alright, that should work. Because now I could actually attach to it, I can run it over here, and have it poke up on the other side. So then my intent will be to go to this side, we'll do the same action. I'm not going to try and run it underneath the ground the whole way across. I'm just trying to dip underneath that track. Because to me, that'll be a little bit easier than trying to go over it. Because to go over it and not have it clip, I gotta go 3 in height. Alright. And now I just run back and forth to connect them. And they're all connected. And now I just pretend they're running through the floor. And they don't look terrible. Okay, so with that, we've got a couple things going on here. First of all, you just have a slight change in path. So with that, why do you not snap to that? I'm begging you to please snap to that. I know I say it every time, and every time it upsets me that doesn't snap to it. Okay, so now we've got turbo motors being passed through over to this side. And you're all set and all that. Oh, I can drop you in there. So as we produce the turbo motors, they'll pop into that route, and we'll be good to go. The next thing I need is the cooling, whatever the heck they're called. Those also need to go in here. And that'll be easy enough to accommodate. I just need to... Oh, wait, I see. 1 second. Actually, could we... Yes, we'll shoot that up there just a little ways. Cool. So there's the cooling motor. Alright, so we've got the cooling motors, we've got the other thing, and what else did you need? It was the twin engine thing, was it rubber as the last thing? What was the last thing? Ah, the heavy fused frame. Gotcha, so we need rubber next. So, rubber is also right here. And then we have the fused frames over there. Let's grab the fused frame That's the farther one away, and more than likely we could just grab the rubber and just chuck it on wherever that's going. Yeah, so the fused frames come out here. So what I can do is I can probably jump onto this track here. That is literally what feeds into the system. And instead of turning there, go up towards the edge here. I think 4 will be needed to go over top. Yeah, now we could hop onto the same route that the rubber's following. And then I'll put a splitter over there. We can drop it down their own separate paths here. Yeah, it should be able to be lined up. Maybe. It's fine, I can make it work. It's not quite right, but it will pass muster. Alright, and so with that, then I'd be able to go and connect this point to here. Put the fused modular frames over the top of it, and that'll be good. It's just a matter of backtracking it all. Oh, you don't have the extra stilts on you, do you? Oh wait, never mind, you don't go that way. I have to go a little bit farther. That's why. It's like, I could have sworn I'd built the stilts. That's right, you gotta go one more farther. So we grab you from over here. There we go. Cool. Then from here, we go over this way. That's fine. And then there. And then up top here. And now I just need to connect the last little bit to where we've got like the little under the railroad bus kind of thing. And with that, that should have our turbo rocket, whatever engine things hooked up. Yeah, because that's up there. How is this going to work? Okay, you know what we can do? So put that there. And that there. And we've got you figured out. Alright, that should have it all hooked up. Now if we run over here, you should be producing a non-zero amount. As soon as those turbo motors get in here. Which, let's go check on those. I'm willing to bet there's like 8 different stages of this. I'm gonna have to up the product rate. Okay, so cooling systems, your hang-up. That is not at all surprising in any realm of anything. And this might surprise you, but heat sinks are the hang-up here. Which is over this way. That's not true. Is this where the heat sinks are? Okay. So luckily, we can grow this a little bit production-wise. Without too much pain. But I am likely going to have to reroute a bunch of these and do a whole bunch of work on scaling up and whatnot. That's all fine. Step one was to get it functional. That's the wrong thing. Okay, and that puts you on more heat exchangers. Okay, so that's double that, so that's now 20 heat exchangers per minute. And the 20 heat exchangers per minute is more enough to keep this is not the same building again, it's this one over here. The 20 heat exchangers per minute is more than enough to run this building solid. Which means we'll be getting 6 of those per minute. And you consume 7 of those per minute, so let's go back over here. I need to make a second one of these happen, which should be interesting. Okay. One of these days I'll stop putting a splitter there. Alright, so we've got that sorted out. Meanwhile, let's grab you. And get all this hooked up. Okay, so you need to make the cooling systems. And that means I need... There's 1 T. There we go. There's 2, 3, and 4. Alright, and that should give me everything I need for all of this. Might be a little shy on the heat sinks for a minute. I would like to increase the production of the heat sinks. As you see, this is a little snug. I might actually be able to get away. Is that just for those? Yeah. So that's just for those. So this is going to lose power for a moment. And we will slip you right over here. And plug them back in. I can probably fix that to go around in a way that's not going to clip. Here, we can just go right here. Alright. And with that, we can get ourselves another set of the heat sinks going. Honestly, I'm not going to be... I mean, let's just do it right. I was going to say, I'm not going to be expanding this way. There's no room. And it's like, you know, if times got desperate, I can move some belts around. Once I get to the nitrogen mine where we're fracking and all that, then I've got a hard limit. But till we hit that point, we can finagle. For you, on the other hand, it's time for you to go this way. And just like that, I could probably fit even one more if I need to, but that should be plenty. Okay, so with that, why am I not getting rubber? That's a concern. Why am I not getting rubber? Oh, I'm not getting rubber just because the train stopped. That's fine. False alarm. Right, the train doesn't put anything else on the belt while it is actively unloading. That's okay. Because this will build up a buffer, and that'll get sorted out on the other side. Alright, I was just about to be like, wait a second. I need that to be working. Okay, so with all this, we are getting those to produce. So you are producing 30 heat sinks per minute. And those 30 heat sinks per minute are going over to here, where this is consuming 24 of those heat sinks, but that's fine. We don't have the heat sinks going into literally anything else. And this is producing 12 cooling systems per minute. And then if we go over to this, it's producing just shy of 2 turbo motors per minute. And those 2 turbo motors per minute, if we go just over here, we're basically getting about 1 extra turbo motor per minute. The more alarming thing is our modular engines are all gone. Like, all of them. Am I sitting on, like, 50 twin engines already over here? I feel like I shouldn't be, right? Let's go to those twin engines. There's a turbo motors. Something's not hooked up right. Okay, we've got our belts here. We got our belts here. There's no excess on these. That's the output for this one. Did I just not hook it up? No, we're on the wrong track. Hang on. Something's not right here. You don't need the rubber, do you? I see the problem. Okay, so the problem is I brought that rubber over here and I had no need to do that. So this needs to go away. That was a complete waste of time. And this does need to go through. No, it doesn't. That's regular. Why did I see twin? Oh, it was a singular twin motor on there. Alright, so get you out of the way, get you out of the way, get you out of the way, get you out of the way. Just smack that right here. That'll be good enough. We can go over here to where the rubber is dropped off. Yeah, so I need to get those from here. I'm just grabbing stuff out of the wrong things, don't mind me. So drop the rubber in there. It'll just go into the system. Okay, so let's try that again with a little less of doing everything wrong. What the heck are you? Oh, you're just me lining up belts. That's fine. Alright, so now the issue is I've got this belt here that's absolutely full of rubber and is just not needing to be any of that. Alright, we're gonna have to do it this way. Basically, I need to get all the rubber off the line. So if I build it again, the rubber will fill up the line. And it gets pulled in my inventory. And we do that until the rubber stops. Cool. I just gotta grab that piece. Alright. So with all that, now I've got that line purged. What I need to do is get those engines over here. Probably the way I'll do that. Let's keep this like manifold design thing I got over here. Because I kind of like its appearance. So I'll make that go high right away. Too steep? Of course it is. That's fine. Because I should be able to just run in this gap here. Because if I go through the gap there, I can just go over top of everything. Perfect. So with that, if I go this way and go right over where those ones were, and then you're the one I need to be bringing over. Just sneak you right along here. Alright. Now it should be producing at a non-zero rate. Cool. So it does seem like the turbo motors are going to be the bottleneck, and part of the reason why, even though I'm producing more turbo motors than I need to accomplish my goal, I'm still not getting things done, is just the nature of the fact that with the turbo motors, I am splitting them where half of the turbo motors are going into this, and then half of them are going into my storage for building stuff later. So I have dropped a bunch of Sommer's loops in there, so that way I do get twice as much of this stuff out of here, since all of these are expensive materials to make. So I'd rather not make more than I need to. And I may pop over here. So you're 7.5 cooling systems. You shouldn't be lagging behind. They've got 2 of you running. Ah, you're still struggling on the heatsink. That's the same thing where we're splitting it. So I'm going to leave that the way it is. That should be okay for now. It'll take a little while to like warm up and fill up the cloud storage and all that. In the meantime, we can just hop in here. We'll take it back towards the space elevator, and then I can start, well, the hub. I can go back to the hub, and I should be able to grab most of the materials other than the turbo motor out of it and get that much done. We have got this section online, and I'm going to need to kind of do a quick round and see what materials are running out where kind of thing. But the moment I get those first 50 of the turbo motors made, since I won't be taking many of those out of dimensional storage very often, that shouldn't be too much of an issue. Alright, so the factory grows. Now the thing that worries me here is the speed that that rubber line is getting eaten. I'm a little bit worried we're gonna find ourselves in a situation where I'm gonna need to be making way more rubber, because we were barely hitting the rubber before, and now we are blasting it. I mean, that box is mostly full, so it looks like we're alright. I wish we could do in, like, Factorio, where I could set up, like, beacons or alerts or something. That way, I could set up, like, a box and be like, hey, if this box ever hits 0, like, put an alert on my minimap or whatever. Just so when you have those things where you're like, oh, I'm running low on this, you get an alert when it's you've hit that thing you've set up your test for. Versus, you know, maybe going literal in-game hours, and then just, you know, you spin by later and go like, hey man, I just noticed my aluminum's a little bit low. What's going on? Is there something down here? There may have been something down here, and I've already cleared it out. I just didn't find it from above. Alright, so we should be really close to the hub. But yeah, so our factory is getting pretty outrageously large. You can see we have our production over here. This is our copper sheet and a whole bunch of stuff happening over here. I've got my steel production over there. You saw, like, way over there where we were at setting up the nitrogen products and all that. Over on the waterfall is where we are producing all of our aluminum. We've got our primary power is almost exclusively using petroleum products. So what we're actually doing is making turbo fuel. I am wanting to bump us up to rocket fuel, but I believe I need the it wasn't the centrifuge. There was something I was missing to doing that. Yeah, so turbo motors, we actually have a decent amount put away already, but that's because we had some from earlier. But the good news is that should be enough to take us to particle enrichment, which is like what I believe is keeping us from rocket fuel. The downside is we definitely don't have those cooling units. Let's see. I need 100 of those. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. I need 200 of these. You tell it to put those back for a moment. Actually, I changed my mind. We'll wait for one more to pop in there, and then we should be good. Boom. Alright, so that'll be half of those. I need the 50 turbo motors. Boom. And then I need 2,500 Caterium wire. And so we don't have all of that, but we can get a lot of it. We can drop off the slugs in here, because I haven't needed to upgrade any of that. We have our biological waste box. So all the dead enemies and bits of grass and leaves, all that gets tossed in here, which then just feeds out into the system, and every one of these is configured to turn everything in there. And it's just been producing alarming amounts of solid biomass for purposes of running the biomass generators that used to be my main power source forever ago. They don't do anything anymore. They just sit here, idling, burning no fuel. It's fine. It's only if I start to push my power limit does anything wake up. So alien technology. I could definitely unlock that for a cost of a Sommer Sloop. Caterium-wise, it's just the rifle. Power slugs are waiting on the time crystals, which is particle acceleration. And you are honestly just waiting on rubber, motors, and I can probably unlock that right now. Let's see. There's the motors. There's the rubber. Where is the smokeless gunpowder? Alright. Oh, I needed more motors than I grabbed. Because I figure we can just unlock these in the MAM while we wait.
Rifle and rifle ammo unlocked. A long-range weapon and rapid-fire ammunition, only to be used for the defense or acquisition of fixed property. Conveniently, this includes everything of value on this planet.
Okay. So, if we get the Noblest set up, we can get the cluster bomb. I don't know if we'll end up using those, because the explosive rebar is pretty amazing. If I make a bunch of the rifle ammo, I can unlock the various types. I probably won't end up using the rifle this time. We did that last time, but since I've gotten the explosive rebar gun, it's ridiculous. It is absolutely ridiculous. Need trees to get out of the way? Just shoot the rebar gun. Have enemies you want to get out of the way? Shoot the rebar gun. Want to just hurt yourself? Shoot the rebar gun. Someone cut in line in front of you in subway. Shoot the rebar gun. Don't actually shoot people. Goes without saying, don't actually shoot people. Your jar of pickles won't open. Shoot the rebar gun. Is there nothing an explosive round rebar gun can't fix? Alright, so we've got that. And the other one was... Oh, it's probably under equipment for the bullets, isn't it? That's fine. I'm just unlocking stuff in the MAM at this point because giving things a chance to catch up. Okay, so for you, I needed to grab more Nobelisks, which are already made. They just need to physically get uploaded, and we're full there. So we can go here and say, hey, bigger booms.
Cluster Nobelisk unlocked. This type of Nobelisk detonates into multiple smaller explosions. Can be used for clearing large areas of vegetation and other inconveniences. Addendum. Inconveniences, in this case is not defined to include persistent family members, raccoons, student debt, the sunrise, peer performance reviews, neighbors learning to play the saxophone, phone calls, or your favorite show getting cancelled.
I don't know. A lot of those sounds like nuisances we should correct.
Pocket dimension inflated by utilizing numinous gel hydrology channeled through an etheric spigot. Some used to say this as impossible, but the meaning of that word has long since been removed from my dictionary.
Hurricanes weren't on the list? Well, yeah, no, you can't nuke a hurricane. They've crunched the numbers on that one. Even Ada accepts that that's not a possibility. And it may sound ridiculous, but yes, they actually have crunched the numbers. And you look at the sheer amount of data behind a hurricane, and throwing an even like our largest nuke at a hurricane is like spitting into a lake. Sure, you would disrupt its formation momentarily, but then you've also superheated the water and made it into water vapor, which is just feeding rocket fuel into a fire. So you made it look a little gross for a minute, and then just superpowered it. And also, you dropped a nuke. And a hurricane is a very temporary problem, even if it is a catastrophic one, versus a nuke is a little bit more longevity of a problem in the irradiating the Earth kind of thing. All you do is create a radioactive hurricane. Yeah, no, it's funny, like, it's funny and terrifying when you start actually getting into the numbers behind some of those things and doing, like, the comparison things. Like, that was, the amount of energy it would require to increase the temperature of the planet, I believe it was 1/10 of a degree Celsius, would be the equivalent. It was something like setting off somewhere there of like 2,500 nuclear warheads would be what it would take to have that much of an impact. And it's just kind of one of those things. They're like, scale gets wild. I'm just unlocking it because it's locked. I don't actually intend on using it this run.
Power augmenter unlocked. Summer sloops naturally harvest. Yes, harvest energy from distant sources and distribute it locally. The power augmenter supercharges summer sloops by feeding it local power, increasing its harvesting range and efficiency, and thus power output. Basically, the more power it's given, the more it provides.
Do not loop the loop organ. It will shred and tear and unravel the threads, many temples burned.
Good to know, that confirms that hypothesis.
Yeah. I like where it's talking about, like, don't loop it. I'm like, alright, but hear me out. Can we try? I want to try anyway. I want to see, when we're talking, like, cosmic scale forces, what happens if we, plug the thing that does impossible spaces into itself. Because, I mean, clearly it's going to be wild whatever the results are. And I think this is 1,000 bullets is what is required to unlock the next thing. Basically, I'm just unlocking MAM stuff while we're waiting for production to catch up. If I wasn't working on this, what I'd probably do is do a quick like run around and see if we couldn't find some more hard drives and that kind of stuff. Okay, so that just means I need aluminum casings now. So let's grab those. Yeah, because the cooling things are already a fifth of the way to the next round of those. So there's the turbo rifle ammo.
Turbo rifle ammo unlocked. The pioneer ammo of choice when obstacles are numerous and time is short. Panic and imminent death often negatively affect human accuracy, so this ammo meets the human experience with fix-it efficiency.
Okay, so if we make 500 more of these and I grab the high things, that gets us the smart bullets, at which point then we've unlocked all of that. And I'm suddenly realizing the thing we haven't done, which I'm probably going to need to do, is we haven't set up nuclear power. We're still just running on basically rocket fuel. And what I'm suspecting is going to happen is most likely I am going to be needing some of those materials down the road for other things. So I also need the high connectivity. Yeah, we can go ahead and do those. Those will be a stack in here. Circuit boards, there we go.
Homing rifle ammo unlocked. This ammo can be loaded into a normal rifle and, when fired, will seek a target. Clarification. This does not make the rifle a homing rifle. If you leave the rifle alone, even when loaded with this ammo, it will not return home like a devoted and adorable puppy and/or kitten.
Alright, so we got the Caterium wire. So literally all we're waiting on right now is we are waiting on the last of the cooling things. Can I handcraft those? No, because they need the nitrogen stuff, don't they? Alright, that's fine. I mean, we're making relatively good time, and the time it took me to unlock those in the MAM, we're about 30% of the way through what we need for particle acceleration on those. And that's with them being consumed by other stuff. We should actually have the engines in here now. Let's pin those to the top. Those are going to go really slow in the short term, and then they'll pick up later. So they've got those pinned, so that's good news. Alright, so what I'm thinking I'm going to need to do is we're probably going to need to start getting radioactive stuff going. I don't recall us seeing any uranium. Oh no, there is uranium way up there. So we got an impure one there. I have a normal uranium right down where I'm grabbing that quartz. So I'm guessing... Let's take a quick look at what I need for my reactions, because I've got a bunch of supplies, or a bunch of stuff here and there, but I need to actually figure out what I need where. So let's start here. I know the blender is an important piece of the building. So we have the encased uranium, so that's limestone and uranium and sulfuric acid, which sulfuric acid I believe is just water and sulfur. Cool. Alright, so that's for making the uranium casings. So we feed uranium ore in, limestone in, well, cement in, and sulfuric acid in. Fair enough. And that gives me the encased uranium. And then from the encased uranium, if I remember correctly, we would then go to the assembler. And that is then combined with, I thought, the electromagnetic rods. Oh, maybe it wasn't here? I probably should just... Here, we could just go through the blender route. Yeah, so we combine that. It's literally not telling me more. Because I know I use those to make fuel cells. Here, we can use this. Uranium. Okay, so we use uranium with all of this. And so it has sulfuric acid in and out. So there's going to be a balance. There's all that. So we get the encased uranium rods. That then requires encased industrial beams and electromagnetic control rods to make uranium fuel rods. And then the uranium fuel rods we feed into our reactor, and that produces all its stuff. And what that does on the other side of it is it will spit out, I don't see it listed here. Oh no, it's radioactive waste, isn't it? I guess we can't see it yet. But yeah. Do you have the mask and filters yet? Yes, I am not manufacturing them, but I do have them where I can go and manufacture them in a pinch. And I have all the materials being fed into storage, I believe. It is something I should probably fix, but also hear me out, I don't wanna. I mean, that's my compelling argument. You clearly have no way you can stand up to such logic. It's just, there's just no way. Alright, so that uranium is nowhere near limestone, but it is near coal, but it's not near iron. So that kind of sucks. This uranium is also not near iron, but is near limestone. The uranium down here. We have pure geysers down here we haven't tapped, apparently. But that one's also nowhere near it. I vaguely remember the last time we were over in this area of the map. I thought we actually had a pretty good spot where I think the iron was just up the way from it and all that. So this would not be a bad spot. There's lots of water up here. That, if you look at it, is at the very top of an incredibly tall spire. I think that actually might be the tallest spire in the game. It's either there... I think it's that one. So that applies... Oh, it's either at the top or the bottom. But, like, that's kind of out of the way from everything. And we can see all the ore in those areas. Anywhere that has a circle blinking on it, we can see everything in there. And so, like, if we look at our iron nodes, we don't have any iron... Man, there's really no iron in that entire middle part of the map? Huh. Alright. What I'm thinking we do is we go down here where I've got that train down here, and we check that area out, and it might be something that we plunk down in our radio tower to. Let's go down to our oil production real fast, and let's put a radio tower right there, because that looks like a good spot that will literally just show me more of the map. But from there, if I go down to where that uranium node is in that general area, most likely I can put that to some good use. I'm also noticing I need another couple containers of that. Because the problem I'm going to run into is I basically need steel, I need iron just as like plain iron, I need the uranium, and then water, I need, well, and sulfur. I need all those in the same place. So basically I need everything I need to make steel, and uranium, and water, all in the same general area to deal with nuclear power. Now, it could be that I set up where I'm going to actually make my nuclear power happen in one place. Like the fuel cells, all that crap. And they have a horrifically awful radioactive train that goes back and forth. Which is, I'm sure, what chat wants me to do. Is they definitely want me to load up a whole lot of radioactive materials onto a train and send it across the map again and again. And very honestly, that might be exactly what happens. Because it'll be easier for me to load up a bunch of uranium on a train and send it one direction than to load up, you know, iron and coal and sulfur and all the other crap the other direction. Alright, so let's take a look at our map again. So, radio towers. Honestly, if we go just a little northeast of here, I think that'd be about right for that. So not far. But we go just a smidge northeast of where I'm at right now. I should be able to drop a radio tower and get enough coverage to cover everything on the shore and kind of butt up to the edge of those other two ones. Somewhere around where, like, the base of this arch is would probably be good. Because I don't want to go too far inland when I'm getting close to those. A little bit more north. Yeah, and I could probably just piggyback off those power poles above me. So somewhere like this. I was really hoping to reach that by just jetting up at it. Oh, that's not really helpful right now. That's not gonna work. Alright. Yeah, so I actually think if I put down the power tower, there's a good chance once I put that power tower down, it'll just let me connect it. Because that's what I was trying to do, is I was trying to get where the mouse would like highlight the power pole to connect the power over. I just couldn't get quite close enough. We'll turn this. Yeah, spare connection. Come on, friend. Watch that fuel. Too long. I'm gonna kill myself doing that. Alright, so what I could do here to get around that problem is I'll huck this up here anyways. Anywhere up here you want to play nice. There you go. Because then I could take that up there. Oh, fine. I'll zip line up there, and then we'll rain rebar down on it. In just a minute, chat, I'm going to have to step away for just a couple of minutes. Toom just got home, so I'm going to want to welcome her home and get some food happening and all that kind of good stuff. So usually when that happens, I usually take about a 5-minute break. Just, you know, do all that kind of nonsense. It is like my one big break for the stream. But then we have like a good, what is it, like 6 more hours or whatever a stream to go from there. The Dimension Explosive Rebar is amazing. And meanwhile for you, right around here. I greatly overestimated how tall I made that ladder. I was about to even make a comment being like, see, I got that lined up perfectly in one. And it just didn't make it tall enough. Okay. So I've got that, and I just need to connect it to you. Cool. So with that, I should have radar covering that much more of the map. So we got like 3 hard drives, 3 summer sloops, a bunch of Mercer spheres and all that. But more importantly, it's showing me all the resources here. So it's actually showing that I have 2 entire oil nodes I'm not even tapping yet for expanding there. Didn't see anything particularly exciting. I was kind of hoping to see some iron that's more, you know, closer, but that's not even iron, that's copper. I just guess I didn't realize how little iron there was in like this whole middle area of the map. So what's going to happen here, chat, is I am going to step away for just a couple minutes, welcome my wife home, do all that kind of good stuff, and then we'll get back to more Satisfactory. But thank you so much for tuning in, and I'll be back here in just a few. There's no real point in me running the ads again. It just happened a minute ago, so I apologize about that. But I'll be back in a couple minutes, so thank you again for tuning in. I can't see the road. Doing a shoey? No. Alright, here's the deal. If it is relevant and I am in a situation where me and Drongo are both present, and Drongo is willing to do a shoey, and it's something like a milestone for charity, I will be willing to do it only under circumstances that Drongo is with me at the time it is occurring, and it is for something of meaning. Again, like, you know, we've hit some major milestone for charity, raised a bunch of money, or something. Like, I won't just, even if, like, me and John are hanging out, John was like, I want you to do a shoey with me. It's probably not going to happen. Drinking something from a shoe is just really, really not something I'm excited about the idea. Hey. Yeah, I'm poorly equipped for this guy. Did you? Well, I will take my victory. It'd be nice if Sidekick worked. I need to get switched off of that. I've debated going back to doing the breaks where we do, we used to do it on the channel all the time where we did, Words with Friends, or what was it? Not Words with Friends. What was that one called? It doesn't matter. We used to do that all the time. But it started getting a lot more hit and miss as far as participation on it. So it's like, okay, we'll switch it over. Alright, so, where we were at, we're trying to get uranium. Did the music die too? No, it was just taking a moment. Let's actually switch up the playlist today. We've been doing the same playlist for a while. Let's mix it up. I might end up regretting this, but you know, sometimes you got to. So let's see. Not that one. Music. Where are you at? They changed the UI. I hate when things change the UI. Especially when they go from an organized list into like a bunch of giant icons. They have to be like, okay, but what? You've got a picture that looks like a donut. What kind of music does that mean? You're not helping me. Where is this? All right, there's a UI I recognize. Let's see what this sounds like. Something different. Okay, so the point is, we've got the uranium here. This uranium doesn't have the other materials nearby. Hey, well, Jess, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you had fun with your factory. I definitely enjoyed checking out earlier where you were forced to get things moving along just because you ran out of everything. But your factory looks incredibly lovely. Mine does not. Mine is functional, but it is not pretty. But welcome in, Raiders. For those who don't know, Wojess, absolutely a fantastic content creator. Let me, now you ran out of power? But that's bad. Don't do that. There we go. Shout out for Wojess. For those who don't know, Wojess, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, someone I definitely recommend checking out. Good times over there. Also been playing a ton of Satisfactory, but where my Satisfactory looks like giant pads with bunches of buildings on them, and then trains, lots of trains, their factory actually looks not terrible. So, you know, there's that going for it. But, definitely check them out. They also play a variety of games and all that good stuff. A lot of common games between us, stuff like RimWorld and whatnot, and good times there. But yeah, so you ran out of power? Yeah, that happens. Where you start, like, overloading your stuff and then figuring out how to, like, balance it out. This is actually my main power source over here nowadays. Just oil for days. Oil for days and days and days. Which we then turn into turbo fuel. And then we run our power plants on turbo fuel. You were just here? That's it. I have like a whole ridiculous setup for my biomass that I use biomass almost into phase 3. I just had this giant assembly that I just could grab all of like anything biological and just shove it in a box, and it would just figure its way through the system to where it needed to go and in the generators. But yeah, and this is a really good place for oil. That said, what we're doing right now, it looks so different with all the buildings. Yeah, it does. You demolish the landscape pretty quickly. Let's check how we're doing on our cooling things. Where are you? You should be over here on the left somewhere. Where are my cooling things? Hey, actually, I'll hitch a ride. Because I just realized they've got the 100 cooling things to get particle enrichment. You think you pinned them? No, I pinned the turbo engine whatevers. But yeah. Now, it's a thing on how much the map changes just based on where you build and how you build and all that. But at the moment, what we're working on is kind of twofold. One is I'm going to unlock particle enrichment so that we can get the last of the Phase 4 stuff done. Because I am actually producing now the thermal propulsion rockets, which is the third thing up here above me. Not at a even remotely considerable rate. It's fine. But we are producing them. But I am not producing the thing in the far top right. So we need to get that going. And then the other thing I need to get going is not nuclear for the purposes of power exclusively. I'll certainly take that. But I am going to end up needing to do various things with uranium. And I haven't touched that at all this playthrough. Which, it's been interesting having a very different playthrough the last time. The last time I had my playthrough, or the first completion we did since 1.0, I had basically like these 4 or 5 really tall towers that each floor was like dedicated to a production line and everything. Versus this one, our factory is very spread out over everything, which has been kind of fun to have to deal with all the logistics around the trains. That is very concerning that there's not more rotors on that line. But on the other hand, then I get to complicate things like where you need these 4 parts, and you stop and go, but those 4 parts are in entirely different places. How do you want me to get those between them? And the game just shrugs, and you go, I guess, well, I'm figuring that out now. That said, for everyone popping in, I am Rual Storge. I play a variety of games here on Twitch. And I'm most known for Project Zomboid, where you sold a world record, but I play a whole lot of games.
Milestone reached. Project part number 9, nuclear pasta, can be created in the particle accelerator. The accelerator has vast and fluctuating power demands, depending on the recipe, so will need careful integration with your factory. Fix-It does not waste, so nuclear waste can be refined by the particle accelerator into plutonium for reuse in the nuclear power plant. Fun fact: Fix-It psychologists suggest factory designs reflect the minds of their creators in unexpected ways. On an unrelated note, your infrastructural choices have been interesting.
Okay, so the good bad news is I actually have just about everything I need for nuclear pasta already up top, except for the copper powder. And that shouldn't be hard to accommodate. It's literally you huck copper into a thing and it makes copper powder. The bad news is that's going to make a lot of things that I already didn't have enough of and make me have less of them. So let's take a quick look at our radar. So, do I have any good copper nodes? Because this up here is where we've got all that production. And I'm immediately seeing there is no copper up there anywhere. And that whole thing is under radar, which means if I don't see copper, it's because there isn't copper. I think this is the closest copper we have here. I hate that so much. I mean, I guess it is what it is. I can stare at it all I like. The reality is, there's just no copper there. That place is looking amazing for oil. I didn't ever really look at how much oil is just in that one spot. Aw, man. So the other problem we were dealing with is I'm trying to get into uranium. And if we look at our uranium things, we've got art marked in the map. There's 2 here, and there's another one down there. And the issue is I need sulfur, iron, and a bunch of stuff nearby, and it's just then. Let's see, that ledge there is good for copper near the bay. Hi. Oh, you brought me cookie cake.
Oh, you know cookie cake.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
You said that ledge is good for copper near the bay. I mean, we've got this here. There's interestingly copper. This is an interesting spot here with all the coal, the iron, and all that near that. Let's see, would SAM recipes be practical for copper? S-Tools love using them. Would SAM recipes be practical for copper? Not sure what you're saying in that one. Yeah, so it's a good copper node. I mean, I think the reality is I'm taking this copper node over there. Let's just be honest with ourselves, because I'm going all the way to around here already. So this might be one of the times I end up having to run a belt. Because honestly, taking the train, I mean, we'll see. Let's either way, we're going up there. I can waffle over however I want. Either way, I'm going up there. So let's just go up there, see what we want to do. Because everything there is already up there. I don't believe this is one of those cases where I'm going to train it half across the map for just plain old copper. But SAM recipes for copper. I'm not sure what you mean by that, sorry. Ah, they're tier 9, sorry? Gotcha. I getcha. Okay, cool. That's why I was like kind of scratching my head like, I don't know what you mean by SAM recipes for copper. Yes, this is the part of my factory that's grown the most. It's sort of unintentionally become kind of my train hub, but also my steel production. So you can see like I got a train over there, I've got a train over there, I've got another one down there, I've got one up here, I've got another 2 over there. So I didn't mean to make it into a place where all my trains go. That's actually a train I'd like to ride on, I believe. Are you the big train? Oh no, you're not the one I'm looking to ride on. The one I'm looking to ride on goes over there. That's fine. That train leads me to where I'm going. But yeah, so far I only have one location where I've got a belt just strung across the land, and that's this belt right here. Because I put it up before I had trains, and I said I was going to change it, and never did. Let's see, does the train manage multiple storage containers on its own? Yeah. Let's see, one normal node is plenty for an accelerator making pasta, especially if you have spare sloop for the powder construction. Yeah, no, I'm not super worried about the production rate of it. It was more I was hoping there was a node closer than like the quality of the node. Yeah, so we've got most of what I need for all this, so what I'll probably end up doing is putting the particle accelerator around here somewhere. Because I do have the frames that we need right there. And let's see what else. We got a couple things. So it's particle accelerator, which I could just build right now. Wait, can't build? What am I missing? Oh, I'm missing a singular coolant building. And with just speaking about being like I ran out of power, that's what this building does. That's the particle accelerator. It's the, hey, I feel like you should be out of power now building. Alright, so nuclear pasta is those two. And then... Actually, I think you might only be an assembler. And then the pressure conversion. Okay. So, making those pressure things will be nice and easy, because I've got the frames right here. And it also just needed the heatsink thing. Not heatsink, the remote control. And the remote controls are right there. That should be pretty easy to make happen. I could literally just... Honestly, with the space that's here... It probably... Well, this is the turbo engines, isn't it? Yeah, I should be able to just break off a line and do that. But yeah, no, the trains will manage as many as you put on there. Each one of these is its own storage container, so think of this as like one unit here. That as long as I don't mix stuff will be good. And then I just tell it load and unload. Let's see, you are in the always or never camp for sloops and particle accelerators. Right now, I don't probably have the power to handle that. We do have a ton of geothermal hooked up, and we are using turbo fuel pretty heavily. But, you know, I'm producing about 10,000 watts, and if you drop the sloops into a particle accelerator, they get hungry. They get real hungry. Oh my goodness, do they get hungry. All of your power it will have. So I think we're gonna go over here. We can go assembler here. Are you safe from Milton? Yeah, I should be fine. I'm very far inland. So while I am in line to potentially see the eye of the storm, it actually looks like it might be going farther south, which is good and bad. Which gets complicated. But, as far as where I'm at, I'm far enough inland. By the time it reaches me, it'll be a high cat, it'll either be a high cat 2 or a low cat 3. Which is still a very noteworthy storm, but homes here are built with cat 3 in mind. So as long as you're not near the shore, and it's only at a cat 3, you're relatively okay here. If you're near the shore, just don't mess. Even like a low category hurricane can be dangerous because storm surge is absolutely terrifying. All right, so we've got you. Yeah, now I should be good. And then I didn't want to be launched across the world. What I want to do is get those split off going this way. Yeah, I can make this work. Yeah, so if I go here and connect you like that. Now I can connect this. And to get that connected. I'm hoping this will snake the way I think it will, which is I'm hoping it'll turn right immediately and then go that way. It still works. Alright. And we'll just add to the stilts that are already here. And ignore what I was doing over there. Well, actually, do I want to ignore what I was doing there? Let's not ignore what I was doing there. So we can get rid of that one. And then weave it over. And that'll get me the next thing towards our particle accelerator nonsense sorted. Okay, let's see if we can make that play nice in a way that doesn't... It's fine. Okay, so with that, I can connect you. And you. And give you power, which should be able to get some power here somewhere. Okay, we'll just plunk one right here along the side of the track. Then run another one over here. And plug that in. Okay. So basically I'm getting these things to... I didn't leave enough space for the actual container, did I? That'll be fine. So we can go here to organization. I actually don't remember if I need these for anything. Other, like, so far as, like, construction-wise, or if it's just one I can shove into a box and be like, that's good enough. I also remember I never needed to make more of these. That one was enough to keep what I needed sorted. So that'll be our containers we need. And then it's just a matter of, with that popping out, I just need to go to the particle accelerator and have it making the pasta, which we can get set up here. And this is the total vampire of power. Like this thing is an absolute power vampire. And I can certainly see people justify putting the somber sloops in here. The downside is that makes the power consumption that much worse. We're making nuclear pasta. And we are making the pressure core conversion. You know what? You don't even need to be over here, do you? That's fine. So we're gonna do a little bit of a thing here. which is what I'm going to do real fast, is I'm going to put down thin concrete here. And open this area up. And put it down here. Because this is one ways I've been doing things to hide some of my conveyors lately. Is I'll just go right here. I don't know if they'll actually connect up that way. But then we can go over here on this side. And let's try and line that up correctly. Cool. So right around here. Now just peek right underneath. I can just pull it up now. I just needed to put that there for a moment. And then with that, I can connect this right over. And then we put this back. And we got ourselves a nice in foundation. What did I'm really concerned I deleted some I didn't mean to. Nothing seems broken. But I definitely followed through with the delete and I didn't see anything go away. Alright, well, we'll just hope everything's alright, and if it's not, then that'll be deeply upsetting. Okay, so that's fine. So, point being here, I just plug that in. I don't expect to set up multiple of these going, at least not anytime soon, because that thing is going to eat all my power for breakfast and then giggle at me while it does it. Cool, so we are getting the pressure conversion cubes here. So now the thing I've got to figure out, which is copper. So we did see that there was copper over here to the east. Please be closer. I want to hear that ping. Not really that close. So that's a little bit of a bummer, because that's definitely farther than I want to run a conveyor belt for the aesthetic we've been going for, but it's also pretty short of a train ride, but it's just going to be a short train ride, and that's just the way it's going to be. Have I already checked that? That is a hard drive I've not claimed already. Cool. Give me all your goodies. So looking like mostly mid-tier stuff. Ooh, you need copper sheets. We can do that. Just go here and say, boom, copper sheets. And then what I've been doing, and the reason I was able to go, oh, I haven't grabbed that one yet, is I have been taking the time every time I grab a hard drive, just drop a marker where I grab it at. Because the last playthrough, I kept going back to the same ones, thing is like, oh, hey, I haven't been to this one yet. And then I was wrong. Are you up? Alright. Then go right over here. So there's a copper node. Okay. So nice and easy to fight. Now we've got this thing where it could just rain death down from the sky. Alright, so what we're going to go ahead and do is get all of this set up for making our copper powder. Trying to see where I've got the closest power to here. How close is that radio tower? It's not. That's where it is. More than likely, it's going to be a straight shot south. It'll be going to be close power. We do have a power tower right over there I can probably piggyback off of. It should be an easy train ride to set up, luckily. Because you can actually watch and pay attention. Hey, Rual. Good to see you, Infinity Simplex. I know you're here at the beginning of stream as well, but it's good to see you now you can actually hang out and, you know, chit-chat. Alright. Clear out the immediate vicinity of stuff. Alright. So, from here what we're going to need to do is we're going to dedicate this entire node to literally nothing. But, oh, I forgot we had the Mark IIIs. I can literally upgrade a huge amount of my infrastructure now. I forgot that was a thing. So this should be interesting. So, that's going to give us 600 per minute of copper. Now, I believe I need the copper ingots to make the powder. And I think it's like 30 in, 30 out or some nonsense like that. Where are you at? Okay. Which does mean I want to get as much smelting in here as I can accommodate. So let's get that started. Because then we're going to smelt it all, we're going to turn it all into copper powder, and then we're going to load it up on a train, and we're going to feed it into a particle accelerator, and there will be much rejoicing. Alright, maybe the rejoicing thing won't happen, but all the other stuff will probably happen. I don't want plants sticking up through the floor. Alright, so. Alright, I think we put the smelters facing that way. Alright, so we can start with our smelters here. We come pretty far over to this edge. So for the copper ingot, it's 30 in, 30 out, which means I can handle 20 smelters. Why would you do this? There we go. So there's 5. Six, 7, 8, 9. So yeah, or 10 overclock smelters. Yeah, but sluggos. I need to save 100 shards for, you know. So I was gonna say I need to save 100 shards for going and getting our, not our rocket fuel, but our ionized rocket fuel, so we could truly make terrible life decisions. I have actually used the slugs in a lot of things, but usually I do that when I'm starting to run into limitations on space. Because if I remember correctly, when you use the slugs to do the multiplier, like as far as power consumption goes, I could be wrong, but I'm under the impression that if I take a smelter, for example, and I put enough slugs to double its output, then what ends up happening is it takes more than double the power. I could be wrong about that. But meanwhile, I've got this whole beautiful map that just remains unsullied. I mean, what's the point if you're not going to sully it? Alright. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Yeah, so 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I went too far, chat. Yeah, it's non-linear. Right, so it's one of those things, if you're in a situation where you just don't have space to work, like your factory has done the thing where it kind of grows into itself, and you're like, oh crap, how do I make this work? To me, that's when I usually will, I will usually go and start using the slugs, because fixing the problem is a major task at that point, versus when it's something like this where it's like, I've got space is something I am not lacking right here. What I'm lacking is convenience of nodes. And then honestly, like, the materials we're using to build these are just something that is entirely irrelevant to me nowadays. Besides, it's also really nice to look at a giant area just chugging away. Oh, the drill itself. Just chugging away at it. Too steep. There must have been like a tiny little berm or something those are sitting on. Cool. And so that'll be enough to handle all of that. And now I need to get the power run over here. As multiplicative sloop. Yeah, that's the thing that's terrifying. You get a particle accelerator, you drop 4 summer sloops in there, and then you turn around, you drop 3 of the slugs in there, and you look at it later, it goes, oh, that's just casually ramping up to 20,000 megawatts. You're like, okay, maybe let's not do that. I think with just the summer sloops, it actually gets up to something like 8, 9, 10,000 or whatever. But if you remember correctly, the wiki said, in theory, the most efficient, most sync points, you'd overclock all extraction, but underclock everything else to 1% and have a few million buildings. I could see that, and I wouldn't do it. But yeah, that's actually one thing I'm pretty terrible about, is I usually don't bother ever underclocking anything. And there's certainly reasons to do that, especially the very power-hungry buildings. Because sure, they're produced less, but then they go slower. But when you consider how costly in materials some of those things are, having it take a little longer isn't that big a deal. But for me, I haven't run to much situations where I've been like, oh man, power is really rough. Like, I've had temporary issues with that. Like, especially like early mid-game. Like, before you start, there's like where you switch from, you know, your biomass burners over to your sorry, you switch from like biomass burners over to like the next thing, coal. Oh, upgrade that, please. All right. But yeah, there's like those tier up points. And it's around the time you get set up with oil that you can kind of really just go for it. Because as long as you're willing to run the power cables, there is a lot of power you can generate with just a couple of oil plants if you start scaling stuff up. I also tend to use the slugs in power plants a lot. Is it just you as the last one? Cool. Alright, next step is I need to go to all of these and set them to copper. Oh yeah, I reset you. Yeah, so we're gonna have an entire area dedicated to just producing copper powder as hard as we can, which is something we didn't have in the last playthrough and ended up biting us in the butt a lot because we kept running out. Okay, so constructor, you take how much copper to make how much copper powder. So you consume 300 copper powder or copper ingots per minute. Okay, so all of those smelters, all of this giant, ridiculous, incredibly long chain of smelters that we have here, is going to be feeding 2 constructors. Alright, let's look at constructor. Let's actually change that a little bit. I'll leave the platform that I built because I don't care. Let's extend it this way. Because I kind of do want to have a buffer chest in this one. We are talking a pretty outrageous amount of material we're going to be consuming. So I feel like taking the time to have a buffer chest here would probably be a good idea. That way, anytime there's a even momentary pause, we can top it off as much as possible. Okay, almost got this all hooked up. I was waiting to have accidentally put down splitters the whole way. Because those are the exact kind of mistakes I make, and then I have to spend like another 10 minutes fixing it. Alright. So we've got that all set up. And then we can go over here. Oh, you know what I think I did the other playthrough? I think we had switched over to the Caterium ingots. Or where you mix copper and Caterium. I feel like that's what we ultimately did here. That said, I don't think that'll be necessary. If it becomes necessary, that's fine. But right now, with the ridiculous numbers we're talking here, should be fine. Plus, I think we're making enough of this. I believe I'd actually be able to, off of this, I believe I'd be able to run, 2 particle accelerators making those things. And I'm probably not going to do that. At least not in the short term. So there's copper powder. And copper powder. Cool, you are running. And we'll go ahead and extend the platform this way. And again, we're talking a very high volume thing. So where earlier I kept being like, yeah, this one doesn't need a big box, it's low volume. This one doesn't need a big box, it's low volume. We're on the opposite end of that, where all of this needs to be ridiculously large boxes because we are going to be putting out literally thousands of these things, as opposed to like the heat sinks where we just really don't move very much. Cool, so I've got that set up. So the next big thing is the train. And honestly, I've got enough space right here. I'm just going to drop the train right in this spot. Because it is going to be a relatively small train. It's going to be 2 engines and a freight. So let's get this sorted out. So transportation, train station. Just need to get it on this pad where it actually fits. You can put a freight platform facing that way. And then I usually always start with an empty platform for the other engine, even though you don't need it, just because I almost always end up needing to expand later, and I'd rather just have that available. Cool, so we have that feeding in. I just need to power that up so it actually will be willing to grab what we drop in it. Good enough. Okay, so that should do for this train station. Now what's probably going to happen with this one is I'm probably going to go wide to the right and out and around, just because following this terrain and trying to maneuver through everything is not going to go well. So we're just not even going to put like any grace in any of that. Hey Anthro, how's it going? Thanks so much for that raid. How was your stream? What were you playing? And I hope it went well and all that good stuff, but welcome in, raiders. So we're just going to go down here. Like I said, we're going to aim to go down along this side, going all the way down, and get that sorted. But welcome in, raiders. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. So again, like, what were you streaming, all that? I also understand if you got a raid and run and all that stuff, it does happen, but you're obviously welcome to just hang out and all here. But for those popping in, I was playing some RimWorld, and no deaths if you don't count babies. That's RimWorld for you. That's a good day. Yeah, that's good. Satisfactory going? Pretty good. We just unlocked our particle acceleration, and we are doing that whole thing. But I gotta get my copper powder down here to where my particle accelerator is. I'm also wondering if I can actually drop the elevation fast enough, or if I'm gonna have to like do a weird like zigzag at the end here just to get it down here. It may even be that we just line this one up to be a train station right next to the other one and just put a long conveyor over to it. I'm not against that. We'll see. Man, it's been going good. But yeah, no, RimWorld's a blast. Play plenty of that on the channel. But welcome in, raiders. I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known from exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record. That said, my record has been beaten. But I am a variety streamer. I do play a whole lot of games, including I think it's my second most played game on the channel is RimWorld. But yeah, definitely up there. But yeah, so if you're looking for RimWorld, you can go find that over there with Anthro. So, you know, you can do that. That's how that's how this whole streaming thing works. Like, you go over there and you follow, and then from then on you can watch that. It's pretty wild. It's pretty snazzy tech, actually. In the meantime, we are just getting our copper powder over here so we can start making nuclear pasta or whatever it's called. But I'm just clearing some path for our railroad track. Why are those not lined up? They should both be on the world grid. They're both supposed to be on the world grid. It's supposed to be lined up. It's fine. It only hurts me on the inside. Okay. Let's see, you need to give this another try. You haven't played since Early Access Epic days? Oh man, the game has changed so much since then. All in a good way. Like, they've definitely done a ridiculous amount to improve the game. And there's just so much more to it than there was before. Lots and lots of quality of life changes, which I understand for those who have played RimWorld. Quality of life changes, you may not have heard of those before, because just China doesn't believe in them. I'm being unfair. 1.6 actually gave us some, was it 1.5? Anomaly gave us some actual good stuff. But also, it was overdue. It was overdue, and even then, I still have lots I can grumble about. Alright. Senjin Cookie had their 275 stream streak. That's a ridiculously long stream streak, Cookie. And thanks so much for continuing to tune in all the time and all that good stuff. I really do appreciate it. And I can make that all sophisticated, or I can just ram that in that... You know what? This is going to need a buffer chest. As high yield as this is going to be one of the first times between me and the, between this stop and the actual place I'm going to be dropping this off, I am going to want a buffer chest. Just because while the train is dropping off, it stops the belt from feeding out. So I am going to need that to keep things going. Meanwhile, while I'm standing here, you can put the regular box here. And dimensional storage over here. And you're all hooked up? Cool. Alright, so with that, I believe all of this will be set up once I get the track itself down. But yeah, but again, if you're looking for RimWorld, check out Anthro. There's always room in the world for more RimWorld. There probably shouldn't be, because I don't know what that says about us. But you know, it is what it is. RimWorld's a great game. I'm not bad-mouthing RimWorld. But RimWorld is also those games you're like, I'm doing what now? Let's not look into that farther and think through exactly what's happening. I tend to be a RimWorld player nowadays that, you know, RimWorld has a reputation about people doing all sorts of evil and awful and terrible and morally repugnant kind of things. And I definitely, over the years, like, I definitely did a lot of that way back. But over the years, I found playing as someone who is perhaps reasonable is actually kind of playing RimWorld hard mode. Can we have hearts? Can we have hearts? Oh, you mean like RimWorld memes of, you know, getting some? Florida's currently getting RimWorld weather events? Nah, RimWorld doesn't have hurricanes. RimWorld just goes, oh, we've got a little flash storm. RimWorld doesn't know. Let's see, what kind of monster would play a game like that? Goes back to playing Frostpunk and Crusader Kings. Oh yeah, like, no judgment. Like I said, RimWorld's the second most played game on the channel. I believe that's true. It's either second or third. But, you know, you get the idea. It's up there. But it is one of those things that, like, over the years, I found more and more I play RimWorld as trying to be, like, if you took normal, reasonable people and then plunked them down on RimWorld and said, survive. You know, and even in survival situations, people have their limits of what they're willing to do. Like, not everyone is immediately gonna go full-on cannibalism kind of nonsense. That's fun for memes and silliness, and perfectly fine for gameplay, but also not really indicative the way the vast majority of people are. Alright, so let's see how well this works. And while that's going, I'm gonna go get myself something more to drink. RimWorld does monsoons? If you mod, that's not vanilla. But yeah, no, yeah, where we're at, I'm in Central Florida. So we're getting our second hurricane in 2 weeks. And this one is solid crosshairs straight on hit. The good news though is I'm very far inland. So I'm not in where it's going to be getting the worst of it. For those on like the West Coast, if you are in the West Coast, Florida, why haven't you left yet? Because, like, if you're in Central Floor, I should say. Why haven't you left yet? Because you should leave. And this comes from someone who is the kind of person who rides out most hurricanes. But a direct dead-on Category 5 hit, you don't stay for. That's just being stubborn to your own detriment. Alright. So the train is all hooked up, and once it finishes its flip over, we should see all the copper powder pop in, and then we should listen to our power grid scream as that kicks in. Oh, it's not gonna empty. I have it misconfigured. It's an easy fix. Unload. Okay, all fixed. Alright. But what should happen is that should pop in. And so the thing that's going to be rough about this is right now, if we look at our power grid, we're using about 6,500, give or take, and then our power fluctuates a lot because we use a lot of geothermal. But we're making about 10,000. I do actually have a pretty large battery bank as well, just in a pinch. We will likely be experiencing a pinch by that metric. How am I doing on the, Okay, so we're actually doing pretty good. We're already about 1/5 of the way through our thermal propulsion rockets, which I only set up a little bit ago. So there's a good chance those will probably get done tonight. Maybe. Yeah, no, it'll probably get done tonight, because we've only been streaming 3 hours now. And I probably spent an hour and a half of that getting all of that set up. So they've probably only been producing maybe an hour and a half to get 1/5 of them. So you add 5 on there, you get where we're at. And that's assuming I don't do anything to improve efficiency. Your sinuses are out of balance. One of your ears won't do the pop thing. You hate being a literal barometer. Yeah. Alright, so this should work better this time. So now the train should pull in. It should pick up the container, drop it off, and we won't see any copper powder until it gets across. One other thing I can also do here. Oh, that's going to be lovely. Having it go 2 different paths. That'll make chat real happy. It's art. Just live with it. It's new age stuff. You wouldn't get it. I'm just being silly. And there comes the copper powder. And right out the other side. All right. So this burns 100 copper powder per minute. So realistically, I could very easily add a second particle accelerator on here without any other infrastructure changes, and it should just work. It's also terrifying considering that alone is going to be taking 1.5 thousand megawatts of power. Yes. Alright, well, let's do the math here. So you are going to be producing 1 per 2 minutes. Ow. Ow. So that would imply, since I've got this on, if I did literally nothing to it, it'd take just shy of 2 hours for that to go. Now, if you wanted to make terrible choices, I could go in here and say, what if you went twice as fast? So now bumping it up to 1 per minute, which will now jump the power consumption, I believe, up to somewhere in the area of 4,000 megawatts. Which is literally half of my power infrastructure, so let's not do that. Alright, so, it's working now, and that's fine, because even if it goes that slow, I can live with that for right now, and the reason why that's not an urgent crisis that needs to be dealt with, is what I need to get going is nuclear power. Because if I'm going to be able to facilitate throwing sluggos and all that into particle accelerators, I'm going to need to massively ramp up my power production. Oh, you know what was the, Can I make my rocket fuel yet? I think we can make a rocket fuel now. Rocket fuel? Yes. So the rocket fuel, which requires nitric acid, and nitric acid is water, nitrogen gas, and just iron plates. Okay, so I believe way to the south I've got nitrogen gas already connected to where we're at with the oil, and then came to the realization that I didn't need nitrogen gas, I needed nitric acid, which was a very disappointing moment, believe you me. It was one of those moments you put the time in to set up the work, and we're like, yes! And then you went to hook things up and went, oh. Okay, I'm just wrong and I can't even do this right now. So what we're going to do is we're going to go down to where oil production is, and what I need to do is figure out where I can make things happen for the nitric acid. Because the good news is getting iron plates is really not that hard. I also suspect it's not going to be particularly greedy on the iron plates. I didn't really look at the recipe, but it will be fine. What I can probably do is if I ride a train down there, which I've got a ton of trains, I keep seeing those rotors not moving very fast, and I know if I don't deal with that, it's going to be a problem. But I'm really hoping if I just ignore it, it'll go away. That's a strategy that's worked for me in the past. So I'm hoping it's one of those cases. I know it really is not. But, you know, don't take this from me. The other one I need to do is I need to get her SAM automated, which is going to become, like, it's right now it's fine. When I hit tier 5, phase 5, that no longer becomes an optional thing. Realistically, that's going to happen to the north, and the reason that's going to be a problem is I need the steel pipes. And, oh, actually, you know what? I haven't looked to see if there's iron anywhere near where my coal power used to be. Because there's even a single iron node in that area. I already have coal up there. I would be able to make the SAM right there. I would just have to make like a little bit of local, not concrete, a little bit of local, words are hard, chat. Little bit of local production for steel. Because then I'd only need the steel pipes. I wouldn't need to do anything fancy. And that would also not be a high volume situation. Drop all our stuff in here to be processed away. Alright. So, over here I've got a bunch of trains that go to the oil. Yeah, this train, I'm pretty sure you're an oil train? Yeah, you're like my first oil train. So where's the train at right now that runs through here? I think that's it right there. Yeah, as far as power goes, I could genuinely... I have three untapped oil nodes there. So that'd be one thing I could certainly do, is we could just tap more oil nodes for a temporary power boost. But I do think we need to get the nuclear online, because I also want to get ionized rocket fuel, just because I want to see what ionized rocket fuel is going to be like. It sounds chaotic and terrible and wonderful and deadly and fantastic and something to be concerned of. And certainly I haven't put enough nuclear radiation into this world to not have it be catastrophic or anything yet. So I definitely want to deal with that. I miss having a box in my world that I can't get close to without rapidly dying. It's an experience from my first run that I long to re-experience. You know, I feel like it's a missed opportunity. They really should have made for your rifle that you could have done like plutonium slugs or something like that. Some ridiculously dangerous to produce ammunition, but make it so it's really powerful for fighting the enemies. Because I mentioned I found the rifle a little bit underwhelming myself, even though it is objectively good. But the idea of making incredibly dangerous, highly radioactive rounds that basically one-tap the enemies would be fun. but at the same time, setting up the production of them, you're dealing with extremely awful amounts of radiation. I also need to remind myself, we haven't set up our filters and all that. Depleted uranium as a byproduct of reprocessing would have been cool. Well, so you actually get non-fissible uranium, which is basically depleted uranium. So that actually is a thing. But being able to do that, like, I think the only thing you use that for in the game, and I could be wrong about this, is for making plutonium, which doesn't exactly make that much sense, but, you know, it's fine. But, being able to use, like, that non-fissible uranium and make that into a munition would be interesting. But yeah, so we're going over what was the original factory. We still use it all that. Like, it's still producing our rotor, or not rotors, it's no, actually, this is producing our rotors. Yeah, so it's still producing our rotors, it's still producing our smart plates. Still making our reinforced plates, that kind of stuff. And all these trains start as, like, 1 or 2 freight cars. And as situations got worse, and it's just like, oh crap, I need to figure out how to get this from over here to over there. I think the worst one we have for just being egregious is I have a train that carries the aluminum casings, and it drops them off, and I literally have a conveyor belt that just goes out the exit from one train over to the next train and then in the other train because I need it in 2 places, and there just wasn't a good way to route it over. What are you producing that you are not supposed to be low on rubber? This is not a thing that's supposed to be occurring. I should be seeing a full... I don't like that these belts aren't full. These belts are supposed to be full and backed up. And they're the opposite of those things. Okay. What can I do to make this less awful? First, I don't believe we ever get a pump jack 2 or anything like that. Yeah, no, we get what we get. So we are doing the recipe where it's plastic and heavy oil residue, and we are converting that. We are consuming 30 oil per minute. I'm pretty sure we mathed out that this, I can't put sluggos in this because this is fully consuming an entire oil node. And judging by the fact that every single one of them has their smokestacks going, we are running on full capacity here. And this is it right here. Yeah, you can see it's barely able to keep the oil in there. It is just going absolute full tilt, and there's just no give to it. And this actually is pretty close to full, but there's that. And meanwhile, when it comes to the oil residue, that's not backing up at all. All right, so the answer is I need a lot more plastic, and rubber. And that's going to be a very immediate problem as a whole bunch of production lines shut down. So the thing I want to check is I have a couple recipes for these. Yeah, so we have plastic production. So we've got this one here. That's a polymer resin. That's a crappy recipe if I'm looking for sheer volume. Because that's like using the byproduct to improve it. The interesting one is where it can convert rubber into plastic at a high frequency. I don't think that makes sense, though. Well, no, okay. That's an interesting one. Because the reason that's interesting is it does mean I have to add the processes of making the petroleum from the heavy residue and the rubber, but I am getting a 2-for-1 from the rubber to the plastic. I feel like that's just overcomplicating it to a point of not particularly useful. But let's also check with the rubber, because this could be one of those ones that we actually get a recipe that's very efficient for rubber, and then feed that recipe into the art. No, we don't. If it is, there's one down here. Okay, the answer is I just need to set up more. And the good news is I actually have a bunch of untapped crude oil here. So if we look at our crude oil nodes, we have normal, Got a pure node there. And I guess I must already have a pump jack in this one that I'm just not using. That's probably when I first set up. I probably just chucked some pump jacks down and then started wiring everything up and realized I didn't need it right away. Oh, you're the big node. Okay, let's talk. You're lots of oil is what you are. Because nothing says we're gonna make this planet a nice place like fracking. Want to use that hard drive for the recipe? Well, I'm gonna use the hard drive for unlocking the ionized fuel. Because a hard drive gives RNG versus going to the MAM and just dropping it in there and guaranteeing myself something I want. You get the idea. So let's see, if I put this here, and I were to max sluggo it, how much oil can I make you spit out? I'm sure it'll be deeply upsetting in the greatest possible way. Also, we've got more oil over there. Yeah, so we could just run this over. This is not one where I need the big tower. Because literally, I can just pop you right about halfway. Alright. So, how much oil are you going to spit out? I have a feeling it is going to take me multiple pipes just to transport it. So you're going to put out 900 meters cubed of oil. That's going to be a whole mess. Alright, so that means I'm looking at a pipe and a half just to transport that oil. Meanwhile, if we go up here and we drop a pump jack on this, we'll see how it compares. Alright. I mean, ideally we'd take all the oil, but you know, we can only do one thing at a time. So if I were to drop the oil extractor on the pure node, I think you'll be 600. I would like you to update your numbers for me, please. Alright, let's go checking that. Be glad the oil in the game doesn't light up. It's fine. Yeah, so honestly, for right now, as much fun as it's going to be to set that up eventually, for right now, let's just do the pump jack. It gets us 2/3 of it. I don't have to go through messing around with getting all the wiring where I need and all that. And then more than likely, what I'm probably going to do in the long term with that really big oil node is that's probably all going to go into being a dedicated, this is fuel, make as much of an overbearing system as I possibly can kind of situation. Where right now I'm just looking for as much plastic production as we can make happen. So we've got the oil extractor. We will drop you in here, max it out, get the power line run. Well, actually, we'll put a power line right next to you because we're going to need lots of power over here. It just sucks because, once again, I want to be working... Oh, you're not where you need to be. I want to be working on getting the nuclear set up, and we found another problem along the way, which is becoming more and more and more of a trend as we go along. Alright, so I do want to vaguely work this in the general direction of the rest of it, because I'd rather not have to run another train. So if I move this over here, I could probably just plug in my existing infrastructure in and then just have it immediately feed over the belts with the plastic and the rubber and all that. Okay. You don't have another oil thing right here that I gotta worry about getting in the way of, right? Okay, you're far enough away, that's fine, and you're way over there. Oh, that's why it has the ring around it. The ring is what's saying, hey, you gotta frack this. Like, there's the oil here, but it ain't coming for free. So what I'm thinking about doing here is I will put the rubber on one side of the railroad track and the plastic on the other. Just that way, you know, it has a nice aesthetic where you can, you know, roll into town, and instead of seeing this gross tropical paradise, instead, as you roll into town, you get to see wonderful smokestacks, just billowing out all sorts of smog. The true fix-it way. I actually do like the train, you know, going through, like, the middle of the factory. It's way harder to make it nice because things getting in each other way. Alright, so that'll be fine for over here. And then I'm going to start building that. Yeah, start building that way. So we'll start with the plastic refinement, because then I can also run the plastic and the rubber production underneath the railroad track. And I don't even know where we're going to put the petroleum stuff. I'm going to worry about that later. Because that's just going to be whatever byproduct we have. Just shove it into some generators and make it go away. And pretend it never existed. Alright, so let's start this. So we have refinery. We'll want to turn it this way. I'm gonna start it right over here. Oh, I can get closer than that. Because you're gonna spit out the blue stuff, and you're gonna spit out... No, sorry, you're gonna spit out plastic, and you're gonna spit out the heavy residue, heavy oil residue. Yeah, we'll give that so I got enough room for a conveyor belt to lift up. And you're going to be plastic production. That's not what I'm doing. Plastic production. And we can go here to logistics, grab you, turn you this way, grab you. Just slam this way over here without any consideration to rhyme or reason or length of the pipe or anything like that. Alright, and with that, you will need power. We can go ahead and we'll put the power... Let's put the power along the outside just to give me room to work. So we've got that connected there for now. And then I will need you here. And you there. That's the first place making plastic. So then we got our outputs of heavy residue and plastic. So the plan here is to run the heavy residue down the middle. And then we'll have, like, wherever it goes on the other side, we'll deal with it over there. But for the moment, it's just going to be shoved down the middle until we figure out how many of these we can build before we kind of max out what we can get away with. Alright, so we are producing 600 oil cubed per minute, and that's consuming 30 for plastic. And then if we go over here, I just need to scooch us a little bit farther over this way, and the reason I need to do that is that isn't a straight shot on that railroad track. it does go slightly over. Yeah, so that should be fine as we expand. And you're going to make the rubber. So you're 30 oil in and 30 oil in, is that correct? So I can put 10 on a side. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, one moment. So needless to say, we are just saying, yeah, so that oil thing, I just want more. This is also going to get dangerous on our power grid because we're going to be consuming a lot. Now, granted, I am going to connect a couple of generators on the other side of this and potentially literally plug them in right there, but it doesn't help yet. 7, 8, 9, 10. Are you all backwards? Is every single one of those I just put down backwards? One moment, please. Alright, let's try that again. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Cool. So that's that side for all of the plastic. Meanwhile, this will be the rubber side. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Do you have a gap in between you? Yeah, your gap is too large. So it is saying it's clipping. I think we'll actually get fine where it's it is clipping into the box, but the physical models aren't clipping. Alright, was that 8 or 9? Because it picked it up. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so we're at 9. And then come on, don't actually clip. 10. Why? Why? I know I shouldn't actually care, but I do. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab all of these, except the last one, I'm going to shift it one tile to the right. Come on. Are you lined up? Cool. Okay. I have not been keeping count. The platform should end around the same time. Worst case, I just look, and if it's lined up with the other side, we know we're good. What are you trying to be up there? Excellent. Now we're good. Cool. So needless to say, you see how much we're expanding this operation. Alright. So, the next move is to get everything plugged in here. Okay. We go the whole way? No. Almost. That's fine. It always feels like it's so much longer between these, because there's a gap in between because they have like a little frame that goes around them. Okay, so we've got this part done. Now once we get all of this hooked up, the plastic and the rubber production should absolutely skyrocket, and I shouldn't have to worry about it again for a while. Alright. Oh, you have the wrong one. And one more. Now I need a new one. But yeah, so I could have built half as many and then just slapped a bunch of slugs in them, and technically even less than that. Because you can get to, I believe it's 2.5 times the production. And I'm going to go ahead and sneak this over here. So that way I can run this one right on over here. Oh, you're going to be... That's fine. That still gives me an antenna or a power cable I can work with later. Okay. So meanwhile, I need to do the same on this side. Get this pipe all hooked up. Get everything sorted out there. And then once we got this, because what I want to actually happen is I do want, when I'm like getting rubber and plastic, I want it to literally just back up where the machines keep turning off because there's just no room. Because that means I don't have to worry about running out of that. That's just, it's a solved problem until I increase my demand to a point that it overwhelms my production, which is where we're at now. So, one of those rules you have in a lot of these games, if it's worth doing, it's worth overdoing. You think you need 1,000 iron ingots a minute? Go ahead and make it 5,000. Because the worst that's going to happen is those buildings sit idle when they fill up the inventory. And that's true of this, that's true of Factoria, that's true of Dyson Sphere. It just means the building will start idling, and sure, it's not the most efficient, and you're wasting a bunch of materials building it all, but also, the consequence kind of doesn't really matter. Alright, so, in the past I've lined these up carefully, and I haven't done that this time, and that's fine. So we're going to go ahead and run this down this way. And so we're going to have this really kind of cursed zigzaggy pattern for how this all lines up. Because if I lock it, I've got two different positions. I can lock it there or there. And I'm not going to try and split the difference. So that does mean I'm going to try and lock it with that side. Shoot, I'm trying to stand on here. Come on. Because if I do it that way, I can just have one set of pipes will just all kind of like slightly zigzag to make it happen. But at least it'll be consistent. Versus if I try and put a joint at every single spot, one, it'll be ridiculous to deal with. But also two, it's just not worth doing. I'm sure I'll be off by one of these, and I'll have to go back and fix it, but that's fine. Alright, there's you, and then this should be the last one. And then after this, we'll have, like, the reservoir for the heavy oil residue and yada yada yada. But for right now, I just want to get this all connected. So you go that way. You go straight in. Straight in. Zigzag. Straight in. Zigzag. Alright. Then after this, I need to get the conveyor belts for getting the rubber and the plastic out of here and into the rest of the factory. And then after that, I just basically need to take all the oil residue and just find something to delete it with. Most likely, candidate's going to be just taking it, making it into petroleum, and just chucking it into a power plant. Not even because they want the power, just to make it not exist anymore. Alright, so you still need power hooked up to this side. We can get that sorted out pretty easily. There should be an extra connection, not on this one, I don't believe. Yeah. Right there. So I can just pop you right over here. And run you right down this way. Of course, it'll be slightly too tall. Well, I'm gonna do that. Just gotta, like, pop down for just a second and pop back up. Oh, you're not connected. Okay, so one... So I want to connect about 5, which will leave me one extra connection to run over here. Start the next set. Alright. So with that, all of those are now configured. Let's go through. This side is rubber. That's still not the recipe, no matter how many times I choose it. This side is rubber. Just need to run up here and get all of these ones hooked up for the rubber side. Kind of worried about the output here. We might be pushed. Well, no, we'll probably are. I was gonna say I might be a little concerned that our output might overwhelm the pipe. I was like, no, we're okay. The input is exactly what the pipe can handle. All right, now this side I need the plastic set. All right. So what can I do with the U? So I can make it using plastic and rubber. That's fine. Let's take a quick look here. So heavy oil residue. So I can use that for making petroleum coke, which we haven't done yet, and that's a coal replacement. I can use it to make just petroleum fuel. We use that to make the smokeless powder. Oh yeah, we got our diluted fuel recipe. I forgot about that. Which just basically makes a lot more fuel at a cheaper rate by just mixing water into it. I completely forgot that was a thing. We got that recipe pretty late, and then, like I said, I probably forgot about it. So let's find that again. Yeah, so with this down here, that's using the blender. So it produces 100 fuel per minute at a consumption rate of 5 to 10. And that goes 6 to 4, but only produces 40. So it's kind of a fun one to have. I'm a little worried about how that's going to turn out in the long run, but I'm also entirely here to figure that out. So let's make terrible choices, because those are the only choices worth making. And let's go ahead and get that set up. So you can go right over here. Gonna make that ramp down. That way we're closer to water level for when I go to do this. Because I think at that elevation I shouldn't have to worry about head lift at all. Okay. We'll see. If I do have to put a pump on it, it's fine. I also have no context of how much water this is going to consume. I probably should have looked. I don't think it'll be a ridiculous amount. But I also, you know, like I said, didn't exactly watch carefully. Yeah, we'll do one more. Okay, so production. We have the blender. We'll go just a little bit farther forward. Let's actually bring it right up to the edge here. Okay, so the good news is this is already elevated above that, so I won't need a head lift. It'll just drop down. Oh, there it is. There it is, diluted fuel. I was like, where's my recipe? That's the whole point. Okay, so we're getting 50 per minute out of those. And you kick out 10. So it'll be... Yeah, so it'll be 10 and 20, so that's 30 per row. 10 rows, so we'll have 300 meters cubed to deal with. So with that math, I would need 6 of these to consume all of that residue that we are making. I am out of motors. I am unprepared for that. That is not in the notes, that I'm supposed to run out of motors. That is actually a major concern because motors are used for half my factory. So it telling me I've got no more motors left is an immediate problem. Let's see here. How do I want to go about this? So I've got the one pipe here for all of this. We'll go organization. Here's what we'll do. We'll get rid of those two. I'm going to let the motors catch up for a moment, and I'm just kind of hoping it's because I've been building a lot really fast, I've just gotten ahead of it. But my suspicion is, where I kept saying, hey, it seems like these rotors are a problem, but I'm choosing to ignore it and hope it goes away. I'm going under the sneaking suspicion I have that the problem that I didn't resolve, that I've been ignoring, it didn't go away. I am under the distinct impression it has escalated. Which is the more likely outcome for most problems. Alright, so with this, we'll go here to logistics. We'll do the stackable ones. Right there, and over here. Basically, I want to see if I can't wrap this up before I go to fix it. If I have to go fix it, I have to go fix it. But my hope is to be able to knock that out there. Because if I can fix it over here before I go over there and just like get by, that'll save me a lot of pain. What? Oh, you're complaining because of railroad track, aren't you? That's fine. And then we will want... all this. And how much water are you consuming? It's not much, right? Oh, no, actually, I take that back. It's a hell of a lot of water is what it's consuming. I was all like, I don't think it'll be that much water. How about all slugs, fully up, whole thing, crank it up to its max, and that's what's going to take to run, like, 3 of those. So, you know, that is a pretty significant amount going in there. Meanwhile, we can just plug you in, and plug you in. And with this, we can go to logistics, pipe connection here. Alright, go to this one. Cool. Don't tell me it's actually requiring more. That's looking like headlift problem right there. Oh, you know what? It might just be ramping up. Let's assume it's fine. We're just gonna keep doing that today. We'll just assume everything is always fine and no problems will ever come after us. So we'll have another industrial one of these. And then we can go over here to... That's how you build your factories too. Everything is fine. Yeah. Until someone points out that it's not fine, it's fine. And when someone does point out it's not fine, they're fired. And it's all fine again. Okay. So, these are all burning petroleum. I want to see you empty. Yeah, you're about to not be empty anymore, friend. Of course, you're ever so slightly too far that way. We're just... I think that'll be fine. Cool. So, what happens here then is I needed what, 3 of these? No, I needed way more than 3 of these. I needed 6 of these, I think. Yeah, so I needed 6 of those to offset the amount of residue I'm making. I'll deal with that in a minute. The next move I need to do is get all the belts hooked up for the plastic and all that, and get that over here where I need it. I just need to figure out where I've got like the nearest place I could slap some plastic and rubber. It's right there. It's right in front of us. It's perfect. Okay, so that should be easy enough. We can just get these belted over. This one should be straightforward enough. This is what, the rubber? Yeah, okay, so we've got the rubber. So I'm just gonna go ahead and right along here. We'll center it right there. Oh, don't put it like right in front of the door. Okay. So basically, I'm just going to hook up the rubber output, get it connected to the existing belt, completely overwhelm it. It'll be perfect. It's one of those things that's going to take me a little bit to set up. And then I'll probably be, like, I'll probably finish the game before I have to touch anything plastic or rubber ever again. Because this is a massive upscale of our production. No. Oh, I've got a power cable here. I was like, what am I getting stuck on? And we can go here, and just to make them look nicer, connect the 2. Oh, you're only a 1. There we go. And with that, we could just run it right up along here. And just merge it on in right there. And that'll be the rubber all sorted out. Okay, and plastic's just a hair up that way. which honestly can work out because we already, for some reason, have a second stilt there. So what I could do here is disconnect that for a moment. Plug you in here. Where did you go? So you're over there. Let me go up here. Grab you. Mash you in there. So that's back to already being where it was before. And we can just run the plastic right along here as well. That's gonna be a little tricky. Hang on. Alright, we can make this work. Yeah, so you're not gonna ride on top of this. And the reason it's tricky is that port is already past where that was. But yeah, then we can just plunk right on over here. And that should let me just weave over to this spot, which will connect to that spot, and then we're just golden. Okay, so now I just need to go down this way and get all of this connected, which is going to be more troublesome than the other one was. I'll probably have to do some finagling with a lot of this because I tried to just quickly do it flying over. Okay, so my hope here is I'll be able to go like this, and that... Why did I think that would work? Good enough for me. Alright, so now I just need to connect the ports to the refineries, and that should be in order. Which is where things are going to get kind of cursed with all these... Oh, you're not even remotely right. Hey, Pankar, how's it going? I was lurking your stream a little bit earlier. You were watching, I think it was cat videos? I think that was today. I'm assuming they were Monroe or something. I'm not sure. All I remember, that was not today? Gotcha. Time has no meaning. It's also been a week. Little thing going on out in the Gulf. But yeah. Today was, Yakuza? Gotcha. Yeah, the cat videos must have been yesterday. Are you two, far enough in? Far enough off? So we're not off the course, but we're very far inland. So we're not West Coast. Thankfully, the people I've known on the West Coast at first were like, no, we're gonna stay. And then like 2 days ago, he's like, I'm getting out of here. And it's like, thank you. Because I was stressing out, because this is not the kind of one you ride, because the one is like 1 mile, like right off the coast. And I was like, please, for the love of everything, I don't need to read about you in the obituaries. Oh, you're not connected yet. Well, come on, man. Yeah, it's back up to Cat 5. Yeah, no, it's supposed to hit as a 5. I think realistically it's hitting as a 5. Where I'm at though, it'll be on the high end of 2 and the low end of 3 when it reaches us. Like exactly where it is, who knows until it gets here, but it'll be in that vague area. And then pretty much every house built in the 1970s on here in Florida are built for Cat 3 or higher. Usually Cat 3. And then on top of that, we got hit pretty bad from Irma. And so we didn't take major damage or anything. We had shingles we had to replace, like we got a roof redone. It was been the original roof on the house from 12, 15 plus years ago. So it was due anyways. And then on top of that, we had one of our windows, the seal was going. So it didn't damage anything, but it's like, okay, this window is not good. So we replaced all our windows and doors with hurricane windows and doors, because a lot of them had not been well taken care of by the previous owners. This is what I like to see, chat. I like to see that belt go, I don't know what to do, I can't take it. That's the appropriate amount of production I want. So you mentioned this at the storm? Gotcha. Cool, cool. I assume you mean on Discord. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah, I don't have a problem about shooting you that. Yep. I got everything lined up where we got my little brother is playing the out of area liaison to keep in touch with other people in this area to check on each other and all that. For those who don't know about that, that's a really good thing to do, by the way. If you are ever in an area that's going to be impacted by a disaster, don't try to directly contact other people in the disaster area, because like if my signal is going up and down because I'm in a disaster area, most likely so is theirs, which would imply both of our signals would need to be up simultaneously for us to get a hold of each other. Instead, what you do is you have someone who is outside the impacted area, and you have them act as like the middleman, as it were. That way, if I get signal very briefly that I can get a message out, then you have that relay person, that only one person has to be dealing with the dodgy signals. It's a thing you don't think of, but it really does help a lot. I'm just going to leave those pipes. I know I'm going to expand this later. So that is, I'm going to have to do more in this spot. Why clean up my mess that I'm just going to remake in a couple minutes. Okay, some more diluted fuel. I could, this would actually be an okay place to just... So this is producing 300 meters cubed of petroleum now, which is probably blowing this thing up. Actually, not really. I can live with that. Cool. Yep, I'll shoot you a message later, just so you know which number's mine and all that. Alright. So, you're consuming at full speed. So you're consuming 50 meters cubed per cycle. We need to... Is this for nuclear power? No, this is... Holy moly, 111. Oh, I've got way more than that. Like, I literally have probably sitting inside the storage at the hub. I probably have somewhere in the area of like, man, what was it? Oh, you need to be a bigger pipe. There's your problem. We're using one of them low capacity pipes here. We need the big chunker pipe now. We've graduated from little capacity pipe. Yeah, no, if you put a sloop in when you're making the slugs into the shards, you get that much more. Okay, so we've got 300 coming out of that. What do we got coming out of this? Probably about 1,600 or 160. So we have 460 petroleum just pumping on out of there, and we're consuming here about 200. So what I'm hearing is more. We are just not burning enough fossil fuels. Don't forget to upgrade your intersections. The intersections themselves, there isn't a second tier. They're just pipe junction. I just gotta upgrade the pipes. Oh, wait a second. Are you the only line of petroleum here? Or is there a second line on the other side? No, that's okay. We're good. We're good on this side. I'll need to upgrade that line. Yeah, that's already upgraded. That's already upgraded. That's already upgraded. Oh, that's upgraded. Okay, cool. Alright. So if they're 50 each and we're making 140, or sorry, they're 50 each being consumed and we're making about 100, was it 160 I did the math for? Yes, about 100 or 460. So that's about 200 there. Am I out of motors? Alright, well, I'm not going to be able to solve that problem regardless because I have nowhere near enough motors. So this is eventually going to fill up with petroleum, and then reactions are going to shut down, and that's a problem. But at some point, my motors stop producing at a meaningful rate, which is, I assume, because my rotor stopped producing at a meaningful rate, which I assume is because I started running low on rods, which I assume is because I didn't make enough constructors. So I gotta go deal with that. But yeah, so I'm not super worried, Peg, but I don't have a problem with reaching out and letting you know. Realistically, just so you have like a time mark on it, realistically it probably won't be until like late Thursday, and the reason for that is there's no point in me shooting a message while I'm in the middle of storm and being like, hey, storm's here. Or like if for some reason anything happens, I'll let you know. I don't anticipate that though. We're on the high ground. Anakin stands no chance. I'm sorry, what? The factory must grow. The factory is growing. How are we doing on our various things? So we're already getting pretty close there. I should probably watch the railroad track I'm running on so I don't take a train to the face. But you know, that sounds like an intelligent thing to do. You just notice you're not a mod on the Discord? I thought I fixed that. It's whatever. I can figure that out later. Foolish Anakin. Yes. Alright, where are we at? So you make smart plates. I really don't care about those. Alright, so here's our problem, is over here is our rotor production. So let's take a look-see at what is going wrong. You are not getting enough rods. I hate to say I called it, but I did in fact call it. And you are getting plenty of ingots. Ooh, can this sneak over top of that, or is that gonna look bad? Yeah, no, like, I need to go and look at what's going on with that. I believe you. Well, I can't really expand that way because I have Latrain. Oh, wait. Oh, good, we've already switched that over to using steel production for the screws. Oh, you still... I forgot that was hooked up to this. I mean, it's just sitting there not hurting anything, so it doesn't matter. So the problem I have here is you know what? I have a solution for this problem. It's called forget the design, forget the old ways, chat. Forget the old ways. I'm dropping lots of references. Oh, we can get that. We can get that a little snugger on there. There we go. All right, that's probably as far as I could push it. That's fine. Yeah, they're old belts. I'll probably need to upgrade them as we get them. The immediate problem isn't the belt capacity. The immediate problem is I need more heckin' rods. Like, their input isn't a problem. I need more heckin' rods. Let's see, is it Control C to get a constructor blueprint up? What? Oh yeah, I forgot there was a Sommer sloop there when we started. This one I'm not gonna bother, making the splitter right there, or the merger right there, and the reason I'm not gonna bother is there's a big rock formation there. I'm not going to be able to shove another thing in that spot. So we can go ahead and do that. I don't think you're actually on that belt. What are you pressing? Oh, to build another? If you middle mouse button on any building, it'll copy whatever you're doing. Yeah, middle mouse button, finding that, you're like, what is this? How have I lived in this game without that? Alright, so let's see here. You're already connected. Did I set all of you? You look like you're all set. Oh, look. I've already upgraded some of these belts. Weirdly, only some of them. I don't know why some are and are not upgraded. I'm having this immediate concern that I'm going to discover that I have insufficient smelting. I'm just going to pretend that's not a problem and that these tier 1 belts will be able to facilitate this. Okay, that's all upgraded and going absolute full speed now. Which should... yeah, so it's definitely stocking up well ahead of the speed we're doing these. Now I need to go to this side because we just massively increased the production rate of the rods. The good news is the outputs seem to be already upgraded. Okay. And I apparently had already switched these screws over to steel, which makes me really happy because that's just way better recipe. But, oh hey, my bad. Alright. So you're producing 15 rods per minute per machine, so 30, 60, 60, 90, 120, 150 rods per minute. And you are consuming 20 rods per minute. Okay, so we should be making a surplus of 90 rods per minute over what we're consuming, which is a pretty significant surplus. So it's going to take a little time for that to catch up. So that's totally fine. Yeah, so as long as we're getting enough over here, that is the one downside with the design I have set up, is it's what people refer to as manifold. So I get 100% of my screws there. When I hit that, I now only get 50. Now I get 25. Now I get 12.5. Now I get 6.25. You get the idea. And so the problem is, the farther and farther you go down the pipe, the more and more it gets knocked down. All right, so that should fix our rotor production problem. And how many rotors am I producing? Because that might also be a problem. So I'm producing 20 rotors per minute. I have a feeling that's not adequate. But I would rather ignore that problem and then just go to where I would find out if it is actually a problem. And just look at it and go, ah, it's a problem, and then come back and fix it, then actually fix it. Let's drop you in here. Oh, hey. Are you the train I want to ride out to the sunset? I don't think it is. I actually don't know which train this is. But we're gonna ride it. I mean, I'm right by the rotors. Hi.
I'm right by the hubby.
We all make mistakes.
No, you're the person in all the world that I want to spend time with the most.
Yeah. You missed me making a wonderful tropical paradise into a far more productive fracking area of oil.
Well, you don't want unproductive land.
I know, exactly. Who wants a beach paradise?
That's why. Hey, Paradise is put in a garden. That's not.
Exactly. Yeah, Tuma's staying safe. Tuma's actually going to be, Tuma's gonna be at work, making sure all the animals stay happy, alive, and not dead. Which means she'll be in a far stronger structure than anyone has any right to worry about. Like, where I'm like, it's safe here is like, man, it's like going into a bank vault over there. It's not going down. I won't say more because don't dox yourself. But they have a whole thing where she works and she deals in animal care that, you know, silly animals still want to continue living and existing despite natural disasters. It's incredibly selfish of them. So, you know, people have to go out and make sure they're fine. For the record, like, during the storm, she won't be, like, out there looking at the animals being like, yep, animal's still in its enclosure or anything like that. When the storm shows up, they'll all shelter and they'll wait till the storm passes, then go check on the animals. Because it's not like you'd be able to do anything in there. We've all seen Jurassic Park. Oh, it's not even the rotors that are the problem, it's the stators. Well, crap. Alright, well, let's look at the stators. Where are my stators being made? There they are, okay. Stators are being made. Okay, and our stators aren't being made because our steel pipe production has fallen behind. Man, I thought that was never gonna happen. Okay. Let's just, it's that phase of the game. Where you keep turning around and you keep being like, I need more, I need more. Alright, so we got the steel pipes over here. There's like clearly one segment. Oh yeah, of course they're falling behind. Would you look at that? I'm still running on just 3 of these. I think last time we were up to like 10 things running of steel pipe by this point. I could math this, but you know, wants to do that. Yeah, so we're just gonna take the steel pipe we were producing before. Oh, we have the alternate steel pipe? Oh yeah, that's iron pipe. Yeah, we're just gonna keep it with the steel. Now the downside is I'm a little worried what this is gonna do is turn around and overwhelm our steel ingot production. And I really don't want that to be the next thing I have to deal with. Because the rest of this, not that hard to fix. Completely overhauling my entire steel production because it's inadequate. That, I don't have much space to work with. That'd be what we refer to as bad. Very, very bad. Shouldn't there be one there? We'll deal with that in a moment. Oh, that might be where it ramps up. Wasn't there a gap in here where we ramp up? No, it's just being weird, not detecting the snap point. That's fine. And I'm going to need to upgrade that belt that the pipes are coming out of, because I don't think that's gonna cut it anymore. Alright. I don't like what I'm seeing, where I'm noticing a very sudden and rather complete reduction in the amount of steel ingots going into my pipe production. It went for about 2 seconds at speed because there was like the 1 or 2... Oh, that's right, because I had accidentally misclicked and upgraded that one section forever ago. T1... hey, let's be fair. I'm pretty sure those were T2 belts. Not that that changes your point. But I'm pretty sure those are T2 belts. Oh, ladder. Back when I needed ladders to get places. Yeah. Well, that's actually Mark III, but this is probably from later on. You thought it said T1? No, you're all good. There might have been T1s mixed in there. Oh, no, when I said T1, that wasn't referring to those belts. It was one of the other ones. But yeah, no, there were some T1 belts in there. It just wasn't that specific thing. Okay. So the question is, now are you getting enough to remain running? I'm hoping the answer is yes. So this says you're running at 56% capacity, but I distinctly see way more steel pipes on you than that. Yeah, so I think it's just playing catch up. But before we get all complacent going, cool, it's all sorted and all fixed, let's go down here. That's what I'm afraid of. Please tell me you're still actually filling up, though. Okay, you're still filling up. You're filling up, but are you? Alright, so I think we're okay. It does appear we might be producing enough steel to handle that. And that coal line isn't full tilt, so it's not... We haven't reached capacity on the coal line. And actually... Yeah, honestly, if I want to do more steel, the bigger problem is we've hit capacity on that belt up there. I think we're okay, though. I think we're all right. So with all that said, we fixed our rotors not producing as much as we'd like. Apparently that wasn't actually the problem, but it was an additional thing that would have immediately become a problem after I fixed this one. But we've got our steel pipe production fixed. So that's now producing 15 steel rotors per minute, which are being consumed 2.5 here, so we've got 12.5 left. 10 per minute, so this just straight up blows it out of the water. I understand. So I'm looking at somewhere in the area of needing about 25. I don't know how much I did on my mathing out with all this. I'm just going to assume I didn't, and I went with the strategy of, well, if I'm low, add more. And I'm going to go with the strategy of, I'm low, add more. Because that has never failed me ever on a daily basis. Meanwhile, just so we don't end up with a weird seam here that then I have to try and get a splitter to play nice on, we'll just smack that in there. Okay. And you need to be stators. Alright, so that's going to take a minute to catch up with those steel pipes. Because I did see that these were slowly increasing. Yeah, so these are slowly filling up in steel pipes. I'm going to jump that ahead a little bit here. You can drag that in so you drop those out. I'm also a little concerned at the speed that the copper wire is getting in here. You got some slow belts that need replacing? Yes, you do. I'm really hoping I don't have, because copper wire getting low, that is actually a painful one because it's such a high volume item, and so like increasing its capacity is really kind of a whole big issue. You can do all sorts of, like, there's a ton of good recipes you can lean on for it, but it is one of those things that you end up just maxing out belts with it. Where you're like, I got 3 belts of copper wire going through, and I need more. Good, that's what you like to see. The copper wire is staggering a little bit. So it is running as fast as it can, which is just... Wait. Why is it? Hang on. That's why. Gotcha. We had one section of pipe, or one section of belt that was slightly too slow. Alright, so those are going to fill up. But yeah, like it said... Well, no, you're still getting low on steel. No! Alright. Let's check what else we can do. No, actually... Oh, you were just stagger stepping because... I see. I thought it was staggering because there was another slow piece of belt. There was a merging on the belts. Okay, so the problem we have here is I am not producing the steel pipe fast enough. Still. That said, we are doing okay on the ingots. Yeah, I get the line moving. It seems like it'll slow off by 1 belt. Yeah. But yeah, this is just what happens in this phase of the game, and this is going to be a consistent problem all the way through the end, is I will add one thing, and then I will have to go back and figure out like the 2 or 3 things that just went out of balance that I gotta sort out. We can make the iron pipes. The other thing I could do is find another place that we can produce steel and just make a heavily dedicated steel place. Oh, I see what I did. 1 second. There. I actually wiped out what I had on my bar. That's not how I want to do that. Cool. That's definitely how you want to do, is zigzag those wires back and forth. It's fine. Alright, now this is the one I'm concerned about how we set this up. Because I don't really have this set up in a good way. So what we could try doing... Nope, that's still down. Said, check the steel ingot line. Thank you. That's not the right one. I need mergers, not splitters. Alright. And that's 3 more. Okay. It shouldn't matter, but we'll upgrade those as well. Yeah, so that's full. I don't know when this got merged to those, but it's not a thing I'm dealing with now. Yeah, those are just going right on through. So it is just this one line that's going up to our rotors and our motors and all that, and our stators and all that stuff that's backed up. We have taken that steel piping production and just blown it up through the roof. The downside of fixing all this, yeah, this should be fine because it's filled up those ones. It's getting over to these ones. The downside of fixing up these stators so much is what this is ultimately going to mean is they're going to be consuming way more materials later on in the process. So what are you making? I don't care about the automated wires that much. The motors. Okay, so the motors are running constantly now. We are getting enough stators to keep them. At least I think we're getting enough stators. It should be picking up. Oh, are we moving stators? This is motors, right? Don't say stators. We're using stators in other locations, so I need even more of them. Alright. It's fine. I don't know what I'm using them for in other locations, but apparently we are. That's definitely more than we can support, by the way. In case you're wondering, that is definitely way more stators than I can support. Or input for the stators. I'm accepting I need more than I can handle right now. We're just gonna say, hey, produce it all, and then just see what breaks down. Judging by how things have been going, it will probably be the steel pipe. And that is the situation I live with. But the reason I'm spending so much time on this versus getting any of the other things I was like, oh, I want to get that done and that done, is because this is such a early thing that is used in so many recipes. If I don't deal with this, it, like, just all my other production lines will grind to a halt, as all of them are fighting over the same base parts. Alright. So, like, for example, these rocket motor things we're making, those use a lot of motors. Like, a lot of motors in their process. So, right now, the stator reduction is going to be slowing down our speed of getting into Phase 5. Which is why I'm putting so much time into fixing it. And I also know we just use more of that crap later in the, later on. Oh, you don't have power? And you didn't have one selected. All green? Okay. How much wire do you consume? 40 per minute? We're starting to hit limitations on the belt. So 40, 80, 160, 320. Alright, so we're actually not hitting limits on the belt. throughput quite yet. It's just, we're producing as fast as we can. So we're using over 320 wire. And so 30, 60, 120, 240, what's it? Yeah, 240, 300. More. Oh, I see. I'll fix that in a moment. Okay. So we're going to up our wire production before that runs out on the stators and they stop again. Oh, wrong one. Okay, so get our wire production up. That's just the phase of the game we're in. We're just gonna keep finding one fire after another after another. And then when we finally get all settled, it'll be cool. It's time to set up the new thing. And then we'll be right back to square one of getting all of our fires and fixing them. Okay, and there's better recipes for wires than what I have. Oh, are you a slow belt here? Alright, so copper ingot production probably needs to be boosted. You can drop down here. Alright. Cool. So that's running at speed. And you are producing 30 per minute. So 150. That's definitely not anywhere near as what we could. And are you... I think you might be literally a Mark... so you're Mark 2. We could definitely up this production. Alright. So before we start running around and doing all that, I just want to check what the consumption is, and let's get there. You do remember upgrading your copper wire last playthrough? It was a lot more than this, but it was cursed. Yeah. So the good news is, it doesn't actually look like you need to upgrade my copper production on the copper itself right now. The other thing that's helping out this run versus the last one is the last one I had all of my copper in one place. So I just had to keep scaling that up more and more and more in that place. Where in this one I do have my copper spread out into a bunch of different locations. So cumulatively I probably have similar if not more copper production on this map. But it's just not all in one place that we're running into it. Yeah, so that's going fine. We don't need to upgrade that in any way. You're going full tilt. You produce 20 per minute. Hey, your local guru, how's it going? Can I get a shout out for your local guru, by the way? What? There we go. We weren't getting enough ore because they upgraded, pulled the slugs out. Doing good? Yeah, fantastic. You know, like, good to see you and all that. Yeah, no, I'm doing good myself. Alright, so the wire is going full speed. We're playing a little bit of catch-up. So we definitely have increased our stator production, but the downside is we are running into issues where it's just you know, one thing after the other is falling behind. The good news is, because we've increased our stator production so much, we should start seeing the down-the-line things improving. Another thing that is worrying me here, though, is how are we doing on our... Okay, so the good news is the cable is staying at capacity. I don't need to adjust the cable right now, because that's another one that gets to be a problem. And you're working your best at making motors happen. And the good news is you are filling up on stators in that first one. The second one's playing catch-up still. Upgrading these belts isn't necessary. There's, like, no throughput on it. Alright, so let's take a peek at this. We almost have another full stack of these. Yeah, so we're just running into difficulties with the motors and all that. Where I need more of everything. So you have stators coming in here. That's going to be one of the quote-unquote endgame products. Or milestone products, or whatever you want to call them. So you have the versatile frames coming out of here. You got the heavy modular frames coming in. And the good news is the stator box is still full. So let's see what this is helping make and try and figure out what the heck is going on. And then the other thing we still need to figure out is I haven't gone and looked at any point as to, like, where we're at with a lot of the other stuff. And meanwhile, I still haven't gone down here. We got one uranium there. We've got one uranium up here. I just don't have iron anywhere near that uranium that is usable. I'm lying. There's some right there, and there's sulfur here. The problem is I think that's, like, super high up there. So there's that one. This one, at least, is near a bunch of stuff. I don't see any sulfur down there, though. That said, my radio tower... No, actually, my radio towers cover that whole area pretty well, honestly. You just realized your tiny armaments factory is going to have, like, 12 different inputs for final assembly. That's not even making everything. You foresee spaghetti. Well, at least when you have, like, a train station facilitating everything, it's pretty easy to figure that out, like, what's going on. Am I at the end point or the start point? No, this is where the stators are getting loaded in, and I wanted to see where they're taking them to. Yeah, so it should go right on by, and all that. So our plastic and our rubber production should be sorted out for now. Eventually the petroleum's going to fall behind. I haven't gone up to the aluminum the entire stream, and we've had dodgy situations with that. So what I'm probably going to do is take a quick peek there. So you've got the frames, you got it there. There's the stators. Where are the stators going to over here? They drop underneath here. They seem to run the whole length up this way. I was waiting for it to be one of those situations where I move it from one train to the other. I've had some of those. So they go over here, and you're making the electromagnetic control rods, which is fine, which have been producing these magnetic generators the whole time, which is almost full. So that's fine. We're okay. That's going to be overkill, but that's those things that I think might be a material we need later. If not, we just gut all that machinery later, and that just becomes a non-thing. Oh, it's so nice to see the supercomputers piled up. Supercomputers are one of those things the last run I got stuck on. Let's take a quick peek at our aluminum. We haven't checked on it the whole stream, and it's been dodgy. But I think where we're going to go from here is I'm going to chuck that in the garbage because gross. What I think I'm going to do... Oh, wait. That's the reason you mentioned the hard drive. I'm sorry. In my head, I was like, no, I'm saving that last hard drive. I forgot we grabbed another one. My bad. What were we... Okay, what did I still... Alright. What the heck did I need to do for the rocket fuel? Ah, the sulfuric acid. That's right. Nitric acid. I needed nitric acid, which was water, nitrate, and iron plates. And it was one of those things of like, oh, that should be something I should work on. Well, we have the nitrogen here, but I don't have sulfur anywhere nearby. Granted, that's right on the border, so there actually could be sulfur nearby. And I've got something I marked down there that I don't remember what was. But I clearly marked it for some reason. Well... Let's get down to some of this edge of the map down here. I want to put down a couple more, because this, I believe, is the outer edge of the map. Let's put down a couple of the radar towers in the far south edge. But it would be good to figure out where I'm going to set up our production for rocket fuel, which is mostly making our nitric acid, getting it all there. Most likely I'm going to make the nitric acid by where we're making our turbo fuel. Even if it means importing stuff, which it probably does, because there's no iron down in that area of the map at all. And unfortunately, I'm not shipping any in anywhere. And while I do have trains that go to areas that have iron, I'm pretty heavily utilizing it. But I could see, and I think I already have a train bringing sulfur in. I wonder if the train I send to get coal and sulfur, I wonder if there's iron along that route somewhere. Let me take a quick peek. I don't think there is. Yeah, that's this train. There's copper, but I also can't see what's down there. So there might be iron down there. Sorry. Well, I mean, I have nitrogen being brought down here, and literally just sitting in a container. It's somewhere over here. I have the nitrogen brought in because I didn't read carefully, and it's like, oh, the nitrogen. I need that to make rocket fuel. Let's bring the nitrogen back. Missing that it was nitric acid I need, not nitrogen gas I need. So there's that whole thing. So I've got all of this over here ready to rock and roll to make rocket fuel. Like right here, that's what this does, that brings back the nitrogen. So we've got the turbo fuel going in there that once I switch that off will be good. And then this is nitrogen gas, and it needs to be nitric acid. So, what I'll probably do here is when we get to that point, I'll just throw the lever and dump that all out. So it honestly would be okay if I got nitric acid on the other side. Because if I get nitric acid on the other side, I can just throw it in the fuel canister and just drag it on over. But till that happens, it is what it is. But I figured this will take me down to right about the edge of where my radar reaches. And we gotta see if I can put down a radar to catch that bottom area. And I might just go and hop over a little bit to the east, plunk down a couple more radars real fast to give myself a pretty good look. And I just noticed there's a Mercer sphere right down there. But I'll worry about that later. Yeah, so this spot here, literally all it is it's just shoving nitrogen in there. Okay, so we should be pretty close to the south edge of the map. Alright, so we're okay on fuel. Go ahead and grab a little extra of those. Yeah, you keep doing your thing, man. I don't care. Hey. No teleporting ahead of me. That's cheating. All right.
Follow the vein to the altar and chant.
Alright. Don't know where he pieced out to. So one thing I just realized is I wasn't running the power over here. But the power's right there. That's fine. Because that's how I was dealing with this before for finding like the summer sloops and the Mercer spheres. Is I'd grab one of the power towers, I would go to like its limit, put it down, do a quick scan around me, and grab what I could. We're not going to be super thorough or anything like that. It would be good to get all those and yada yada yada. But I would like to get at least a bunch of the setup. Cool. So I can grab you. The other thing I need to do is I'm going to want to look out for the geysers and get those hooked up if we get a chance. Can you get that far? Too long. Alright, that's fine. So we can put this here. Alright. I'm just going to pop right over here where we just were. Like I said, I'm trying to get far enough south that I can put down a radar tower and basically cover the south end of the map. So how are we looking so far as our other radar positions? So we look at our radars. That might cover it. We'll see here real fast. So I'll try dropping a tower right here. And see what we can see. Yeah, that's basically the edge of the map there. Pretty disappointing we found. We have a lot of iron down here, like a lot of iron and such. I think this might be one of the areas near the start. Interestingly enough, I always thought that meant it was the edge of the map. Let's go far. Let's tear you up, and let's go a little bit farther south. Like one more platform farther south. Yeah, because that goes way down there. Okay. Just checking for anything obviously amazing. Yeah, so we just moved from that pillar to that pillar. Oh man, have I grossly underestimated the size of this map? Because I figured that was always the edge, but now I'm seeing this whole area down here. And I don't want to go too much farther that way without scanning. But we've got a lot of this basic ore and all that. This to me, again, feels kind of like what you'd expect to see at like a start point. where you got just a bunch of the early game materials and all that. Okay, so we have instant scrap, which is sulfuric acid and all that. Tempered Caterium. We're gonna go ahead and rescan that. Alternate turbo fuel blend, which is just a higher yield. We have the supercomputer using the cooling and that feels like it's way more expensive. I'll grab this for now. I probably won't use it because the time it would take me to set it up, I probably won't worry about it. Genuinely now I'm curious to just keep going south there real fast. Okay, so it does look like that island is probably the limit that way. There's like a little peninsula or whatever off the side. They have not been checking for hard drives or summer sloops or anything, and it probably should be. So we got a Mercer Sphere back here. There you are.
Look through the window to notice a thread.
All right. Well, I picked up a hard drive. I think that's straightforward where that is. And I see a Mercer Sphere off to the left there. Uh, 160 watts. Can I just plunk these down right in the water? Yes. And we can just plop that down. Plop you down. And hard drive.
Damaged hard drive recovered. Return it to the MAM for data recovery.
And the Mercer Sphere was right over here in the cave. This all looks super familiar down here, so like I said, I feel like this is near one of the other start points. So maybe when I played a previous time, like I start in this area kind of thing. There we go. That's fine, because that's all goodies.
Your waves lap at our shores.
When will you land?
Another Mercer Sphere, I'm guessing up on top of that ridge. All right.
Witness a single strand of the tapestry.
I heard the one to my right.
Witness.
Okay. It's gonna be another one of those ones where we run out here and we find tons of them. The thing is, we've already been in this area before. So it shouldn't be too terrible. This might be a cave situation. Oh, nope, it's just... weirdly out in the open over here.
Harvest the scripture. Compose it into a blood
Oh,
song.
hard drive. Take priority on the hard drive over anything else. Where are you? Okay. Okay. He's just having a moment, just needed someone to help him out. A little bit of copper sheet and in our hard drive. I also have not, because we've just been going from one thing to the next, we have not dropped down another our tower in a little bit. Okay, so we are heading the right direction. Good, good. That's putting us generally back in the direction to where we were. Okay. Oh yeah, we also had the hard drive for the heat sinks to look at. Yes, there's the one I was messing with before all of this happened. Cool. Alright, so let's get back to... we were daisy chaining the towers. And there's the one we got over there. We were heading south. The only thing I got like 1 or 2 towers farther. Before it was like, oh, hard drives and all sorts of goodies. Just gonna be cool and let me grab you and not have anything threatening nearby? Thanks, man. Okay, so I see there's a purple power slug right by that tower. Okay. Yeah, because we detected the hard drive when we jumped down. That's right. Oh no, you already have a second connection. Okay, and it looks like there's another hard drive right over there on the edge. Because I figure we could drop a radio tower down there, because it looks like there's almost like a chain of ledges. I wonder if we'll find anything like really good down that direction. Because it is a little weird to have that style of map kind of thing going on, where you very clearly have an edge boundary to the map over there. That looks like Keterium over there. This is mostly beginner materials. So we got that one. Because I'm really curious now about what will be in this direction. Now, one thing you want to do is if you ever wanted just a big open place to build your factory, right there. It's the whole freaking ocean. Have fun. What am I seeing over there? Oh, that's gonna hurt. Let's just, do that before something makes a move on me. Alright. I was busy looking at the scenery and not my fuel gauge. Alright, so let's see if I drop a radio tower here. Does it reveal everything? No, it keeps going. Like, it just weirdly keeps going. That there's like this big abyss. I'm not seeing any ore nodes or anything down this way. We definitely don't need that close. Is it curious? So they ever patched the hole in the wall in one of the cave systems with the uranium that lets you get under the map, where you could build with only height limits? Maybe, I don't know. You hit the map border limit south of that island? Yeah, no, it feels like at some point I should run out of map. Because also the fact that there's no more ore, like we're seeing like I haven't seen a slug, I haven't seen anything like that in a while. It almost feels like this is just an area you could go down that's mostly vacant. Hey, Jeffy, how's it going? I would guess this is it. That's a pretty big, like, chasm to go between these two. I would say that's the edge of the map. What would you say? Alright, so let's go ahead, even though there's probably nothing down here we're going to care about ever. Yeah, okay, so there's the edge of the map. So the good news is, we can say, surprisingly, there is a hard drive there. My guess is that hard drive is over here. But yeah, so that is definitely the edge of the map. If we do reveal the radio towers, yeah, that's good. That basically means I have full coverage. There's literally no ore down here. So I'm expecting to find nothing of any reasonable value down here. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because like I said, we haven't seen enemies, we didn't see slugs. It was like the moment we got to that chain of islands that started this path, suddenly everything of meaning just, you know, just stopped existing. Yeah, so it's like the moment I saw like these sets of islands, like, alright, something's weird here. It wouldn't surprise me if there's something hidden over here, though. It's a weird thing to, like, leave in the game and not just put a boundary or something else over here. I mean, maybe the entire idea of this area is there's just a giant area of water and all that you could expand into. I don't need to jump down there. All right. And I think over there on the right, I think that's a grassland start. Oh, I see a Mercer sphere. Don't need to scan for it. It's right there. You got a hard drive and a somber sloop over here. Well, there's the hard drive. Cool. And we can go here and mark that. And I'm willing to bet that may have been the last hard drive that's in this tower down here's range. Nope. You've got this over here somewhere. Looks like there might be. It's either up top or it's in the cave down below. Go up, go up, go up. Huh. Ow. Okay. Yeah, so we've got the tower way over there. Yeah, that's got to be the grassland start. We check our radar towers. Okay, so we're still well within the radar tower. If we get over here to where those iron nodes are, that puts you at the edge. That's fine. I'm not gonna worry too much about tracking down every Mercer sphere. Let's just get all the way over here. Find a place I could drop this down. And I'll just check to see if we have anything nearby. I'll grab that one. It should be pretty easy for me to spot the power towers from all that over there. Okay. Yeah, because part of me is hoping to find a less awful uranium node to deal with. And how are we doing on our stuff? Yeah, we are making progress in those. Not good progress, though. Yeah, this is the other start. I recognize this. Because I remember those are like the nodes you usually hit first. That's all covered in poison crap. So like early game, he has giant ridge of poison crap sitting like right over your head. So like you want there's like a power slug and everything up there, but you just get to sit there and stare at it, wanting it real bad. Where's... Oh, definitely not that way. Yeah, and that goes down a ramp towards a cave. Think this... Yeah, that's underground. Alright. So you still remember starting your first factory here? The day, like, early access and all that? Yeah, there we go. Okay. You don't think there's anything else in here? I think it's just like a weird cave that you had like several different ways to get into and out of. Alright. So I should be able to take this a bit farther south. I want to say where those tree line is might be the edge of the map there again, because remember this one's pretty close to the south edge of the map. But right now where I'm at here, I see a Mercer Sphere up there. Where I'm at here, we're still pretty close to our last tower, so it's just going to be way too much overlap for it to be super useful. I'm going to drop this to over here. Can I fit it up there? Not too long. And we can go ahead and get that Mercer Sphere. Alright. But yeah, so for people who don't know, like, you'll notice this whole area is like super flat. So let's look at our radar towers. Okay, so we're probably good to put down a radar tower here. Alright. Yeah, because that revealed the whole edge of the map. It also showed us that we've got 2 places we can set all that up. No uranium, though, so we've got some pretty good radar coverage. The big issue is I've only seen a couple of uranium nodes and all that. What is with the weird line right there? That's fine. I figure we go up this direction, up right. I'll put down a radar tower somewhere in that opening. Because if I put it around here, that'll give us coverage of all that area. I'm not looking to get full coverage of the map. I'm just seeing if we got a better place that we can potentially get our a better place we can get our, what's the word I'm looking for, like uranium from. Even if I have to like truck it real far. If I can set up like the nuclear power, I mean honestly with a power connection I may not even have a reason to truck it, just make it all there. And if we need something that has to go back and forth, we can deal with it. Something else to check. Oh, hard drive right next to me. They also shouldn't stay away from the factory too terribly long. 40 megawatts? We can make that happen easy. Just gonna grab this thing and say, hey, next tower's here now. Okay, so let's get our MAM. Hard drives, scan. I've already found 5 more. Oh, did I mark it yet? Make sure we mark it so I don't keep coming back for it. Okay. They said what it kind of... Oh, what I was going to check is... geysers. Because we got geysers nearby, which we do right over here, to my right. We can head towards those and use those as kind of directing the general flow of traffic. Because then also just gives me more power that there's literally no reason not to hook them up. Well, Mercer Sphere just out in the open.
This is a shrine.
Alright. It's weird, this giant spire, just a blue power slug, but whatever. Yeah, we are so far from everything now. Oh, is this the swamp biome that's so awful? Yeah. Because we can hook these up. And I keep checking here. We are seeing these go up. Not as fast as I was hoping. But fast enough to be relevant. Okay, so yeah, that's just down there. And we can go power, geothermal. Where's the other one? Where is the other geyser? Oh, it's right there. Cool. The next ones are over there. And how are we positioned wise for... We're just still in the range of the other radar. That way. I don't care enough to stay in range of that. Okay. So I noticed there was a ship up here while I was messing. Why did I suddenly go straight to the moon? Apparently, boosting while autosave is happening makes physics a little confused. Oh, I need power here? Well, it just so happens it's right here. Alright. And we can mark this one. Grab some of the goodies that are up there. A lot of the hives down there. Okay, and we can check on the geysers again. Should be close. There we are. Yes, the distance you can make with these turbo fuel is pretty absurd. All right. Okay. We got some more geysers over here. And I have been checking very carefully for the hard drives, but we've still been finding them anyways. I'm sure we're missing tons. There is so much limestone here. Okay, next one's over there, and how are we doing here with the radar spot? Still pretty close. We'll go to the next geyser and we'll put down our radar tower. Okay. And I can already see the geyser from here. Okay. All right, and do we have any other ones nearby? Oh, we can't. I'm pretty sure we can't put slugs in these. Please tell me we can't. Don't. Okay, cool. I was about to say, like, don't make me go back and slug all those things. All right, so I think way over here, we're getting close to the southeast edge of the map. I think this is a good place to put down another one of these. One of the advantages is while I am connecting these radars, which cost power and everything, I'm getting geothermals constantly. Okay, so we do have some of the more exotic things down here. We've got coal, we've got oil, we've got SAM, we've got nitrogen gas. We got a lot of sulfur, so we actually have some pretty good concentrations of stuff. So this would honestly not be a terrible place for something like steel. That said, now we do have a gap here in the middle that I want to get covered, so we'll probably go to around, I'm going to mark a spot. Let's get to around there, I think was the spot I saw that was in the middle. Yeah, so about where I put that nuclear sign, so straight northwest. If we go this way, that'll cover that whole area, because that's where I'm suspecting the uranium is kind of like not along the edges of the map, kind of like in that inner third of the map, dealing with like really awful terrain and whatnot. Turbo fuel is so much better than standard fuel you were using last playthrough. You've heard one of the other fuels allow you to fly longer, but not as fast. Yeah, no, the my understanding is the biofuel lets you really get a lot of time out of your fuel. And then the rocket fuel, you get lots of up. Is the way I've been told, is you go up very quickly. But it also apparently is really hard to like juggle coming back down without hurting yourself. Alright, so we're making good progress in that direction. Like, very genuinely, this turbo fuel makes traversing the map really easy. I still do wish we had, like, a flying vehicle of some kind, even if it was very late game and very greedy on its fuel consumption. But just being able to jump in, like, some type of little Zeppelin-looking thing. I'm also liking having these all over the place. Alright, I need to put the MAM down here. Okay, so we have the heat-fused frame, which still requires a heavy modular frame, requires a lot of aluminum ingots, and it makes 3 per minute as opposed to 1.5 per minute. But then it also requires petroleum and nitric acid. I'm going to rescan those. So you have the alternate rods, which still use the stators, but also the high-speed connectors. Interestingly enough, we can get the electric motor, which I'm probably going to grab. I'm not sure if we're even going to do it, but there is temptation there. Because I do believe you can literally unlock every single blueprint in the game. I could be wrong about that, but I am under the impression that is an option. Yeah, so we're making good progress towards hitting that. Yeah, so we got the geysers behind us. Now we got geysers 900 ahead. Where are those? Okay, they're way past. How far are we from the mark? We're almost on it. That's good enough right here. So you drop the radar tower there. Plug it in. And we have another uranium node that showed up. That is a normal node. We do have the geysers nearby. We do have coal nearby. We don't have sulfur nearby. We've got almost the whole map revealed for the most part, because this is the southern border. I've got that fully revealed. This northern border, I've got a good chunk of that revealed. And then this is the eastern border over here. Like, we're seeing the eastern border start over there. So I'm going to go tag those geysers real fast that we saw. Because, I mean, we're pretty close to them. Okay. Try and get up on this ridge. At which point I'll probably be able to see some, up on the ridge, I'll probably be able to see some of my other power towers. That poison I'm seeing up there. Looking like it. Why did I bounce off of it? Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna jump over this, I'm gonna plunk that down, I'm gonna start shooting the poison towers. Not... There you are. I'm not seeing all of them. Which is weird. Alright, where's... Okay. So weirdly, that was a lot of stuff for a power slug. But that's still fine. But I figure we get up to the top of this, we get to get the directions of that geyser. Yeah, there's just a lot of that that has whatever looks to it. Alright, so the geyser is probably straight ahead. Like in one of those lakes. Yeah, it's right down there. You got a power slug and a whole bunch of uranium to deal with. Oh, it's like right below me. I think this may be the, one of the areas we set up before in our last run. Like we didn't have all the geothermal down here. Oh, yeah, because they put away. There was something around here I wanted. It wasn't the geothermal because we weren't using that run. But I vaguely remember this area. Gotcha, so there's no one right over there. Alright. Okay, so we've got that set up, and this is already basically under radar tower area. So honestly, let's go to where those heat sinks are we located earlier. Ow. It's not my cable thing. So we go straight towards those heat sinks. That'll take us to where the next opening is. And we've already got almost the whole map. Covered with the radar. Not thoroughly, but the vast majority of it. And from way up here, just tapping this, I should be able to get some pretty good distance. Okay. Oh, calm down. And I see at least 3 more hard drive areas. I may have already looted some of these, because they're very easy to see. So do I have a mark here on my map? I do. Which means I've already looted this one, and I've looted that one. There's one up on that ridge in the poison. That I have not looted. So there's one up here we have not looted, and there's the heat sinks. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this. I'm going to move our way over there. In this place, I'm seeing some pretty nasty enemies. I'm seeing a lot of... Did I mention it, nasty enemies? So seeing some pretty nasty enemies in there. Lots of uranium, lots of awful stuff. A pretty good concentration of like hard drives and all sorts of stuff. So it's like, okay, this is probably a risky place. I mean, we're well equipped now, so it's not that bad. Let's be careful. Okay, we can get those. Because we have those in our storage. Boom. And we can go right here, and now this one's been found. And our MAM research just finished. Got some motors. Got some casings and all that. Alright. So, alternate oil residue, alternate basic ingots. I'm gonna rescan. Alternate turbo-electric motors. Okay. So that means a significant increase in motor cost. But completely bypassing the cooling unit. I don't know if we'll take the time to set that up, but that at least has a solid argument for its case. Meanwhile, let's go over to you real fast, because I think we're in a good spot for another radio tower. Hey, you blundered in there yesterday? Lots of spiders? Oh yeah, no, we were here the other day. Okay, so actually we're still pretty far in the radius. So I can pop up here. Oh, that's literally back the way we came. I'm going to leave that power up there even though it's not being used. There's the heat sinks, Mark. Alright, so we've got some uranium. Oh, hi. That's cheating, friend. The both of you. Okay. Let's go grab you. Oh, the heat sinks? I should have those in here somewhere. Where are you at? Boom.
Fix-It always did underestimate the power of a single cosmic ray flipping the right bit at the wrong time.
Okay. Alright, so... I don't know how much farther east we go. I say we go out to this pillar and we put the radar tower there. I think that'll be a good area for having coverage. Like, we'll miss this little slice in the middle here, but I think that's fine, because we'll still get all that. So let's grab your power from up here. I cannot for the life of me see... Alright, it's almost not quite straight east. It's ever so slightly north. Where are you? Yes, like right around here.
Your waves left at our shores. When will you land?
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking about going to, is this spot land right here. That is a really big tree. Alright. There you go. Organize radar tower. We have a hard drive right up there. Okay. Ah, this is the swamp, because that's where we set up our aluminum production in the last one. That's right. We also have two geysers right below us from the looks of it. We also have a hard drive right over there. We're entering the Bayou of Bad. Yeah, and there's also a couple hard drives down in that... Oh man, I'm so tired of everywhere I go. The awful things. I could definitely see after you've played a round or two, just being like, you know what, the enemies, just turn them off. Like, put them on passive. Because, like, we're at a stage, they're not really threatening. They're just inconveniencing. Alright. It's free biofuel? Right, well, I mean, if you turn it passive, you still kill them. You still get it. They just let you do it. Is there a second one? I'm hearing stuff getting smacked. Not seeing anything doing it. Alright. Carpet cluster bombing helps. Yeah, I figured. It's really interesting just looking down there into the abyss and be like, yep, there's more zone down there. I did see the Mercer Sphere, by the way. I'm just choosing to ignore it because I don't want to deal with it. Like, the thing's protecting it. I'll definitely want to collect all that stuff in time. Those are going up extremely slowly. I have a feeling they are probably stalled out and I need to go back and check on it. But I'm already mostly here. And we did just put up our radar tower, so let's drop down here to the geysers. Because that's the right end of the map. So if we go down here to where we had, like, just basically the same place we set up our radar, it's like literally 3 or 4 radar towers and we got full map coverage. So we can just hop on down here. There's the geysers right over there. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Thank you for tuning in. Gotta probably trigger that thing to being awake. Okay. With that, we can go geothermal, geothermal. Thought there was a third one. All right. Guess not. Okay. So where we're at here, like I said, I think I'll say okay. We got a bunch up there as well. Oh, I don't even need that far. Yeah, so if we go just southeast here, I should be able to put like another radar tower to cover that whole area. Then we can start heading to that next set of geothermals. And if we do that, we should have like... You're on top of it, I think? No, it wasn't... There wasn't a third one, it was just the two. I hear you scuttling down there. I just don't wanna. Did you wear the geothermals in? Yes, it did. I just pretty quick about it. Just looked at one, you know, pop, pop, pop real quick. All right. I'm willing to bet by the time we get to this, the end of this wire here, and I just drop down the radar here, that'll probably cover this whole southeast, and we just go straight up. We've already got on the far north end everything wired up. I wasn't planning on doing like the whole, like full map coverage of this. It's just like, all right, well, I'm like 90% of the way here, so. And we can go here. Yep, so that's going to be out of bounds down there. So I've got all that. So this radar tower covers all the way up there, so we can basically get up to this area. Just follow the coast just straight up north. The whole... No, that's still not the tool I'm looking for. So yeah, so literally now, if I just go up north, I don't even need to go inland that much. We can just run this the whole way, and we'll have full map coverage. You know, with like one or two little gaps I don't care about. I say I don't want to stay here because I knew I was going to aggro that hive. Yeah, so then there's Boxit down here. But yeah, no, it's interesting because I've never explored the map this much. Even when we had our win, I just didn't need to. We like mostly stuck to the entire east end of the map. But yeah, I had like my one train the last time was through this area. It's just along this right shore here. I think we made our gunpowder over here. All right. Let's take a peek at the map. How far up do I think I should go before I drop a tower? Honestly, probably 2-3 more antennas, or two or three more power poles. Because right over here is the Rocky Desert start. Or no, not the Rocky, the Dune start. Rocky Desert starts probably right here as well. Okay. Probably one more tower up north farther. There's one more tower farther up. Should get me far enough up here that we still get enough coverage from the bottom. Don't need to waste anything. I know, I'm in your territory, yada yada. Get in line. Alright. So with that, yeah, so we look at our towers. Yeah, that should be good. And radio tower. So we got our sulfur and our things and all that. This is all iron and all that. So this is near one of the starting points. And as you can see, we have literally almost the entire map filled. There's like this little corner up here. And that's it. So it's probably just one tower there and one over. I also saw, was that another geyser? Ah, there's some geysers back the way we came that I missed. Let's grab those real fast, because they're like literally along the route we just came by. And that's free power. It's not this ridge, I think it's the next ridge. Restock up on my rebar. Yeah, so I'm guessing they're right up here. Nope. Teeny tiny bit farther. Yeah, they're right there, and there's a hard drive, and my power pole's right there. Cool, cool. He's just like, leave me alone, I was minding my own business. Not even doing anything. Where's the actual hard drive part of you? Is there a ridge somewhere nearby? Oh, it's right there. I'm sorry, I was like, where's the actual thing? Ah. That's fine. I need to bring power right up here anyways, because there's the geysers. So let's just go ahead and grab the thing. We'll bring the geysers up here. And after we bring the geyser... Or after we bring the power up here, we can just... Did I bring the power up top here? Sort of. Okay, so we can bring this over here to the geysers, and once we go back there, we can grab the hard drive. Oh. You cannot do that. There we go. It's just being weird because of the clipping on the tree. There's your power. Oh, too close. Literally sat it on top of it. Okay, so we can get these guys just hooked up. We can run over to that ship hard drive and deal with that. And honestly, we'll have probably every geothermal on the map just about hooked up. Not the big one I want. And the hard drive was either over here to the left or the right. It's the left. It's over here somewhere. So, like, wasn't right there. I mean, I definitely saw it from above. But I know it was really close by to that. Is that it over there? No, that's just a chunk of sulfur from the looks of it. Okay, where was I on the map? I was heading this way. Well, I guess we just start heading north. If I see it, I connect it. If I don't see it, then I'll find it another time. There it is. All I had to do is be like, oh, it's time to give up. Cool. That'll be another hard drive done. And detach the cable. And mark it on the map. Alright, meanwhile we can just start running back north. Which is that way. Because if we keep going that way, we should be good. And are we getting any more of these? I don't think we are. I'm willing to bet something happened with, maybe our aluminum production broke down again. Because we've had weird stuff with the aluminum that it should be literally running out of water, and yet somehow the water keeps backing up. Like, I keep lowering the water production to a point that it's not sustainable, and yet it somehow not only sustains, but then overwhelms. But when I watch it, it depletes. And I haven't figured out if it's like just my math's wrong or I'm missing some piece of the equation or something. There we go. Yeah, so I shouldn't need to go closer to the shore. Wherever I put the tower should just cover all that. But if we get up in these ridges over here... that should start to be... Oh, hi, Mercer Sphere. I'm not going out of my way for them, but if it's literally going to be in my way... I'm not going to complain either. And then we got a hard drive up there. Probably a ton of them down here, too. I see the Mercer Sphere over on the right. We're still in the radar tower's range, so not worth doing anything with that yet. Okay. So we've got earlier game materials we're finding now. Not early game, but earlier. Oh, computers? I can do that. I see you there. Just chill. No. No need to get antsy. It's fine. Just gonna grab this. I'm gonna run the other side of your building. And there is the Desert Dune Star, whatever you want to call it. That's where we had our last factory, the one that we took the win. Just started over there and just kept expanding.
Live, laugh, consume.
Alright. They're all gonna scatter. I'm perfectly happy to grab it. Okay, how close are we getting to a good spot for this? Because that off over there is out of the map. We are on the out of bounds. Let's go northeast a bit more. Because we are kind of dealing with the situation where... Sure, I could put the tower in, I'm not in range of one. It's not really a good place for it. But if I go a little bit more towards the top side, because otherwise I'm just going to be like getting part of the out of bounds of the map as like a major part of the area I'm marking. And that doesn't do me much good. Yeah, that was where my steel production was. Well, I mean, sorry, that's not where my steel, that was my sulfur, like gunpowder and all that. Yeah, still farther. I want to go west more. Because I can plunk this down. That'd also be a thing that if I wanted to do stuff off stream, like while I was just waiting for stuff to be manufactured, so that way we weren't just sitting here waiting on it kind of thing, I could absolutely just go now and, because of having radars everywhere, I can be like, oh, that's where I can go looking for Mercer spheres or whatever. That seems reasonable enough. We'll see how that is. I might still be pretty close to the other one. Yeah, that's okay. So not quite the area. So go up this way so we can get the edge of the map. But yeah, as you can see, you can tell it's a starting area because there's just iron and coal and copper and limestone everywhere. But it's not till you get out to the fringes you start seeing stuff like sulfur and coal. Versus all the exotic stuff you start seeing as you go towards the middle of the map. And no surprise, there is no geothermal anywhere nearby in the desert. Big old shocker there. Now, this just ends up in a cliff on the far north. It's kind of fun to see this area again, because this is where I built my entire factory in the last one, versus the area I'm at now, we didn't touch. We didn't get anywhere up there. I don't care about a blue slug. But this is one of the nice things about it. It looks so much cleaner without your spaghetti all over it. Yeah, but it may be cleaner, but is it something you actually want? It had so much more character with all the spaghetti all over it. Yeah, like that's where my actual steel production was, because I was basically set up right here next to those coal ones, and is bringing iron in from over there, I believe. And when I say that's like my that's just the. I do love when I'm boosting during autosave and I just shoot to the moon. Yeah, sand is not productive. Exactly, you understand. I forgot this is what this looked like, just because of how much in. I think it's how everyone does steel in the desert start. I mean, to be fair, you got your coal up here, and then you got your coal down here. But this coal has, like, no iron near it. This one would be usable, but it's just, you see all that coal, you're like, yes. I actually thought you were a different map this time. No, there's only one map in the game. Like that's one of the things about it. You'll have people like, oh, which one's the best map? It's like, it's the same map. It's like Project Zomboid in the way you're on the same handcrafted map, you're just in a different part of it. Yeah, so if I put one last tower here, we have full coverage. Wait, was that nitrate up there? Oh, that was just water. Ow. I'm just testing you, chat. I definitely just not plubbing that every third time. Yeah, so when you think about it, where we're heading to right now, that big opening here, right over here, that's where our main factory was. That whole area of landscape that we didn't see the bottom, that's where it was. This over here, basically where the like that ridge is and all that, all of this, like those were literally our copper nodes and everything we were leveraging. Now, the good news here is we already know where we've got a good nuclear spot up there we can take advantage of. Because we did it there last time. So you need steel beams. Look, my inventory's getting pretty full. And we can mark that one. So let's see if where we did our uranium last time was up here. And I also see there's a geyser we don't have access to over there. Actually, if I remember correctly, can't I just literally go here to geyser? Unclaimed. Yes, I have one geyser I know of that I've not claimed. And so while the geysers aren't a ridiculous amount of energy, it's free. You just plunk a thing down on it, and you're good. Yeah, so I think it's at the top of that waterfall was the uranium node that we used for our nuclear power last time. And that one, I remember there was sulfur up there, which was part of the reason I wanted it. Like, actually, now I think about it, like, one of these might be the sulfur node, and then I just went across this way. Or that might even be it. Would you calm down? Oh yeah, there used to be a forest here. Then I put it all into a biomass burner. Ooh, I thought I was going to short it.
This bleeding temple hums a resonance song. Play for us.
Hey, Salford Cell, thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. And what were we streaming tonight? Let's see. We're doing some ridiculous exploration and reliving our old home. That this was our last run's factory location, and all of this you could just barely see anything but factory. And it's weird going here now and not seeing it completely not covered with industry. So it's a bit interesting. But what were you playing today? And how was your stream? Can I get a shout out for Salford Sal, by the way? Absolutely fantastic content creator, plays a lot of fantastic games. One of the best streamers, if you like watching someone do like a big project, like a proper big project and like Oxygen Not Included or those kind of things, very like Oxygen Not Included, Going Medieval, any of those like ones, Timberborn, anyone you do those like big build-ups, I don't actually know another content creator who I would say is better for like watching the macro scale production happen. Yeah, you don't remember the trees in the area? I know, right? The last run, we completely wiped this area out. And so it's weird coming back here and being like, oh wait, there were trees here once upon a time. Because we've just been doing like a quick going there. Playing Mars First Logistics with your co-streamer, Mir. It was our 3-year Twitch partner anniversary. Nice. I played, I think it was the demo for that in Steam Next Fest. I remember it was one I really enjoyed. And then I just haven't been back to because, you know, that's kind of a thing that happens. Let me make sure you got a shout out because I didn't see it, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen. It just might be that I'm bad at noticing. All right, so I got a shout out for Salford. Like, again, once I said, absolutely fantastic content creator. Again, if you're looking at like macro scale projects, definitely does a whole lot of fun stuff with that. So what I'm doing right now is getting distracted from anything productive I should be doing, and instead we now have almost the entire map covered with radar towers, so if it exists on the map, I know it. So I'm gonna go pop over right here to the southwest. We should be able to put down our last tower, and it won't be truly 100% coverage. Oh yeah, this is literally where our nuclear power was last time. Like this lake had multiple nuclear power plants on it. And meanwhile, where was that geyser you were marking? Oh, it's not right here? Usually where I see that. Okay, so that's a little ways away. Alright, so it's just one lone... No, actually there's... Hey, excuse you. Do you want to die? I'm over here minding my business. Trying to, exploit entirely environmentally friendly geothermal power to go with my coal and oil power. That's not environment friendly. That isn't a geyser? No, apparently this is not a geyser. That's what caught me by surprise as well. It has the same aesthetics that I'm used to seeing the guy. That's not what I meant to do. The same aesthetics that I expected from a geyser, and then it didn't. Alright, so that gives us our radio tower. Ooh, there's a little spot still to the north that we could potentially find stuff. Yeah, so this is the one we exploited last time because I had iron here, I had the sulfur up there, and I had the coal over here. Versus these other uranium nodes we have. We have this one up here. And, I mean, I do have some iron down here, but the sulfur we're already tagged way over there and using. So that's not going to work out well for us. Then we had the uranium down here. Again, I actually happen to have that sulfur also tagged, but there is no iron anywhere nearby. Like, the nearest iron is all the way down there. And then we got this uranium, which again, we don't even have any iron nearby that one either. It's way down here's the nearest iron for that one. You got this uranium. We do have sulfur way over there. The iron's not a problem, the coal's not a problem. Like, it's got everything but the sulfur being convenient. And this is the one we did last time, because like I said, it's relatively okay. It does seem like no matter what with the uranium, that's just kind of the way it is. But that's fine. With that, we saw straight to the north is another geyser. I'm here, let's just slap that in, slap a plug in that. Get ourselves our free but fluky power. And then get our butt back home because it looks like part of my factory has had a problem. My guess is something's wrong with my aluminum and the water's backed up because we had that before and I thought I fixed it a couple of times now. But the fact that it's still a problem tells me I'm objectively wrong. Yeah, I'll deal with you in a moment, buddy. I just want to go here, power. Stop it. Alright, now if you want to die, I'm happy to oblige. Okay. Now we can check out that hard drive. Connectors? We can make the connectors happen. Oh, I should probably also said, for those who don't know me, I'm Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, that record has been beaten. But with all that said, I am a variety streamer. I do play a whole bunch of different games. Me and Salford Sal do have a lot of overlap in the games we played. I've played Going Medieval, Timberborn, Oxygen Not Included, a whole bunch of those same kind of things. Granted, I definitely don't build anywhere near the scale that Salford pulls off. I do that kind of on my own time, but that's just... I haven't managed to build up an audience that has the tolerance for that. Because it's a very enjoyable thing to watch, but not for everyone. A lot of my audience gets real tired when I start getting the big projects. Okay. So, I don't think it's going to matter. I'm going to poke up just a little farther north. I think literally we're not going to even find another node of stuff past that SAM. But I am going to daisy chain the towers and just poke down a radar just to see if anything pops. If it does, we deal with it. If it doesn't, you know, that's fine too. Down's pretty far. I mean, worst case, we get another hard drive. I mean, worst case, we actually fall to our death. But, other than worst case falling to our death, we get another hard drive. Yeah. Give me purple slug. I see there's another hard drive down there. And I also see that we have another one of the big radioactive hogs over there. And a Mercer sphere. I shorted that shot by a lot. Okay. Hey, you brought a friend. Alright. Cool. Actually, you bet your factory's in extended warranty. Oh, that's long since expired. Don't worry about that. I'm happy we're finding a bunch of turbo motors on here. They'll just save me making them. Like, we are producing them. But being able to just shove them into the factory will be nice. Okay, and we can go here, and I've been marking each and every one of these we find. Yeah, we're not gonna find anything else up here. I still figure I plunk down the radar just because. At this point, the amount of power radar costs is not a big deal. But yeah, so I mean, maybe that nitrogen didn't pick up. Yeah, so we had the one nitrogen node I wouldn't have realized is there, but I also don't need the nitrogen node, so that's fine. But with that said, I'm just going to go over here, grab this Mercer sphere, peek off this ledge. I fully expect those rocks going to the north are going to have nothing on them. You feel you on the aluminum? Yeah. I would love a pressure overflow valve. Which, for those who don't know what that is, it's pretty straightforward. When the pressure gets too high, it bleeds off the pressure. So if you have like a pressure overflow valve in water, when the water pressure gets too high, the valve opens and just starts spraying water out of it, thereby reducing the pressure. or, you know, for certain gases. That said, not many things use those, because you certainly don't want to, you know, pressure high, like, have it on, like, highly volatile chemicals. You wouldn't want to accidentally spray highly volatile chemicals everywhere. But you get the idea. So we've got another hard drive down there. Sulfuric acid everywhere. Yeah, a sulfuric acid, you know, pressure overflow valve would be truly a nightmare. So hide those off of... Honestly, hide those off of both. Because they no longer need to care at all where the radio towers are. They just cover everything. No, so sulfuric acid doesn't put hair on your chest, it takes it off. I know it's a very common understanding. What you're looking for is Rogaine. That's the one you're looking for. Sulfuric acid is the very aggressive hair remover. There's the hard drive. And a second Mercer. That's... So, fun fact, if you crouch, they don't fight back. Yeah, he knocked me in the air and actually let off the crouch. But the hive things there, if you stay crouched the whole time, they will literally just... You can just shoot them with impunity. You don't even have to, like, stay back. Like, now it's open, it won't help me. Am I hitting the rock? Like, what's going on here? Usually only take, like, 3 hits. Sure, whatever. Let's top up our health just to be safe. Alright, one got through. That would explain your Olympic swimmer skin.
This is a shrine to windows and weaving.
Did we? Oh yeah, no, we were going down to the hard drive. Oh, turbo motors over here. I wouldn't have expected this one close to the ground that's easy to get to have turbo motors. Not complaining, just surprised. And hard drive there. Alright. I'm basically heading back towards my factory now, and then coming up with a plan. Well, first, I'm heading back towards my factory just so I can fix whatever has stopped doing its job. Make sure it's all up and running. Like I said, I would be willing to bet it's aluminum, that I just need to go up there, grab the lever, dump the water, and then see if I can't do something to... Like, I really wish there was a building that was like a steam power building or whatever that is inefficient or whatever, that is just a good way to waste water. Now granted, that'd make it easier, which kind of defeats the point. Why can I see the cosmos? Like, why did everything suddenly become dark and I could see the cosmos? You could keep whatever the heck is over there. Desert? It's just the desert biome, you just come over here and it's darkness? Because I noticed this last time there was some place I'd go, I just like, why is it suddenly dark? Triple solar eclipse? I mean, seeing the gas giant going by and all that is cool and whatnot. I hear you coming, but you're too late. I stole your precious and now I'm running. It's interesting I have this all under radar. I don't remember coming out this far, but I must have. Oh! I have the one geyser we missed. That's right. We can go over there to the one geyser I missed. I should have power run everywhere, like... And I can see right now I have geothermal nearby there as well. Yeah, so... I've got geothermal right over there I can run it to. Assuming you're down below me? Where are you? Above me? I don't know how above me would work here. We can climb up here, but these are like weird stock things. It'd be weird to have like... Ow, 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 I'm sorry. I'm not, but I'm gonna pretend it makes it stop. I mean, I guess it's up top. I guess it's just that's where the water's coming from, is there's just a geyser up there. Yeah, I guess there's just a geyser on the top of this rock formation. But they do not, folks, like, make one huge power grid that connects everywhere. You understand having shutoffs or something, but that's about it. Oh yeah, no, I have, like, one giant power grid. I'm having weird issues where I can't climb on that. I have one giant power grid. But that's the whole thing. Like, you just see, like, different places snaking all over the place. Alright. That's pretty far up, even for the jetpack I'm using. Alright, probably need to go to a different one to get up there, or abuse power lines. Or yeah, I could probably hop up to that one. So get over here. Cool. Yeah, there is a geyser up here. It's weird, like, this is very clearly something that would not happen in the real world. You wouldn't have this basically giant spire, and there would just be, like, right at the tippy top of this narrow spire would be a lake with a geyser in the middle. Because that entire formation would almost certainly blow a hole through the side of the spire as opposed to, like, right straight cleanly through the tippy top of it. It's fine, but it's just one of those things that you look at and you're like, nah, man. I'm down for some suspension of disbelief and all that, but this is a little much. Okay, so let's see here. Yeah, if you look at the west and to the south is probably where I have the closest power connections. Yeah, they're right over there. Hey, radioactive dog thing. Chill for just a second. I'll be out of your hair. Now we just connected that, and that should be, I believe, every geyser on the map hooked up to our power grid. This also, I believe, puts us not far from where my aluminum production is. Okay, so my aluminum production is... Actually, I'm nowhere near. My aluminum production's over there. We are just out in the boonies where I've gone to explore. So... Honestly... Yeah, honestly, we head west by southwest. I wonder if we could just literally zip line between my power things. Let's see, aren't the hexagonal copper structures in some of the waterfalls a bit more telling of a natural formation? Oh, no, there's lots of stuff. But, like, that's the first time when it's, like, a natural resource that you're expected to collect. It's like, yeah, but it wouldn't be there. Alright. Well, that was clearly a bad placement. Alright. I mean, the good news is when we're in the high ground and we're just barely pulsing our jets to stay in the air, we can cover a really long area of the map all in one go. Okay. Should be pretty close now, right? Yeah, just west of me. It's not that waterfall, it's the one up here. So we should just get over this ledge. Yeah, see my factory in the distance. I'm willing to bet that area just past is probably a Mercer sphere. It's fine. My jetpack need to recharge. Yeah, this has been a regular problem. That if I have something that I explode and then I have to, like, blow up something that's past it, it's colliding with where the thing was, even though it's gone. We'll find the sweet spot. There. You can take it through the rock? Yeah, I also still like to destroy the rock, because then if I come back and I see like one chunk of rock in the bottom of a water, I'd be like, God, there's a thing. And I've already got the thing. Yeah, solution more explosives? Exactly. Because you probably noticed I'll take the time to mark hard drives, because I can spot those from forever away. So I want to mark those because I'll keep going back to the same hard drive thinking it's a new one, and then be disappointed. Like this one I know I don't need to worry about because my factory's right here. Okay, so this is where we think we might have a production line problem. That I'm willing to guess, since I can already see that my water turbines aren't running, and those aren't running, that we have had the water get jammed up again. And I keep adjusting this and trying to make it so it shouldn't do that, and it keeps doing it anyways. So, boom, flush the water, boom, flush the alumina solution. So that gives me a lot of time before that becomes a problem again. Meanwhile, get this weird end of pipe out of here. Meanwhile, I need to figure out what I can do to make that stop happening. Because what should be happening is we've done our math multiple times, that these are not producing enough water to run all of these. And then on top of that, that's with the combination of these than the water that they produce. Because these are producing, I think it was 240 water? No, 480 water. So we got 480 water being produced there. And these are consuming, I believe, is 720 water? No. I'm just remembering it wrong. So we have 800 water there, 420 water. Let's go over here and double check our math. So we have 800 water there. And you're putting out 120 times 4, so 480. 480, 800. So 480 with 800, that would leave us 320 left. And that's doing 120 and 120, so that's 240. 240 is significantly less than 300 anything. So we should be at a deficit. And meanwhile, these are producing 240, and I think these are 1-to-1 on the alumina. That literally, they eat 240 and they put out 240. Yep. So those are 1-to-1, no math required. There must be something stopping your math from working, or there could be a bug that sums up wrong. There could be that. It could be something like this backs up, and then when this backs up, these don't remain as consistent. And when these don't remain as consistent, something else breaks. It could be one of those kind of things. Ways I could potentially protect against that is I could put a smart splitter over here. And then go over here. Get a special awesome sink. And say, hey, if you overflow, kick it out of the right. Yeah, also pipe physics. And now I just need to plug you in. Perfect. So that way, if at any point the aluminum backs up, it just hucks it all into the awesome sink. So, oh, I hate the way that looks. I'm just not going to look at it. It's fine. But basically, this is just said, so if all of the aluminum overflows and it backs up, just delete any additional we get there. Oh, hey, are you my lizard doggo? You are, thanks. Good lizard doggo. The other potential thing here would be if these overflow, same deal. I should do that, but that's gonna be a little bit more difficult to finagle. Especially since I have two different sides that can do that too. So we go here to we can go here to special, awesome sink, put one over here. Oh, you're in the way of the railroad track. 1 second. The question: do you have the refinery byproduct and the water from the pump connected to the same liquid input pipe? Let's see here real fast. So this is the water pipe that comes in from my production line. That goes over here. That goes over this side, and then it goes around this way where we have a valve that makes it so it's one way. And it does go to the input pipes on here, but it is from the opposite ends of that system, if that makes sense. And we do have a one-way valve here to keep it from backfeeding kind of thing. For you, it seemed to be that you had to put the scraps exit water back in before the source water comes in. Okay, I'm willing to figure out how we can make that happen. So this is where we have that going in. So what you're saying is, I mean, so right now it's going from one side to the other. Are you saying I should have the scrap, like the output for its water over here, and then put like the other water put somewhere on this side to feed past the scrap? But they just send the exit water directly into the bauxite refinery, underclocked. The valve should be on the pump side. The valve should be on the pump side. Well, I mean, if I was going to use the valve to slow down the flow, I'm not sure what the valve on the pump side would do. Because the valve served two purposes. One is to restrict flow, so I can say, hey, don't put more than this amount through. Which I can just do that by underclocking the actual wells. And then the other thing is to do is they make it one way. I don't think we're worried about backfeeding into this. Oh yeah, we're using the sloppy alumina, where there's no silicon. Let's see. Do you have a closed circuit of the water pumped? You must allow the byproduct to be fully used. Right. Yeah, no, I realize the byproduct must be fully used. That's the whole thing. Right now, with the math of the water production, we should actually be producing like almost 100 meters cubed less water than we supposedly need to consume to operate everything. And that's what creates the confusion. And my assumption of what ends up happening here is as this part of the factory, the aluminum side, overflows, these start turning off, and then the alumina fills up here, and then you start having things. Those machines working? Yeah, all the machines are working right now. At least they should be. Well, actually, I take that back. They're not working because they're not getting enough water. They're turning on and off. But they'll get enough water. But I get what you're saying about we need to consume more than we create, basically. Looking at some of it, I think the way yours is set up should avoid my particular water issue. Yeah. But so you just build closed circuit and the wastewater being pumped into the first of the factories with just a huge water buffer. I could see what you're saying. You know what? That's actually not a bad idea. So what I could do, so you produce 480. So with you producing 480, what I could potentially do here is let's move this valve first of all. Because what I could probably do is if we go to production, logistics, valve, put the valve here. So we should be able to get the full amount of water from my waste into this part of the system. And this won't allow water from these to get over here. Now, this will still have a surplus of 80. Let's see, how is that fluid buffer filling up if the initial buildings aren't getting enough water? My brain? That's the problem. Something weird is happening here, where I'm consuming I'm consuming more water than I'm making, yet this is still filling. I'm suspecting we're having some type of flow issue. That because I have water flowing from one side and the other side, that some calculation isn't doing what it should be. I think by moving this over here, this should level out to be about 80 on average. If everything's working correctly. Because at least with this, what should happen is these should always be consuming water from the waste output. Watch it be some accidental 300 pipes somewhere. I mean, that would break things. I think, honestly, I would stop using the 300 pipe by here. Now, we did have, weirdly, at one point... What are you snapping to? Oh, you're just snapping to the other side of that union. Okay. Now, we did have, weirdly, earlier, like yesterday, I just picked up one of the joints and put it down because one thing was just not working, and then suddenly it's like, oh, okay, and everything's fine now. So this does seem to be generally going down, like it's going up and down per normal. Now it just seems to be skyrocketing up. Because my hope was these would be consuming a bunch. Because you're consuming 200 water per minute, so that's 400. What I could also potentially do, well, no, if I start doing stuff like overclocking this and all that, we're gonna start having all sorts of grief. I mean, this is juggling around 80, so it pulses a little bit over in that. I think this might be okay now, because what I have done is I've segregated these two to only ever use the wastewater, the byproduct. Whereas before, you know, I was going that way. Like before I had the valve here. This way it guarantees these two will only ever run on the wastewater. Whereas those ones over there should be fine. Oh, it's the train is actively emptying. I probably need to have a buffer on that. Yeah, no, it should be fine, because it'll move, it'll top off. Yeah, so what should happen here is it should be depleting. That's actually, that might be part of our problem, now I think about it. Let's try putting a buffer chest on here. It could be that those first ones are turning on and off constantly, just because the train stops, and while the train stops, maybe one of the last two on there is stops running or whatever. Versus if I put the buffer chest here, then that should basically never stop. Yeah, because that might be what's happening. So this is causing the consumption of water to dip. And then when the consumption of water dips, just the on-off, maybe that one's reaction does better about picking up versus the other one. I don't know. I'm like grasping for straws here. But I could see something weird like that being a factor. Meanwhile... Oh, don't do it that way, please, no. There we go. That should also help by being able to empty that stop. Yeah, so now this should just keep filling up. And that should keep this line fully flooded at all times. So that these shouldn't turn off. After you looking at your setup right now, you found that somehow not using your scrap fast enough. Yeah, no, that was the reason I put this sink over here, is I had the guess that if at any point these started to back up, the aluminum ingots could eventually start backing up to this point, and then the scrap would stop getting used, which would cause that reaction to stop going and all that. So I think I've added like 2 or 3 different, not fixes, but 2 or 3 different places to mitigate that hopefully should prevent it from being able to get backed up again. So hopefully we see all this stuff start fixing. In the meantime, very clearly those aren't advancing anything, but that's probably just the aluminum casing stop being produced and how many things are depending on my aluminum casings right now. So bear with me, chat. I just realized we're in an ad break, and I really got to use the restroom, so I'm just going to hide against this rock real fast, and I'll be back here in just a minute. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. So thank you again. Why are you rummaging through my trash? That person will die this day. That said, ho, that is what you don't want. That is the exact way that trees betray you. Luckily, I always keep my finger ready on shift.
I am what you seek. Want to help you.
I need you to move. Let me in. All right. Can oh no, I can't get out. There, get out. Yeah, that's what I've done. Is I've told them to get out of the way, and they're just all. Yay! Alright, and we are back. Now, if you want a bad one of the clips that comes up more often is it's a really old clip. Like, it's from pretty early on in my streaming. But you'll just hear me go, ooh, fog! That's exactly what I want, because in-game, I was having a tropical storm. For those who don't know, you actually get tropical storms in Project Zomboid. They're pretty rare. But they're sketchy as heck by themselves. But I had the fog show up, the tropical storm show up, and the helicopter show up at the same time. And it was a helicopter that showed up at 7 p.m. And for those who don't know, that is literally the latest the helicopter can show up. And it was like a 3 or 4 passer. And it's like, this sucks. I hate it. Because the whole time I'm listening to this helicopter fly around, the screen is constantly flashing from like lightning. And just the whole screen is fog, and I'm just like, I can't see anything. Surprisingly didn't die, mostly because it's an area I had fought a whole lot in, but the whole time was like super high stress. I think the worst I ever did was I did a we were messing with it, and I never did it again. But we did people had suggested I tried the deaf trait, which we found out the deaf trait and the hard of hearing trait are just bad for streaming, because here's a hint, a lot of people lurk, and when you can't hear anything, it's not great viewing, or it's not great listening when the game is literally silent. So it's just kind of one of those things. All right, so we're not seeing either of those go up. Let's head over to where we do our nuclear pasta and check on there, because I think we do both the engines and all that up there. But yeah, so what happened in that run is we were doing a deaf trait, and I got caught out. Where it was again pretty early in my playing. I was still learning a lot of the game mechanics and all that at that point. But I was starting to get some early levels of confidence, and I had been clearing out Riverside, and I was just past like downtown Riverside along the shoreline. And it ended up being like a stormy night, and I got caught out in the night in the dark, to the point that the screen was practically pitch black. And then we also had the deaf trait. So I was literally just standing there, like, just holding my, like, crowbar, because I couldn't see or hear anything. So it was like, I don't know what to do right now. Like, the only thing I know is the river's behind me, so I can't be hit from that side. And I could see literally just a black screen. Like, I don't know what to do with this. I'm going the wrong-ish way. That sounds awful. Oh yeah, no, it's like literally just we survived, but it was like literally just kind of standing still and just holding the weapon up. In the off chance that a zombie came straight at me, it would highlight them for just a second so I could whack them once. But if it came from any other angle, like, I wouldn't even realize I was in trouble until I saw, like, the damage animation or whatever. But yeah, no, it's, if you're playing on your own, the death trade is an interesting one to do just, like, as a one-off challenge run. It gets really tiresome really fast. Because, again, a game without sound is not the greatest experience. But for a challenge run can be a lot of fun. Okay, so that's where we're making our copper powder. And then we drop down over there. That's actually our gunpowder production. That's actually the only place on the map I still have a conveyor belt that's strung really far. One of my goals of this run, because the last run I absolutely just spaghettied the entire ground everywhere with conveyor belts. So this run, I only have that one because I set up before I had the trains. But now, anytime I have to go if it's a real short distance, I'll conveyor it. But if it's a lengthy distance, I put in trains. I mean, you've seen, like, if you look at the map, if we highlight our trains, you can see I've got, like, a dozen trains moving around now. So, I've got trains going between a lot of our major areas. Like, if I had sat here and planned it out in advance and said, like, okay, this spot's gonna make this, this, and this, it'd go a lot better. Okay, so that's good. It looks like you were pulsing like you're running. So that's at least some good news. What are you waiting on? You're waiting on the cubes. What are the cubes waiting on? The cubes are waiting on fuse modular frames. What are my fuse modular frames waiting on? I don't think those are over here. I think those are actually way up there. The fuse modular frames are waiting on... nothing. They are just producing. But I'm willing to bet they had run out of the aluminum casings and it's now playing catch-up. Because you're producing 1.5 fused modular frames per minute or whatever. And those are being consumed by that and that over there. So you're making 1.5 and you are consuming 1. So we have 0.5 extra. That's probably my problem. And you are consuming... Okay, so we're short 0.5 fused modular frames per minute to being able to sustain the reaction. And now we're not. I took the lazy of, it's just fixed. I just don't want to deal with it. It's just fixed. I just shoved in 4 Sombrous loops. It's fine. Now we're making 3. So now we're plus, plus 1. And I also realized I got a ton of hard drives that we haven't put in the MAM. I have 13 hard drives on me. Okay. So that should fix... Okay. Yes, that's literally the problem there was the fuse things. And my assumption what happened is we ran out of the aluminum casings because the aluminum broke down. And when the aluminum broke down, we weren't getting the casings. And that lack of casings blocked both this due to needing those fuse modular frames. Actually, it looks like the turbo engines, which also need aluminum, so that's not surprising. As well as the other thing. So you, on the other hand, you look like you're running fine now. Very clearly you were at a deficit very recently, because we have more than double of everything here, which tells me you should be at 100%. Yet I'm looking here, and I'm seeing 87. I'm going to hit that button and just pretend it's fine for right now. And actually, with that on top of that, I'm going to go ahead and drop you in there so you just get fed into the machine. Alright. So that should unstick everything. Now, granted, I should have actually been done with this phase by now, but unfortunately, just because that broke down, and I wasn't keeping a close eye on it, we are where we are. And I'm starting to collect a whole bunch of junk again. I didn't realize how long we were gone that I've got multiple stacks of remains. But so I do have another stack of you. So at least we're over halfway on the jet things. All right. So let's pop over here and drop everything into our various factory and whatever. Oh, I haven't checked. How is our power after we did all that? Yeah, so all those geothermals we added bumped our power up to about 15,000 watts, where we were at about 910. We're consuming about 8. We can technically hit about 19. But yeah, so the reason why you're watching that fluctuate wildly is all of that geothermal. We have literally tagged every single geothermal on the map now, which is pretty good. So the things to work on is 1, I can get my filters online. 2, get my rocket fuel sorted out because I want it. 3, get nuclear up and running. And let's see, was there anything else to drop in there? Nope. For right now, put you in there, because I don't need you on my person. We can go drop our slugs in our box over here. And this is why when Soda's like, oh my god, you have like 100 slugs, or 100 shards. I'm like, don't worry. I got more than that. I have 100 shards, plus all that's going on in this box. Because that's more than 100 more in there. Did we get enough stuff for Mercer Sphere things? So not that. We do. So we could actually increase the capacity even more, or increase the dimensional depot or dimensional depot upload speed even more. Oh yeah, we also need to automate the SAM. Like we have the SAM getting activated already automatically and going into dimensional storage. I don't have the SAM fluctuator set up yet. And part of the reason I'm doing this is it's taking junk out of our inventory. The one I'm not sure about is getting rid of the aluminum bits. That's going to be a hard one to get to go away. Yeah, so taking this down, even if it just knocks down 1 or 2 stacks, that'll be fine. Yeah, so I got tons of Mercer Spheres, so I definitely feel like we should do one of the upgrades, because basically the only things I use for the Mercer Spheres at this point is to upgrade the dimensional storage, both the quantity and the speed at which it uploads. And then, you know, actually building those things. I'm gonna regret this one. Oh, wait, we have the research. Yeah, the reason I'm going to regret building that other one is because when I do, hey, number go up. But the reason I'm going to regret that is when I bump it up, literally everything is going to kick back in gear because suddenly there's room for it. All right. Okay, so we have the choice. We can go for the uranium. I've got a spot here that I can use. And here's the pro and the con. Plays fuse, break noise. Oh, I'm not worried about that. Yeah, no, our power is in amazing shape. So the things I need to be producing, or the things I need to be working on, is we can set up nuclear. There's a couple different things that nuclear gets us. I believe we actually do need that in the long run. I can't remember for what, but just something tells me I do. Not even for, like, the power. The power will certainly be a thing once I get a bunch of the particle accelerators online. So this nuclear, or this uranium... Alright, let's approach this by what we need for the nuclear stuff going on. So we'll start with the uranium ore. There we go. So you have uranium ore, and we use that, cement, and sulfuric acid. So that means I need water, sulfur, and limestone. Well, and uranium. So the one that's going to be the hardest one here is water, because water doesn't like to move anywhere. But of the materials, the uranium and the sulfur are the rare ones. The uranium being the most rare. But that's fine. So we can go on to the next step, but we would turn the uranium into encased uranium. So we could open that in the codex. From there, I need steel and, again, limestone. So that means coal, iron. And then I also need the electromagnetic control rods. That sucks. Okay. So we would need the electromagnetic control rods to make our uranium fuel. Once we have uranium fuel, we shove it into a nuclear reactor. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. The reactor just needs water and fuel. And it spits out horrific, awful, terrible, horrendously bad radiation. Can I add both of these on here? Because we put that, that'll list all the ingredients there to keep track. And then if we go to this, I can list that. And that way I don't have to keep looking. Alright. So that means the materials I need... Oh, it's not going to present me... Okay. Basically, I just need to figure this out real fast so I can figure out where we're going. So I need uranium, water, limestone for cement. I need encased steel. The electromagnetic rods, control rods, whatever. Control rods. I need sulfur for the sulfuric acid. So that's the first set and the second set. All right. So water is the hardest one to move at any real length, because I can case it up, but then I gotta make the cases and unpack them and move the cases back and yada yada yada. Let's see, you never got nuclear set up in the past playthroughs, but was far enough to do so. Yeah, so I actually did in my last run set it up. And it worked out really good, but yeah, it is not a minor thing to approach. Can I unmark some of these? Because what I want to do is I want to say, hey, like, just, I already got all these. Don't show me these ones. Like, get them off my map. All right, so literally now we've got the whole map. If we go here and say uranium, there are the 5 uranium nodes on the map. So you're laying foundations for it currently, but you've been putting it off. It's a whole thing. Yeah, I've only done it once, like, back in Update 5. It's gotten more complex since then. Yeah, it's not the worst. The big issue you have is you got a lot of setup to do, and there's a lot of considerations. So the big thing is... So I've got my choices. So I'm probably going to want to have coal, iron, sulfur together near some water. If I can do that... I can just bring the uranium there. Just chuck it on a train and have a radioactive train bolting across the map. We aren't going to worry about that right now. We have fine black powder. What's the difference between that one and what we have? Ah, it'll be compact. It'll be compact coal. I'm going to do the recycled rubber, because that gives me the recycled plastic and the recycled rubber as an opportunity. Because I could see you using a thing with that reaction where if we have, like, overflow, you could have the overflow feed into the other system and vice versa. Probably not the best use, but I don't have a stronger argument made for it, just meh. So that's there. Meanwhile, behold as our power spikes.
Dimensional expansion increased to 400%. Parts can now be stored as elementary particles in a hyperdense deconfined state. Normally, I'd explain the basic science, but I don't think this one can be simplified enough for you to understand.
We composed a growth song, but you composed a shrink song, so we remain silent. The dance of your bones and organs and veins amuses us.
I understand, seeing the pioneer perform tasks also amuses me.
Interesting. That I have... Oh, right, because I literally just unlocked that. So that's actually full already. I'm just seeing what I could shove into storage real fast. And what's, like, spare and not spare. Okay, that's fine. We'll just let that run per inventory. Okay. Alright, so. What we're looking for is... I am looking for places where we have iron, coal, sulfur, nearby water. Because I believe we have iron, coal, sulfur, nearby water. We can make that work. Well, no, because I still need the electromagnetic... Alright, hang on. Let's take a different approach. Where are my electromagnetic rods? Because those are a pain in the butt to make, because I believe those required rotors. And I do not, for the life of me, remember where on earth those are on our map. I think they might be over there. If not, I know I dropped them off way to the north where we have our particle accelerator. And then I can backtrack that. I believe they might be over here. I think the store page updated, but the library never does. Fully conveyor lines, Batman? Oh, you mean those ones moving around? Oh yeah, no, when you get late game, this gets ridiculous. Oh yeah. You're basically done. That's where the versatile frames, and then this is where our electromagnetic control rods are going. And those are here. Do I literally just make my nuclear, like, right here? Do I do the bad? Because I have the electromagnetic control rods here. I don't have encased steel anywhere near here, nor do I have what I need to set up. But that's where our control rods are. You're pretty lazy with mine, like, radar tower thing. You can't just get yourself to do the thing. Yeah, so... Well, the thing about doing the bad over here is I got, like, down here I have coal and sulfur that I'm pulling from over there. So I have two of the things I need, but I don't have the iron, the copper, or the rods or anything like that there. We do have the wire, and we do not have the uranium. Let's see here. So I could take a train from here. Let's see where we've got, because I'm gonna need steel and all sorts of stuff for this. So we have this uranium here, and I don't mind grabbing the uranium and taking it someplace else. I think that's realistically what I'm doing. I'm just trying to decide where to where. I've got tons of coal here. We've got iron here. The only sulfur though we got tapped. I've got sulfur over there, and it's a pure node. So we could potentially put it down here. We've got water down there. That you're in a cave, ate your car once? Oh, is it in a cave? I actually don't know. This whole bottom area of the map is no bueno. Like, this won't work. I think that's an early game area, but like, it's just missing way too much of the stuff we need. This area over here definitely has the sulfur and the coal, but the uranium is, like, nowhere to be found in this area. Like, the nearest uranium's way up there. Oh, I can get rid of that mark. Like, that's got some of those resources. Also, you see a spot in your radar the towers aren't? Yeah, no, I got a couple places. Like, if we look at, yeah, like, I got a little spot right here that's not covered. I got a little teeny tiny patch right there that's not covered. I got a spot right here that's not covered. I've got a little area right there that's not covered. So it's not 100%, but you get the idea. There's probably a resource or two I'm missing. Okay. Yeah, so got you. So it's very deliberate that they're not nearby each other, so you gotta figure something out. So meanwhile, I've actually got this uranium. I've got coal nearby. We've got limestone nearby. We could bring the electromagnetic rods. I got everything I need here except for the sulfur. The sulfur is way the heck out there and over there. I do think we're just bringing the uranium back somewhere. I'm just trying to find a place, because that I might actually tap that coal for our things. This area, no sulfur still. But that does have the uranium up there, so I could take the uranium from up here down to this area, but I'd still have to bring the sulfur in. Which, granted, it could be one of these things that I bring it down this way, grab that, pop up, grab the sulfur, and pop back down. Time for drones? I'll probably train it. I've found the drones to be pretty underwhelming. We've got everything over there, but no uranium. Like, this is where I set up the last time, was we used this uranium, and the nuclear power was right there. And I drug that sulfur from up there. And I guess I just brought the steel up to it. Or I think I made all the rest of it, just shoved it up there. You know, when the cave vanished, it actually teleported to the surface, it turned out. Still behind a wall. Saw the headlights through that. But radioactive drones. But radioactive train. I was trying to see if there was a central spot I could use, but we're kind of using all those. I think this is what I'm going to go with. I think we're going to go from up here. We're going to bring the uranium down, set up our nuclear power in this area, and then grab the sulfur from over here. Because I should have everything I need here. Let me just double check. Am I forgetting something? Wait, I only need the coal for... I only need the coal for steel. And I also have the electromagnetic control rods over here. Why did I make this all so dispersed? I really regret making this so dispersed, because then I could just have a train going back to a central location and not have to worry. Let's plan for electromagnetic control rods. Let's just mark stuff. So electromagnetic control rods right there. So we know we need uranium, and my choices are down here or up here. I think it's one of those ones, half a dozen this way, whatever the other way, doesn't really make a difference. This one's way the hell up on top of that. That's fairly way the hell up on top of that. There's no sulfur I can get at down here. There is sulfur up here, but that's not exactly a straight shot anyways. So, what was, it was the encased steel. So we could go up here, grab the encased steel, and just wherever the heck we have to get around this area. Go up here, grab the uranium, drop over down here for the limestone. What do we even need these things for again? So I need uranium, water, limestone for cement, encased steel. I don't need 90% of these materials I said I needed. Because if I'm just using the stuff we've already got produced and I'm just cannibalizing it. Let's not do that again. I got to delete all these one by one. Yeah, so the things I will need is I will need sulfuric acid. I can't get around that. So I do actually have to get the sulfur. Because I'm not literally making that anywhere on the map. So sulfuric acid has to happen. And easily enough, we want to make that by... Oh, wait. Do I need the... No, I need the sulfuric acid to turn the uranium into the cell things. Alright. So really, it's just the rods, the encased steel, the limestone I could find almost anywhere. So the rods, the encased steel. I'm putting way too much thought in this, by the way. If it wasn't using that down here, that would be a good spot. But we're already using it. I don't want to divert everything and rerun train tracks. That's fine. We'll just check the ma'am. Hey, ma'am, give me an entirely different recipe for this so I can not deal with this. Just give me an entirely different recipe. Hey, different recipe. Fertile uranium. So, let's see, how many nuke plants are you planning going for? Oh, I have no idea yet. So this is uranium plus nuclear waste plus nitric acid plus sulfuric acid will make non-fissible uranium and water. Whereas the alternate recipe is the same general thing, except instead of more uranium, it would be silicon. But this also produces at twice the amount. And it outputs water. I'm gonna go ahead and select it. I have no idea if that's any good. But I got another 11 hard drives. Alright. So I do think the planned path here is I'm gonna go from here, I'm gonna get to that uranium, and I'm gonna go down towards that sulfur. And I do actually still think I'm gonna set up the nuclear power here, because I should have a large area. It's just I don't actually care about the coal or any of this crap. Because I am bringing those electromagnetic control rods with me. What do those need to be made? Was it AI limiters? Yeah, because this would be copper, iron, caterium, and a whole mess. I'd rather just hijack this and bring it with me. Okay, so the good news is I already have room for building a train spot right here. So this is going to be my longest train route by a very, very large margin. But I don't see a great way of dealing with this otherwise. And in the meantime, we are completing our objectives. Now that our aluminum is unborked. Yeah, because you are at 48, and you're at 41. They're not going fast, but they are going. Alright, so. If we look at our route, I could always go out and around here, which would be a very easy way to go. We pop up here real fast. And then this, I think, is literally the high point of the map. I'll have to check where the uranium actually is on that hill before we run it. And then, like I said, we're just going to bring it over here because this is where I'm going to... Because I want a large area of water to be able to do all this. So that should be a very large area that could plunk down a whole lot of nuclear reactors or whatever I decide to. Alright, so that's fine. So let's get here. We need transport. Let's play it safe and make this stand completely off to the side. So that way if I do need to increase my electromagnetic control rods or anything like that later, I'm not boxed in where I can't do it. Alright, so regardless, this is going to be probably our slowest train as far as actually finishing a delivery. I don't know what speed I need these things to happen, but it might be our first train that just because of the volumes we're dealing with, I might actually have to consider having more than one stop. Okay, so we have the electromagnetic control rods are going there. That'll be our uranium. This will be our sulfur. And then this will be the train itself. Oh, wait. Encased industrial rods. Then we have... Yeah, so... We have that, uranium, encased, sulfur, and then the engine. Okay, so that should be able to accommodate everything we need. And then meanwhile, what we can go ahead and do here is get the splitter. And that's that there. Okay. First stop on the radioactive tour is go. Second stop. Over there is my encased steel rods. So we're gonna go over here. I'm gonna try and go along this west side, and we're just gonna try and have like an outside the map go the whole way around, because it's gonna be a long train anyways. At speed, I don't think it'll make a big difference if we cut through the middle or go around. It's not gonna add that much time that we aren't already paying. It's also gonna be my first 4-stop. Well, actually, 4 or 5-stop route. So this is gonna have a lot of issues, is what I'm saying. I'm expecting problems, but at the same time, I just don't see a much better way of doing it. So we've got all that happening over here. So my encased steel is made up here. This is my encased steel production area. And so that pops out here. I'm just checking where it goes to see if I got easy access to this anywhere. Yeah, so no, it just leaves. All right, so that's gonna need to be split and brought back to me. That's not a problem. I can just run it over here. And I technically could bring that to me, but if I'm already making it here, let's just deal with it there. I am going to put the stop over here off to the side, because there's nothing else I'm gonna want to put over here, I think. I went 5 tiles wide from where that stops. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I do think for all of these, I'm going to try and make it so that we have the whole length. And I'm going to have all but the final stop facing the same direction. So that hopefully, if I have to like expand stuff, only one stop has to get all messed up. Okay, so with that first one, that's going to be blank, because that's where our electromagnetic rods go. And then this one will be a freight platform, because that's where we're going to be bringing in the encased steel. And then we need 2 more freight cars worth of space. And after 2 freight cars, we'll have like the engines area. So I can get that done. So, freight car, engine. Alright, so double check that. So we have the electromagnetic, the encased, uranium, sulfur, and then like where the last station would be. Cool. So we've got that hooked up. So that's a whole thing. Now the question is, do I want to run that over here right now? Or just, let's wait till we get all the stations. We'll do the way we've been doing, which is to get all of the stations sorted out. Now, with what we need, I don't actually need anything at all up here. We're going to go all the way over here to grab the uranium. So now we're on our way up to the top of that giant spire, I think is where the uranium is. I'm not sure. I know it's where that spire is. I just don't know, is it top, is it bottom, is it in the middle? Alright, so we're slowly getting all of our objective stuff done. If I had to get it all the way up there, that's going to be a real wild railway. But we'll see when we get over there. I'm going to just pulse the uranium and all that. But I do think this will be our first, like, proper sky rail. Because if it does have to go over the top of that, that's up there. Oh no, that uranium? It's... I mean, the alternative is if I don't go for that one, I gotta go all the way over there, or I gotta go all the way down here, or even farther. Because, like, you look at the uranium on the map, there's only the 5 nodes. And just... it's the only one close. But yep, so we're gonna go for it. We want to touch the sky. We found these cool wings, we made them out of wax. And we're pretty sure we can reach the sun. I mean, you're gonna touch the sky with that uranium. Hey man, the uranium is already in the sky. You know the story, it doesn't end well. I mean, what could go wrong with, like, reaching up and touching the sun? Like, you're just jealous, that's all. Alright, we have fused quartz and adhered, definitely don't care about those. Charcoal and the OC computer, we'll do the computer. Even though I'm not super excited about it, between those two, I just don't see myself grabbing a big pile of wood and saying, burn that into coal, please. And having that, like, that to me seems like one of the least useful recipes. If only you could launch the uranium out the side. I mean, the train going downhill, it'll feel like it's launched off the side. That train is going to be maxing out its speed real quick. Gonna listen to those brakes scream. Do I have that hard drive? We have that hard drive, right? Yes. Part of me is really hoping it's up here, and then the other part of me is really hoping it's not. Because you don't like the uranium that is in the most horrific areas and the most creepy poisonous spiders. But yeah, no, that was the one is over there where it's the swamp. This one is just like, hey, what if you had to climb really far? Like, there's not a whole lot dangerous along the way. It's kind of just, you know, you're playing, oh, is it? Yeah, no, it's right here. Yeah, it's like there's nothing dangerous here. It's a nice, easy one to get to. It's just, you know, it's on the top of freaking everything. Alright, let's see if we can put... There we go. It's being weird about snapping. Yeah, so that'll give us, what, 300 uranium per minute when we're running? Alright, so this is the north side, and I deliberately pointed at this side for a reason. So if we look at this, the north side is where I'm going to be trying to get this train platform off of. I'm not going to try and do anything fancy with this thing. Oh, so you're using the Steam version? Let's see, you were expecting a noise when you got up here? I'm using the Steam version. Oh, if you mean the achievement, I got the achievement already. We were already up here on this run before. Alright, and... that's north and south facing? Yeah, that's fine. North and south facing is fine. Because then I can come around this way, over this way, poke up, drop down, and all that. That's fine. You need to be a bit wider of a platform. Yeah, no, I just couldn't remember if the uranium was up here or not. Yeah, the big thing is I'm gonna have to get the power up here. That's not the end of the world. We do have power not far from here. It's just not far from here, but down. Okay, so. Electromagnetic control rods. The encased uranium, or encased steel. This will be the uranium car. And then we have the sulfur. And then we have the other engine. Also, by having a train station, you have power up here. I will need power up here. But I'm going to need power up here for that anyways. Like that is something I am aware I will need to resolve. Can I just shove that in there? Not quite. Cool. I think you meant rails provide power. I don't believe you can get electricity out of your rail station. We're gonna find out, but I'm pretty sure the answer is no. Unless I've missed something that I can move it through there, because I have been running towers and that everywhere. Alright, so where... rails can run power, so like literally if I just hook this train up now, this will kick on. I mean, I'm down to find out. I got nothing to lose. Because otherwise I gotta, like, spiral this thing down cable-wise. Alright. So let's move one tile forward, because I'm going to start dropping this one down right away. And the reason I'm doing this versus waiting on the, like I have with the others, is in this particular case, I don't want to have to climb this whole thing again in, you know, 5-10 minutes when I need to be over here to the next spot. Okay. Let's see, how steep can this go? Unfortunately, the train can only go about the 2-meter ramp's height. That is something I figured out. Like, it can technically go slightly more than it that I've seen, but the moment I've tried to make a like, you try and make it more, it just doesn't work. Oh yeah, no, using the ramps? No, I'd have to. There'd be no way to get this to behave otherwise. I don't even mean to, like, make it look nice. Trying to get the train to go down, you have to try and spiral against the wall. And then, like, find, like, the sweet spot where it can make the turn and be at the right elevation. This is gonna be a real long train track. But hey, we're killing time till we finish phase 4 anyways. I could try to improve the optimization on those thrusters and everything a little bit. It's just not needed right now. But I already know when we hit phase 5, the power consumption is going to climb really fast. And when that happens, I'm gonna really want all the power we can get. Because on top of that, if I were to set up, you know, to have like a surplus of 50 megawatts of or 50,000 megawatts of power or some nonsense, then that would let me be like, hey, particle accelerator, there's some you know, summer sloops and all that, and just shove that in there and call it a day. Can I make that sit here? Yes. Alright, polymer resin or leached iron, don't care. Instant scrap or flexible frame. I'm probably not going to use any of those, but boom. And little by little we unlock everything. Yeah, no, the swamp, I remember we saw the uranium in the swamp on the last playthrough, but ultimately it was the uranium above the waterfall on the desert start that we used. And it just so happened I had most of my stuff close enough to it that it wasn't a huge hassle to get at it. Alright, that's not exactly what I had in mind. Okay. So that's the next platform we're going for. Let's overshoot this by doing one more of these. And the reason I want to overshoot this is that way when I bring that one over, I don't have to worry about it. So how does the train turn? Just the tracks turn. I would just flatten it out. What we're gonna do here is we're gonna go to this train station now and run its track out, figure out roughly where they meet, just in the general proximity, and then just bring the train track over. Because that's the train station we're going to. Alright. I imagine there are people who've taken the time to have like the proper sky rail setup that they've got where, you know, you've got your north, south, whatever, and all that kind of stuff going. This is kind of weirdly cool. Just going under all the conveyor belts running back and forth. Alright, so this is the next part. You're doing your best to avoid sky rails? Yeah, well, it's the pro and the con. Like, we've got some of our rails we keep not on the ground, just keep a little bit off the ground, just so they don't have all sorts of like weird side effects and all that going on. I have a feeling we're gonna have to like just barely nudge up to get over this thing, aren't we? I'm trying to see how much off it is. I mean, we're definitely slamming right into that. But can I go here? Yeah. just scooch right on over. You like Skyros? Well, that's those things I wondered. Like, I could certainly see going at some point with this type of thing that don't just like make a sky rail, but like have like where there's a ravine in between. And even though you don't need supports or anything in this game, but taking the time to make some like faux supports. Okay, so with this is actually fine because when we go to put the rails, it'll be a thing. I'll show you here in a moment. You like building the ramps up exactly the right distance? Yeah, the problem I have here is the steel one isn't on the world grid and it's just too big to fix. And every time I put it off, it just kept getting bigger and bigger, and now we're just too far gone. There's no coming back from it. It was a temporary feature, which means it's here forever. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. No. Apology on the time. Like, the ads are actively starting, so I can't stop them to snooze them. But, spaghetti check. The spaghetti is good. It's a little overdone. I'm sorry, I do apologize. But, you know, it is a thing. Nothing is permanent as temporary solution. Perfect great timing. Yeah, so hopefully it's supposed to delay it, but there's a whole thing on Twitch where it's like, ad starting soon. And once that happens, there is nothing I can do. Whoa, nice factory. Oh, you, We've got a lot going on. This is a big factory. Like, if I pull up my map, so we don't have conveyors running between our factory. Instead, we got trains. Here, let me zoom in a little bit. And get rid of the resource nodes. We got trains. We got trains for days. Trains everywhere. Which is what we're doing right now, is I'm trying to set up my nuclear power, and I came to the realization I have no uranium even remotely close to a good place for me. So we're going to the highest point on the entire map to get the uranium at the very tippy top of it, and dropping it all the way down to water level to do stuff with it. To say it is going to be a long and obnoxious train is understating it, which means it's perfect. You spend too much time doing creative designs, you're still on phase 3, just before trains. Gotcha. This is actually my second playthrough since 1.0 dropped. I have already actually beaten the game. But the first factory, the joke was it was like these it's like 6 towers right next to each other, and like a couple little satellite things, but it's mostly just the towers. And kind of the joke we had around it was you looked at it and it looked nice and organized in the actual towers, but the moment you looked underneath the towers, it was just spaghetti. It was just belts from wherever I had some drill brought to the towers. I think I had like only 2 trains in the whole map, but everything else was just spaghetti. But as long as you didn't look in the basement where the nightmares happen, everything was fine. Alright, so this one I need to actually get right. Yeah, it's too... So I need to get this one lined up so it's almost exactly straight. But the problem is with the way the camera works. There. Did we get that nailed? Yes! I mean, it's not actually perfectly straight. And it definitely won't get worse and worse as you go farther out, because it's certainly when you get an angle wrong, it doesn't escalate over time. You guys get no problem, Tim. Oh, actually, can I get a shout out for Tim the Sorcerer if someone didn't already do that? Absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of wonderful games here on Twitch. You know, stuff like RimWorld, been playing Satisfactory, a whole bunch of good stuff, so definitely check them out. Highly, highly, highly recommend. Absolutely fantastic. This is fine? It is fine. I see nothing wrong here. And for those who don't know, if you hold control while putting train down, whatever ground you put it on, it will put it level, but in a straight line. There was no shout out. All right, let me go ahead and do that. So shout out and Tim the Sorcerer. Again, check him out. Fantastic content creator. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. All right. And pretty soon it's going to have to start coming back this way. Why do I hurt you like this? It's fine. I mean, I was trying to aim that rail to that point from way down there, where I wasn't able to see it because the train was trying to be in front of me. Could have built one end of the train here on the ramp and connect them that way. You've had weird stuff happen with rails, so you don't know. Yeah, no, I could have gone to the top and brought it down. There's different ways to approach this. I went too far. It'll be fine. And ma'am time. Okay, rubber concrete or pure quartz. Let's re-roll those. Electromagnetic connection rods or coke steel ingot. I'm probably not going to ever use those, but you know. It's another pattern I don't have to worry about. Alright, so time to start taking some corrective action. Alright, so we've got a slight change in the angle here. Start trying to bring it back in. If you use coax steel ingots, you end up with rails like this. Oh. So it should start slowly coming back this way. Now keep in mind, the train station at the end is north-south facing and we're going east-west. So it is going to have to curve to arrive at the train station. It wasn't a straight shot in the first place. So just having it bank out a little bit better, or a little bit farther and giving us a nice scenic view, not actually that big a deal. Bangs drift that train. I genuinely wish the game did have a train upgrade where you could give them rocket fuel or something and the train would just absolutely blast through. Alright, so this is going to be a little bit tricky. We're going to drop it back to around here. Because when I put the bank in, it's too far away. It counts as a whole bunch more length. Oh, I really despise that. Let's try and find a halfway here, because that is straight up awful. There you go. There you go. It's got like a little swish, but that's not unexpected for going into a turn. All right. And now we have a whole lot of foundations down here to yank up so we don't have this weird foundation to nowhere. And we can get all this cleaned up, and that's the really long run. The other run, it's basically how fast I can get it back down from that height. So that we can get it down towards the water and the sulfur. It might even have to go to the sulfur and then loop back for the water, because of how much it's going to take me to get that thing back down from the sky. Oh, hang on. You're supposed to be filtered. I didn't need to cancel that. I just realized I could be doing this way faster. Let me just clean this up. And not accidentally... No, wait. Too soon. Yeah. What? Why no slide? Did I miss that one? Okay. So apparently I have to slide, then hit control. I can't do it the other way around. It's not allowed. Got places to be. Poor pants. Why am I slowing down this much? Okay. Teflon coating wore out? Yeah. There's just a point where your character just starts yelling. It's like, oh, it's getting hot. It's getting hot. Alright, almost done. We got the giant ramp down from the sky. My bum's on fire. Pretty much. Alright. This will put all that concrete and metal back in our inventory, which is fine because I'm going to have to build the next segment. But this is definitely the largest train, or longest train so far as just distance covered we've got going on. Alright, and there's the station. Sounds like a Jamaican dish. That's what happens when you order it extra spicy. You gotta be careful. Eat responsibly. Okay, home stretch. Alright, so that's the largest segment of this railway done. So now what I need to do is we need to go over to this side, and I gotta get over to that one way over there. But, like, that's nearby. It's going to be more to finagle it over there than to actually get anything meaningful happening with it. Okay. And I'll probably have to bring it to the right a little bit, and then back on track. Actually, with using control, I don't even need to do it the way I've been doing it. You can literally do these giant sweeping zigzags, and it's good enough. Yeah, so with this we can mark the height. And I can go over here, and I can just ramp it up to that height and then turn onto that flat. And once I'm on the flat, then we know we're just good. Alright. Because this one shouldn't have to go up too much. That's definitely higher than I need to go. Oh, that's not built yet, so you can't stand on it. In case you were all wondering. Okay. And it's time to get this segment of rail done. Yeah, it'll zigzag. It's fine. Now, I can't go that steep. There. Now we can run straight this way, and then we can zigzag on the other side. And I did see that the MAM finished. I just want to finish this segment, and I can worry about the next thing. You reach the whole way? Yes, you will. Alright. And before we get into the next section, let's drop the MAM. Check our hard drive. We have alternative iron alloy, and we have aluminum beams. Don't care about those. Rubber cement it is. I'm not going to ever use that, I don't think. But, you know, at least it can't show up ever again. Cool, now I clean up our mess here. And that's all connected. And that just should mean I have my last two stops, which is one to just drop all the way that. I like how it's go back to the MAM, and you're like, how about I bring the MAM to me? Exactly. The MAM knows where the party's at. We're already breaking the basic laws of physics with like dimensional storage and all that. What's teleporting buildings around the map as needed? Alright. Do you have power yet? I don't think you do. Alright, so. Let's go ahead and get our train on here, because then I can ride it between places. So we got you. And then we needed electromagnetic control rods, encased industrial, uranium, sulfur, and the other engine. So if we back it on up, this will be the first main part of the route. We'll just be going this way. Obviously, it can't fully automate or anything yet. Nothing's hooked up and ready quite yet, but we'll get there. One second. Hold up. Hang on. Alright, crisis averted. We almost had to start a new save. Couldn't let that stand. It could ruin everything. Yeah, so the fun thing is we should actually get a pretty good view off to the right side. Because honestly, it passes a lot of our main parts of our factory. It doesn't get down to the oil production or any of that. But like, we go past our steel production, we go past our main area down there. We go over the top of like all of our late game tech production here. We even get a really high vantage point view of our Caterium production. All right. This train is sure to be generating a lot of electricity for your grid. So the thing is, it only uses 62 megawatts right now. That kick 2/3 of the way up. Yeah, no, just getting a nice little scenic view. All right, so then we got this spot. Thunk. I'm glad that works the way it does and I don't just go off the edge. Oh yeah, so yeah, there you go. So yeah, no. Today I learned that the rail actually brings the radiation into us. So the catch is, where I want to go is if we look down here, there's the geyser down there. So where I'm trying to get this train down to is basically right down there. Needless to say, that is going to be a real steep decline, and we can't unfortunately do that. It is a really slow one. And then where I'm intending on putting my nuclear power in this whole big, like, canal, channel, whatever you want to call it. So for this train, we are just immediately saying foundation, ramp 2, and it's time to go down. I also need to get away from this train station as it slowly kills me from radiation poisoning. So I think the reality is we're going to overshoot our sulfur and then turn around to go to the sulfur using the train. But in the meantime, I just got a lot of elevation to shed. Yeah, no, we're almost done though. I just got to drop down to the sulfur here, and then once I get the sulfur, I'm basically already where I need to be. Like I just want to take the train just a hair farther to drop down for the nuclear production. Like I said, it is our most significant rail by a large margin. Because you look at some of our longest rails, I think that might be our second longest rail, is the one that goes here, sweeps that way, and then stops there. That's our aluminum rail. This train's gonna go real fast down one way and not so fast up the other. Just braking on the other side, and the train just catches fire from all of the heat from the brakes. But it's fine, it's just full of nuclear radioactive material. It's no biggie. Alright, so I'm going to go and have that there. Before we go any farther, I'm going to drop down here. I'm going to find that, sulfur down here. Have you considered giant air brakes? Letting your uranium on fire always ends well? Yeah, what could possibly go wrong? Alright. So, the sulfur... Oh, the sulfur's actually over this way. Okay, because what I wanted to do is get the sulfur out and just start having its elevation go up and figure out where I have to get to. Like, where I have to, like, do some finagling. Okay. Yeah, so geothermal should be right around here, and then the sulfur's supposed to be right here with it. Who needs a texture? Alright, so there's the geothermal. Ow, stop it. I'm doing things. Okay. So here's the sulfur node. We can go to production. Miner Mark III, which is probably overkill. And drop in the 3 slugs just because it can. And I mean, I don't need this to be powered from here, but we can. Alright. So that's that one. Where is the other sulfur? Is it way up here? Yeah, so the other sulfur's like way up here somewhere. That's fine. I don't think I'm gonna need it in the first place, but that'll be okay. If I do end up needing it, we can just drop it down. In the meantime, hey, could you not? In the meantime, we can go ahead and clear out some of this debris. And I'll put my railroad track on this side. And this will be the other end of our station. So I probably have enough room to go back that far. This is an interesting method to clear. The explosive rebar gun is wonderful. Like, I understand from a damage per second and yada yada standpoint that the rifle is better, but hear me out. This one weapon does literally everything. Rock I need to move, I explode it. Tree in the way, I explode it. Enemy around, I explode it. I haven't felt the sweet taste of pain in a little while. I can redeem that, fix that too. Like anytime I just need to feel that, like, am I alive? Boom, I'm clearly still alive. Alright. Not the chainsaw, not the noblest, but exploding bolts? Absolutely. Instant plutonium. Non-fissible uranium straight into plutonium. Normally I have to make the plutonium rods the middleman with limestone. That, yes, give. That sounds like a good one for simplifying a already involved process. Stop damaging fix-it property. Look, is Ada gonna come down here and stop me? I think not. Ada's all up there in her ivory tower made out of silicon, talking down at the little people down here on the planet doing the real work. I got my whole department together. We're gonna unionize. I mean, it's just me, but like, it's still something. 100% participation. So train station. So this one is the first one facing the other way because it kind of has to. Because the train needs to stop somewhere. All right. So now we have to think. What is the back of the train so far will be arriving here. So this is the point where I will want to go into here and say the first platform here is freight for the sulfur. And then this would be the uranium. We would have the encased steel. Train is unable to stop in time. I mean, in real life, you would get there, you'd hear the brakes start, and nothing would happen. And you'd just hear the train screaming the entire way down the hill. Like, maybe you could do it with an empty load, but the moment you're like, yeah, I'm just carrying, you know, something nice and light. Like, you know, uranium. One of the heaviest materials that we find just out in the world. You know that whole lead thing? No. Get out of... Alright, well, you have to kill him. Sorry, man. You're doing that thing where you're glitched in the terrain and in the way of where I have to build. Train full of tungsten cubes. Yeah, there's not many materials you get out there that are denser and heavier than uranium. There are a few. Yeah, so when his body disappears, I'll be able to put that platform there. And it's like nothing was ever wrong. Okay, so that's where we're going to. We just need to start the process of going uphill. Oh, while we're here, let's go ahead and just hook that up now. Because then I just don't need to come back to the stop ever. Versus our encased steel is not yet hooked up. Cool. All right. Oh. I was like, why is it not doing anything? You gotta plug it in. You gotta plug it in. That's how that works. I am gonna fix it. I wasn't going to. But I'm going to. There, and that should feed in. We can drop you in there. And you're going full tilt, that 300 per minute. So we know what our limit, that like, ultimately whatever we're doing on the other side with sulfuric acid, 300 per minute is the sulfur going in. If we need more than that, then there is another sulfur node right over here. It's just, I think it's up top there. It's like either back in here or up top there. But it's somewhere at a different elevation, which that would probably be one we'd just conveyor out and drop. I don't think it makes sense to make a whole separate train line to grab that, to then bring it down. Like at that point, the swap off starts to become the bottleneck, not even the drills. Like ultimately, this is going to be very inefficient with how long the train's going to take to do laps. But we'll have to see, because if we end up not getting enough uranium, then what I can do is I could potentially either add, like what I could do is do the 2-port storage and have it fill up the thing real fast if needed. If it is just literally it's filling up, but it's just not. Don't tell me you're gonna clip. Don't you dare. All right. So needless to say, we weren't ramping up nearly fast enough to make that work. But that's okay, because what we're going to do here is these are going to both ramp up this way. I just realized that's going to be a drive-through one. It's fine. There's no way I can reach that from here, right? Oh yeah, there is. There's absolutely a way I can reach it from here. I say I just realized I'm intending on having the two trains like have one more stop. That's literally just, it's basically turning around from where we had that, the sulfur pickup, to just drop all the junk off near the water. There we go. That's kind of what I was hoping for. Oh man, is that? I think it's like 1 or 2 tiles difference. Yeah, I think even if it's not perfect, that's close enough. Oh, that's actually off by a couple. All right. Cool. Alright, so with that, I need to run the train track the whole way down and around there. But yeah, no, I was going to say is, where I have it just butting into there, I'm going to want that to go through that train station. And honestly, it's just going to double back and drop over here. Because that's too far away for me to want to conveyor that. I've already got the train this far. We'll just have like a little loop right here that just goes like that. And that should be good. And then with that, we'll have the train fully connected up. And then all of these are load stations, so I should have nothing left to touch on any of them other than the encased steel, because the encased steel, I just didn't plug in the encased steel, which I probably should have, but that's fine. I'll have to go back and deal with that. But then once we get everything down here to that far end, then it will be time for me to go through and say, okay, you know, bring in the sulfur, bring in the water, make the sulfuric acid, use the sulfuric acid with the uranium to make the enriched uranium, whatever it is. Then take that to make the fuel cell, and then take the fuel cell and shove it in the nuclear reactor, and yay, nuclear power. And then we bring out the nuclear waste, which is the really fun part and exciting part, and the part I actually enjoy. And then we got to figure out what the heck we're doing with that. Which last time, our solution to the nuclear radiation problem, like the nuclear waste, was we took a box and we put it in the box. And then when that started to get too much of a problem that I couldn't get anywhere near my nuclear reactors because it was so incredibly radioactive from all the waste, I got a really long conveyor belt and I put a box on the end of it and I plugged it into my first box. And then when even that started to be bad enough that even like being half the mountain away, I was still getting blasted with radiation, no problem. I just got another conveyor belt and I made it really long and I put another box in the end of it. You get where this is going. My solution was anytime it was in my way because it was so radioactive, it was so dangerous, I just moved it farther away. And just let that be my solution. I don't know why this is okay, but the other way wasn't, but sure. So we have steel canisters and aluminum beams. No thank you. Coated cable. That's interesting. I don't think we would do it. We'll do the leached. There's some corner of the map. I wonder how many people genuinely their solution to this problem is to go down here where there's nothing and then just make this the nuclear radiation storage area. I still like the idea, just as the memes, of just finding some cave that you found like a slug or whatever in once upon a time and just filling it as much as possible with storage containers and then just pumping all the nuclear waste down there. Even though you can actually put it to use and recycle it and all that kind of stuff, but just the meme of just shoving it in some hole in the ground and pretending it was never there. You put the nuclear waste in the swamp so that all the horrible critters can be unalived by it. The swamp is a pretty rough place. That was where I had my aluminum production, was literally in the swamp when I played. But it was one of those things. I built a platform out of the swamp into the ocean off the edge of the map just to not deal with it. Jump in a hole just like the US? That is the reference. Come on. Come on, turn straight. There we go. Oh yeah, I won't need the platform on the other side. Okay, so we need this probably about 3-4 tiles away. I'm not sure if that was actually connected because it didn't make the little sound it makes when it snaps. All right. It would be nice if they have a conveyor that falls off in the sea. It is amusing that, like, for all the awful thing that Fixit does about, like, just destroying the environment or anything, that there isn't a, hey, I just want to, you know, like, I just want an outlet for the fluid. So when you have, you know, your machines producing aluminum, you know, you can't just be like, hey, when I have a surplus of this, this alumina, whatever, just dump it in the river. Just all nature in the area just can't even. Alright. So this is going to complicate my stops, unfortunately. But I'm already at this point where I'm like, I already built the station. I'm just dealing. Okay. So now we do this part where I run back up and delete the platforms. Because the reason I want to do this one phase at a time is all of this concrete and iron plates ends up in my inventory. So if I try to do it all in one run, when I go tear it all down, I'll have literally thousands upon thousands in my inventory. That inventory full becomes a legitimate concern. But yeah. And then the last run should be the shortest one. Well, actually, no, that one by the other base should be probably the shortest. But this is going to be one of the shorter ones. Because what we can do here is just... literally, I'm going to turn it around and just bring it near the water. And it doesn't matter where we let off. Because, I mean, I have a whole bunch of processing I need to do for everything. Okay. So it's a little bit of a weird ride on this one. Because I did have to do like multiple turnarounds and all that. Just because of the sheer elevation we're dealing with. But I'm kind of glad I did this cursed really, really high up in the air uranium. Versus like just conveying some stuff together or whatever. Because I think this will be a fun rail. I also see this rail as being one that'll be problematic, that it might be the first time I might need to have two cars that have the same good in them, just to have the extra bandwidth, as it were. So when the train pulls up, it gets like these two containers full of whatever. We'll see though. Like, I have no context about how much sulfur and how much uranium we need. I think the others we won't need much, like the electromagnetic control rods. I don't think will be a particularly high volume item I'll need to move. But we'll see when we get there. I suddenly don't remember if I actually put in the next hard drive. We'll check when we get up here, just in case. You just need to, like, you need the rails to make a loop. and then run like 10 trains. I mean, sure, I mean, actually, I do know how I would connect it. I would have to need to have like a near the ground one, would have it go the whole way around and then meet up on the end. I don't want to do that though, because the thing I would need to do with that is I would need to turn all of the train stations to face the same way, and they're not right now. Why am I getting blasted with radiation the moment I get anywhere near this area? I don't understand. Alright, how fast will it go? Oh, it's so much worse than earlier. Oh yeah, no, it scales. Like, you start, like, you build your storage, you're like, okay, well, we're putting the nuclear waste. How bad could this be? Oh, that's not so bad. That is some aggressive turning. So we get almost... Can we get to 300? Can we do it? 300 kilometers an hour. Dead stop. We just died. Our bones have left our bodies. That's what has occurred there. Our bones have left our bodies through the rest of our body. Because that's what happens when you stop at those speeds. Your organs stop being continuous material. You didn't know you could drift a train. Made your stomach lurch? Yeah. So I'm just trying to see... I think over this way we're gonna find that there'll be like a little overhanging area. I'm hoping there will, because that'd be pretty cool to just go underneath it. Where? I don't see the thing putting out the smoke on that side. Like over here I see it. But sometimes it could be just a graphic thing. Oh. Oh, is that down a waterfall? We're making this work. We're making this work. We are taking the train and just dipping under there. Unless you're wearing a highly advanced fix-it suit, which keeps you productive. Well, that's the... If you ever seen like people do like the game theories or whatever around stuff like people jumping off buildings with power armor, and you know, there's also the whole thing about like Shell from Portal jumping down, like landing on her boot things and all that, and supposedly they cushion the fall. And you're like, I hate that bug. The bug is when you destroy stuff, your explosives still collide with it. There you are. Alright, so the plan here is straightforward. We turn this train around, we get it to do a little dip at the waterfall, and we just put the train station at the bottom of the waterfall. And then from there, we've got the water, we've got everything we need, and then we can start doing nuclear power. A little bad, hella spicy. Alright. Well, that answers the question about the hard drive. Deuterium wire or copper rotors. Alternative infused uranium cells. Don't make this way easier on me. Okay. So... I'm not going to do that because using deuterium wire in place of sulfuric acid and then also needing silicon doesn't really sound that much better. I also have no idea what the productivity rates are between the two of them because I can't see that. I actually don't really care about either of these recipes, so boom. Because that would mean I'd need to bring silicon and caterium wire over here. And very genuinely, I just don't want to deal with it. Alright. So we need to have ourselves a little bumpy bump to get over the hill. I'm hoping we can squeeze through the trees and it not look cursed. If it looks cursed, we'll just delete a tree. I've done it before. I think that'll work. I've done it before and I'll do it. Hey, it appeared this time. And now it's gone. Oh no, that was a different one. Okay, so this will be a tricky one to line up. So I am going to try and maneuver this in a way I probably shouldn't. Let's go 2 forward and see if that gives us the drop we need. Nope, slightly too soon. 3 forward. One more tick forward should do. And you'll see how I'm going to make this line up, because like right now it's obviously smashing right into the wall. Cool. So with that, we just scooch that over to the left one more. So that way we go around this bend like that. That should line us right up with the hole. We should be able to slide right underneath there. And bring it right down to water level. That way I don't need any head lift or anything on the other side. This will be perfect. Because then we bring everything in here, we put directly in front of us all the procedures to make everything from what it is right now, which is, you know, just various individual components into our fuel cells and all that kind of stuff. Feed them into the nuclear reactors. We got all this water ahead of us and the entire ocean out past that. I am going to make this literally the platform for the train. It'll just have a chain of conveyor belts and all that. Cool. So you can go over here to transportation, train station. So actually, we'll probably need to make this a little bit farther forward because this is one of those ones that once I build it, I can't really expand it because there's a waterfall behind me. I could technically go one more spot, but that's a hard limit after that. Because terrain. Okay, so you're not merged in the wall. We got a little space on that side. And so this one, I need all 4. So 1, 2. Why did you switch sides? 2, 3, 4. They can put empty platform behind. So if I really pushed my luck, I could probably get one more spot back here. I'd have to finagle that, but it would probably be doable. I'm not going to, but at least that means if I do run into a problem or like I could get a better recipe or yada yada yada, there is a little wiggle room. Okay, then we go up here. And I want to bring this around here. Are you clipping to the... No, that's just the end of the track. Be nice and straight. It is almost like I intended it to work that way. It's almost like I built a couple of trains. Ah, we are going to intersect this tree, though. Unless... minor course correction in the track. So we split the difference between the trees. All right. Can't just connect you right here, can I? That's fine. Alright, so we're doing pretty good with all this. The only thing we know we've got is a problem on this track before I can start sending the train back and forth. Oh, wait. Don't do that. Do this. Okay, all that's implied? Cool. Is I will need to connect the encased steel back on the far end over there, and then we'll just have to set up all of the nuclear reaction, production, whatever you want to call it, over on this end. Which is not a small thing. But we'll get that all working, and that'll be pretty fantastic. I should have checked to see if I had the steel bars on the things I was going to get back. I'm pretty sure I didn't, though. I'm going to like this turn. This turn is one of the better turns I think we've had. Because it's a nice, smooth turn. And then it does this whole, like, dip into the waterfall and all that. And sure, it butts immediately into a train station, and maybe it would have been better if I backed off the train station a little bit more. Oh, yeah, just perfect. Cool. So with this is where we're going to be unloading everything. So for right now, unload, 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 and unload. Yep, and like I said, all of this in front of me, this giant area we've already got here, that is where all of our, that's where we're going to go ahead and get all of our nuclear power. So this area may not look huge here, but then there's the ocean right there. So I can do all of this to produce my nuclear fuel and just as many factories as I can get happening. It's the big log flume part of the roller coaster. Exactly. What fun is the roller coaster? You've got your drop. Cool, we've got our drop. We've got, you know, like the really slow incline so you can like stress out the entire time as you like hear the little tick as you get to the top. You got that too. But we just needed a splashy finish at the end. It's just the way it goes. Alright, now the tricky part is going to actually be configuring this train correctly. So these two stops are facing this way, the other two stops are facing the other way. So the order of the stops needs to be this stop, then that stop, then the other stop in the middle, and then the other one back. Like, and we can switch the pairing, but they do have to go together as a pair. So we can go to edit the timetable. Oh, I forgot. So yeah, so we have this stop here.
Looking good.
Thank you, Randall Thor. I appreciate that. So what we could do is we have the stop we're at. I can't see what it is. We'll do process elimination. Okay, so we'll say you need to go to this stop. But thank you for the 200 biddies. I really do appreciate it. I'm just, you know, figuring out the train station. I need to start using, like, setting up my names myself because they are repeating names. Okay, I believe that's the order of operations we need. Let's turn on our train. And it's alive. Now the good news is usually when you're inside a train or a vehicle, you are immune to damage. Because otherwise, having an entire train car absolutely full to the brim with highly radioactive materials probably would not be good for our long-term health. We need banks on this turn. This is going back to the early days of steel roller coasters, like the Matterhorn from back in the day, where you go around all the corners and you're like, I'm pretty sure I just twisted my spine. Because it just goes around a turn, no bank, no anything. Just flat 180. So not a whole lot of braking needed going uphill for some reason. Couldn't imagine why. Alright, now this is a radioactive train. The best part I just realized is this means the train's going to be radioactive the entire way it goes through my base. Which will be great, because I'll be standing there minding my own business, and then suddenly my Geiger counter is going to get really angry at me for some reason. Just working on some wiring, and all of a sudden it just goes tick, 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 tick. Because right now, if I climb out of this train, my radiation's gonna be pretty high. And now I take the ride that goes up to about 300 kilometers per hour. We are already braking because we're going too fast. We're trying to hold that 200 kilometers per hour. That 300 I was going the other way, just too fast. Okay, so this is the stop I need to hop out on, because this stop, don't you line up wrong. Oh, I got scared there. Why am I radioactive? I don't understand. Why is my body going ticky-tick? Alright. I don't have a straight shot underneath. Okay, so the way I can make this work is pretty straightforward. I can grab you, bring this here, put a splitter there, slap it in here, bring this up to the edge. Actually, yeah, bring that up to the edge. Grab you. Because it looks like I can honestly just slide this around this back area here. And probably be pretty okay. There's a couple of power poles here that, honestly, I would want to avoid. Actually, it looks like it's just the one power pole. And it looks like it's just one bridging to another that I probably could just bypass. Let's see how obnoxious that would be. So if I wanted to... Oh man, that's going way back there that I set these ones up. So I can put you here. Cool, and I plug into that one, and you are now redundant. Attempts to bypass, shuts down the whole factory. It would not be the first or the last time that kind of thing happens. Alright. You can go over here. Was that right on the edge or one tile in? I usually put one tile in. One tile in. Okay, and then with that we should be able to just run along the ground. Alright, so let's get this all connected. I'm curious how much encased steel this will take. I know short term because it's going to fill up an entire train station. And that train station's like having your own, like a whole extra giant container. We'll see here. It's too far forward. No, don't pick that up. Cool. So we've got that, and I can drop you in here just to clear inventory. Alright, so where is this train now? I have no way... Okay, so this is the train we're looking at, because that's the one that goes way, way, way up here. No, that's not. I'm lying. Because that train stops up here for materials. That's definitely not the train. Well, I can just stand here until they hear the Geiger counter going. Then we know we got the right train rolling through. Let's see. Oh, drone question. If anybody's used them a bit, can you have a drone not pick stuff up? You're trying to get one drone to simply deliver stuff to a site, but it's been bringing things back you don't want to. I don't know. Unfortunately, I don't know. Right. So where are my trains? Okay. Ah, so the train got to this far end, and now it's having a problem. That's what's happened. Okay, so we have a problem on this train that it's having an issue about where it's getting to next. So train station, timetable. So you're supposed to do the next stop. Stop is unreachable. Try doing it that way. Okay, so you're docking. So you drop back. Let's see. Randall Thor on their 30th Street streak. Tim the Sorcerer has built a slug sanctuary, glass walls, and roofing. Nice lighting, and a waterfall falling through the middle. Oh, that's kind of neat. So he probably found like a slug like on something, or like one or two like blue slugs or whatever, and like built a glass thing around it. I'm guessing. Yeah, so it looks like we had problems getting the train to go to the next station. So I gotta check to see if my last station, maybe the station itself is reversed or whatever. It could also be, actually, I should have paid closer attention of which one you had problems going to. So you're going here. Yeah, so you're going there, then here. And there, then there. It seemed to have a problem going to that station. That's what we're going to have to figure out. But that's one of the things is I want to ride the train one lap just to make sure it's working and everything's lined up. But yeah, as you can see, this thing's been piling in all this encased steel this whole time. That does mean suddenly we went from producing almost no encased steel because we've just not been using much of it to suddenly it's overwhelmed. Oh, we are almost done with Phase 4. I only need 12 more nuclear pasta, and Phase 4 is done. So that's cool. And I know I'm over my time, by the way. I want to get the train done. I'm not going to start the process of wiring up all of the nuclear power right now, because that was a whole stream the last time I did it. Because it takes a lot, like, the nuclear power is a whole process. But, I mean, considering we finished wiring up the nuclear pasta, we finished wiring up the whatever the third one is, those rocket engine things. We massively expanded our plastic and our rubber production. We massively expanded our power in the whole thing. He's built stands, the conveyor belts, and removed all of it except one bit, so they stay in place, then named them using signage. Oh, neat. But, and then we got this ridiculous railway. Alright, how fast does this radiation build up? It's my favorite train. I just feel warm anytime I'm around it. I just get this fuzzy feeling anytime I'm around the train, that's all. That's one thing I do want to put more time into at some point in this game. Like, not the get things done kind of factory, but just really take the time to take a stop and be like, we're making this nice. Put all the windows up, you know, make all the belts go into like a subfloor, so it's like for like the train station, it just buckles up to the side, so it's nice and open. Put some type of like decorations or whatever to make it look like a proper train station or whatever. Yeah. Now you're thinking The Martian, where he's using the radioactive rod thing or something. Get a nice warm feeling down your spine? Oh yeah. Station unreachable. And that's why I wanted to ride. So the next station it's trying to go to is Nova. Why are you trying to go to Nova next? Are we not at this station? Alright, so it does look like I've got something wrong with my station where I'm going to put the radiation. More than likely, it's just the train station itself is just turned the wrong way. So I'll drive down there real fast, see if that's what's going on with it. But that's the reason why it's always good with these kind of things to just ride it through one lap after you configure it. Because it's really easy to be like, cool, I got the thing set up and go on to work on the next thing, go, man, I still haven't gotten my uranium, what's going on? And then realize the entire time it's not been operating. And so, like, none of your, like, uranium stopped getting mined because the train couldn't pick it up, so your storage filled up and yada yada yada. It is worth stopping to verify. But yeah, the reason I'm going long is I'm like, okay, I only need to wait a little bit longer to get my last 12 of the nuclear pasta to put us into Phase 5. And then once we're into Phase 5, that'll probably be 2 more streams for me to finish it. Because what I'll do is I'll spend one stream setting up everything to, like, produce some of the stuff. And then I'll probably do what I did last time, which is where it is like, okay, this is just something that's going to take 4 or 5 hours of running and just, you know, putting slugs in here to scale it or whatever. I'll set up all that stuff and I'll just let it run idle sometime off stream. And then we can hop in, and it won't be just like the 1.5 hour. We'll, like, if I do anything that's going to be of substance, like building more out, we can do that. But I suspect what'll happen is I'll have, like, the one last thing that, like, to scale it up becomes super prohibitive. Because that's what I ran into. I think it was also the pasta on Phase 5 the last time. Well, it was the only one that was going to take me a while, and the issue was to scale it up, I was going to need an absolutely ridiculous amount of power, and I realized I'm like, okay, well, I'm only an hour or two out of this being done. By the time I scaled up my power, like, it's done. Like, so there's I won't go faster by doing this, because by the time I finish the thing to get the better efficiency, the time's done, because it was going to take a while. I was going to have to set up like a whole new extra process. All right. Okay, so now it's probably going to go, I don't know how to get to the next spot. So what we're going to do here is once it finishes docking, which I don't know why it's... Oh, it's probably full, so it's just like, whatever. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to take over manual control of this. And we're just going to try and slam this into the next port. And see if either A, I have a track that's not actually connected to itself. Or B, which is the most likely thing, is more than likely the train station on the far side is facing the wrong way. And if that's the case, it should be just flip the train station, and then the train should go and do its thing perfectly fine. Oh yeah, that's nice. Thunk. Alright, so I gotta pull it forward enough that it's not blocking that train station. And now I get into our Geiger counter screaming. Yeah, it's turned the wrong way. If you ever want to know how, like, you can tell just by a glance, the round side, like, there's one side that's flat and one side that's round on the top. The round side's the one you're looking for. Okay, so I can hop back in here. Oh, I need to power you. And I know it can carry the power, but I'm liking having multiple power hookups, so if I ever break anything, the train now becomes the power backbone. Alright, so now we go to edit our timetable. We have a new stop here, which is Amsterdam, so we add that onto the end. And since that is after that, that should just work. And I'm just going to trust that that's going to go fine and walk away. And we'll work on this until we at least have the, until we have at least what we need. Yeah, so I only need 8 more nuclear pasta. Alright, so I've got all of this crap popping out here. So before we get too caught up in everything, let's figure out what processes I need to make happen. I believe the first one I need to make happen is sulfuric acid. So I believe we make sulfuric acid in the blender. What does sulfuric acid need to exist? Yeah, so we have this. So this is sulfuric acid, limestone, and geranium. And I've got limestone right nearby, by the way. So sulfuric acid is not in the blender, which means it's probably the refinery. Yeah, sulfuric acid, water, and sulfur. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. So I could just drop a pump over here, shove it into a refinery, and sulfuric acid is go. So let's just plan. Let's actually see if I can even wedge a water extractor here. I can. Because I have no context of how much sulfuric acid I'm going to need. But the goal here is to get the reaction started and we can go from there. We will want to probably have a reservoir. That way if things have to turn on and off and yada yada, it doesn't get into this weird cycle where it's not running properly half the time. Added bonus, that is actually lower, so I definitely don't have to worry about head lift at all. And the good news, I think, like, literally the limestone should be... It's not up there. Where was the limestone? The limestone is, like, right here. Okay, so the limestone, we have one right up here. So it's a little farther up than I intended, but that's okay. By the time I get the sulfuric acid produced and then the next thing produced, we can just snake that down. It'll be fine. And if I need more, I've got, like, 4 nodes around us. And we can drop a cable right here at the corner. I always slug up the water stuff. I probably don't need to, but this is one of those ones there's no reason for me to be sparing in my amount of space I take. Because like I said, if I get all the way over there, then we go to just where this becomes this giant open area. So literally does not matter. This whole area is just going to be for producing our fuel. And then the next area will be on for all the other stuff. So we can go to production, refinery, give ourselves about 2 tiles worth of space. That way I have plenty of room to plug in all the wires, or like the pipes and all that. Get all that going. Oh, did we finish the stuff in the MAM? It's been a while. Okay, we got molding beams and cheap silica. This is a good recipe. I'm going to skip it for now. I probably shouldn't have. That's fine. We're taking the computer. Like, genuinely, with as many hard drives as I grabbed, we're not going to run out of recipes, but we're going to put a dent in them. We've got most of the good recipes. Like I said, the molded steel stuff I don't have, and that's actually relatively good for reducing your steel cost in favor of eating up limestone, which you usually never have to worry about. Okay, so sulfuric acid is what you're producing. Was there any solid byproduct? No, just sulfuric acid. So you can go to production, logistics, sorry, it's organization. So we'll have a big reservoir for the sulfuric acid as well. I'm giving everything lots of space to work with. Because as well as ones, we're going to do lots of nonsense to figure it all out. And I am intending this to eventually have it where we turn the uranium into plutonium and blah, 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 blah. So with this, I do need the sulfur. Oh. Yeah, no, you're already set to unload. Oh, right. It didn't actually stop here the last time. It just went back and forth. And the train... Yeah, so the train is on its way. It is doing its loop-the-little loops. But it should drop off its sulfur, because I don't remember which one of those is going to be the sulfur. Okay, so with that, we have the sulfuric acid. So after we have the sulfuric acid, I believe we need the blender. Because the blender, we're going to be making the encased uranium, which is sulfuric acid, limestone, and uranium. No problem. So we're going to go up here. And this whole area is going to blow my Geiger counter up eventually. It'll be great. So you can go here to the blender, turn you around. I'm going to actually just move it over here and not line it up. And you will be my encased uranium cells. Alright. So easy enough. Step 1. Get this all sorted out. So that'll be our sulfuric acid. Cool. And then we need the concrete and we need the uranium. Straightforward. Uranium comes from over there. Concrete, like I said, there should be limestone just over this way. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, so that's not far. And then we also have the one up there on that ridge. I like how he just nopes away. It's like, nope, got range, explosions, don't like, I'm outie. Keep it to yourself. Wait, is that the limestone? I thought the limestone pinged up there. Nope, that's the limestone. Alright. Think of production, tier 3 miner. Oh, I'm missing the individual drills. That's been a long time. Sure, we can make that happen. The special crafting bench, do this, do this. That's not the right thing. I need the equipment bench, not the crafting bench. So do that. That's fine, we can use up these steel things. But yeah, so we'll see how putting the nuclear in here, because that is going to put a bit of a dampener on the fact that we're going to be just pulling in a lot more materials. So the electromagnetic control rods are going to be using. We are going to be hitting our steel and our limestone from our main steel production a bit harder. I think it'll be fine, because I don't believe that the nuclear power plants are particularly hungry on the speed they go through the fuel cells. Like, they do go through them, but it's not extremely rapidly. And then they spit out the nuclear waste, and we can take the nuclear waste and reprocess that back into fuel. And I believe if I set that whole process up... Don't do it. Alright. But I believe I set that whole process up where I reduce the amount of initial fuel we burn. That'll go a long way as well. Meanwhile, probably don't need these in here, but I've got 400 or 500 worth of slugs back home, so they mean nothing to me. And we're almost at the point that they're renewable. You're hoping it ran off and let them ragdoll? Yeah, no, that's the thing. I was kind of hoping when he had run off it would bounce him around, but timing just wasn't there. Okay, so honestly, with the lineup and all that, we can probably put the constructors for the cement on this side. So if you're running at full tilt, you'll give me 240 units per minute. Fair enough. And we put you here. You'll consume 45. So 45, that's going to be 6. 6 will ever so slightly outrun it. And I don't actually anticipate needing this many, but I mean, I've got it here. Let's just max it out. It's cheap to max that one out. And then we'll check on our nuclear pasta again to see how close we are to being ready to turn that in. Because like I said, I'm not looking to get to the full nuclear setup all in one sitting right now. That'll probably be what I do on stream tomorrow. But while I'm waiting for the nuclear pasta again, just to hit phase 5 for tomorrow, I figure I might as well be productive in the meantime. So you can go here, drop this pole. 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And in this case, 6. Normally I only do 5, that way I can daisy chain the poles easier. But I'm figuring that's the end of that line. And now we've got this. Get you all set to concrete. I've been trying to make it so we could scale this as much as we need, because that was kind of where I got stuck in the last with my nuclear power. Is I didn't have, like, I kind of made it really compact just out of need. And how are we doing? 2 more nuclear pasta. And 2 more nuclear pasta, then we are good. In this case, instead of putting it off to the side with that, we're going to put it in line for the storage. And that's just because I know I'm taking it over here, and that's what it's here for. And I can't add another row or anything like that. That drill is never going to make more than it is. We literally have the best drill on it. So there's no point in not going all for it. Which honestly, with that in mind, I don't see a reason not to cap it off there. Cool. So with that, we're all hooked up here. We just need to get over there. Unfortunately, I've got this big chunk of stone in the way, but that's the reason we're just going to pave over it. Because if it's not going to cooperate with me, we're just going to go around it. Is it working? No, I don't have the power hooked up yet. That's probably what we're going to do, is get the power from over here. You should be on the same grid. Oh, it's probably one of those things where, yeah, we'll get that out of the way and bring this up. Because I'm willing to bet the issue here is that it's not a multiple of 4 between these heights. That's exactly what it was. It's a multiple of 2. So they're on the same grid. It's just not that it can go quite at that angle. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and put down the MAM. And next hard drive, we have the infused uranium again, which, like I said, I don't see using that. I mean, it might be better, but I just don't want to deal with the deuterium wire and all that. We keep re-rolling and getting stuff I'm not going to use. Like, maybe that is good. Like, they're higher throughput. But with how plentiful materials are, I just don't see myself... I mean, I guess limestone is so readily available. If you were starting to, like, try and push your factory to the absolute max, you might have to use those kind of recipes to expand. But for me, I'm not sure what you do with that phase in the game, other than just, hey, how many tickets can I get in how little time? Which, genuinely, I imagine a lot of people would enjoy that gameplay. So maybe I shouldn't be going, I don't understand. It's like, no, I think I do actually understand. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with all this limestone is for. Yeah, well, that's the whole thing. Like, I could certainly see having that unreasonably large amounts of limestone and needing to find a use for it. Alright. So now I can grab you. Can I get all the way over here? Not quite. And you're on the seam? Yes, you are. Cool, so let's now get power over there. So you're not connected to power either. Where's your power? Okay, so power's over here. So I can run power up to this point. Plug that thing in. And now I need to run power over here. Now I'll start bringing the cement in. And by now that train should have gotten back and forth. We'll know if I get anywhere near it and the Geiger counter starts going off. If the Geiger counter starts going off, that means the train was successful in its delivery. Oh, right. It's got to ramp up. That's right. It's like, why is it not running? You got to ramp up for a second. There we go. And with that, we'll start getting concrete. And with concrete, that'll be another thing done. And the last thing for this step of the process is to get the uranium into this this belt on the top here and into that machine. I am suddenly worried that maybe I didn't give myself enough space, but we're about to find out. Let's skip to try and... Well, I heard the train just honk, so it definitely was here. Are you gonna work? Yes, you do. That's all I needed. Alright. That is not what I wanted. Please stop. It technically worked, but not how I wanted it to. Hey, could you mind buggering off? I think it's working, chat. I'm nowhere near the train station, and it's getting real mad at me. Okay, so there's the sulfur. That's the first one I need to connect. So we're gonna plan for the water to go here. Let's plan this to have some expansion room, so we got that. Okay, so you... Oh, wait, you need to be up here. Because I want you to go over top of where the water is. So now we have sulfuric acid. Alright, so now we've got the nuclear goodies, the uranium. And so once I set this up, that's when walking around here gets to be a lot less healthy. As this whole place starts getting a little bit more crackling on the Geiger counter. Oh, don't do that. Which means more than likely I'll have to probably automate making the things to protect me from radiation. Because we handcrafted these like 25 of these a long time ago, and we're just riding on that handful this whole time. There we go. Alright, so in theory, I should be making the encased uranium over on this side. Yeah. Alright. And then I'm going to do with this, I'm going to put them in a box. And then we're going to go back to the space elevator. And we're going to pull the lever. Alright, so I will make this a large storage. And you get sulfuric acid back out. Right. I remember that being a little bit of a pain. Because it is one of those things that, you know, we can run ourselves into problems with that. And in hindsight, get this sorted. Grab you. Alright, so we'll start by making this a straight line. And then grab the T. Bring it about there. Get rid of this part. Grab this. We're gonna bring it way wide over here. And this will be one of those ones that's not gonna be able to sustain itself until I make more changes to it. So right now we're just gonna have to live with it. But the intentions of how I will deal with this is I will need to alright, that'll be fine. I will need to kind of do what I did with the other one, in that I will need to control the rate stuff comes in. Oh, get rid of that spot. Grab you. So you go here to logistics. Put a valve to ensure you don't get backflow there. And... oh, you know what I could probably do? Ah, never mind. It doesn't go around those. I was going to say, I could probably put the... I could have probably made it a ring and had the valve there, so whatever goes into line has to go the whole way around, so it should draw to keep this clear. We'll probably do that eventually, but more than likely I'm going to need more here. And then with this really fast, I'm going to just need to set this up, because I just want to get this part of the process done before I step away, just because if I don't, I'm not going to remember what the heck I was doing. You're the wrong one. So liquid flows back on itself. Yeah, so I was thinking I would want to make a loop around the whole thing. We don't have it set up yet, but if I make a loop around the whole place on itself, then what I could potentially do with it is by having it so that the machine is kind of the first thing in the way, then what would end up happening in that scenario? What? What? 1 second. Oh, that's a mistake. Don't do that. I do not want radioactive stuff in my inventory. Because that will permanently have me getting radiation hits until we get rid of it. Don't care about this. Uranium fuel unit. So that takes an odd arrangement of things. We probably won't use that, but I'll grab that just in case. And then I think we're down to our last hard drive. Till we go out and get more. Alright, so the catch I have here is I do want... you know what I bet you I could do? Again, I need to not do that, but for this particular case I am. Alright, so. Yeah, so we're going to build those that way. So I'll make the belt go this way. So what I need to do... I want to turn the belt. So what I'm trying to do here... oh, I know how I can make this work. So we're going to have a little bit of a weird thing going here. Let's put a piece here. And a spot right over here. And now we can put the merger in there. There we go. So yeah, so now we're getting the encased uranium in here, which is good, because then we use the encased uranium to make the fuel cells and all that. And I'm pretty sure I just heard the train leave. I'm just double checking. We have everything we need to finish phase 4. I just gotta walk up, jam it in the machine, and pull the lever. Man, that radiation counter sure gets high when you get near that box. You just saw the uranium fuel unit thing, and the old wiki was like, it's better, but I was like, that's too many parts, so I picked the other thing. That's basically what my thought is like, okay, you look like you're probably better, but also, I'm gonna have to bring a lot of crap over here just to set you up. And I'm gonna be honest, I really don't feel like it. Alright, how far away is the train? Because this is one of those times that I'm like, the train's probably faster. But no, the train's nowhere nearby and it's heading away, so we're running. I like this Skyrail. I think this is a good one. Alright, I got all the stuff in my inventory now. To finish this, we just run up to that big space elevator, jam it in, pull the lever, phase 5, here we go. And then tomorrow's stream, we will be working on both, like, getting the nuclear finished, because we've got the point with the nuclear. We're making their encased uranium cells. So all I have left is to take the uranium cased cells and make them into the actual fuel cells, which I think is literally just, like, encased steel and, like, one other thing. Oh, is the control rods and encased steel, I believe, is all it needs to go there. Both of those are in the train already over there. So it literally will be just plug those in, and then we're getting our fuel cells out. And then once we're getting our fuel cells out, then, you know, we'll turn around and get the nuclear power plants turned on, and they'll start spitting out the nuclear waste. And at short term, I'm going to ignore the nuclear waste. And we will get all of the other things at least producing. Well, actually, I say tomorrow Satisfactory. Okay, it depends on when the Planet Crafter DLC drops. Because we are going to be checking out the Planet Crafter DLC, which is Humble Planet, which is a brand new planet for Planet Crafter. If that does come out tomorrow, we're going to be doing some tricky navigating between both games. Because I'll want to finish out this run, and I'll want to do that, you know, a run of the new planet. Which means more than likely I'll probably do, like, the A-B thing where I play, like, half the stream one game, half the stream the other game, or this day I play the one game, but if I play the game this day, I play the other game the next day. You get how that works. It's nothing new. Creators have been doing that forever. But let's get over here, because what's going to happen tomorrow night as well is I'm going to be streaming from inside of a hurricane, so that should be interesting. So as long as my internet and power holds up, which is a real big maybe, knock on wood, so far, the last couple of nasty hurricanes we got hit with, everything held up just fine. But historically, it's not been great. Yeah, no, I'm in Central Florida, but I'm not near the coasts. So I am in the direct line of fire, but I'm not, like, at ground zero. So I should, by the time it reaches me, it'll be low Cat 3, high Cat 2. So it'll be very inconvenient, but it shouldn't actually be that big a deal. And Phase 4 sealed.
Welcome to the Pioneers Got Power Problems presentation. That was a joke. Anyway, you're familiar with the process. Just throw the lever and the automated systems will take over. Imagine all the time and effort that would be wasted if you had to do all that work as well. Some work is just better suited for machines. Phase 5 contains technology the human brain cannot comprehend, so just trust in me and fix-it policy and everything will go as planned. Answering all your questions will take time we simply do not have. Everything is going to be just fine, so long as you do your job. We've come this far together after all, haven't we? Anyway, you know what to do. Just don't forget to keep producing previous project parts, and plan ahead when setting up new production lines, and make sure not to leave it all until the last moment.
Okay. All right. Those project parts were awfully sus. You hadn't got there just yet. Oh yeah. And also she's just like, look, you know, dumb monkey brain, you'll figure it out.
Phase 4 of project assembly completed. If style was measured in my performance reports, yours would be something special. Regardless, saving the day is within our grasp. Do not lose focus now. You must understand the weight on your shoulders, but you are not alone. I am here, and I know exactly what's at stake. This goes beyond Earth. Your actions will affect the universe at large. You might think I am exaggerating. Perhaps you will understand once you finish project assembly. Phase 5 awaits. I expect your best work.
Alright, and with that, chat, it is honestly well past time for me to call it a night. Because normally I would have wrapped up about an hour ago. So first of all, if you are watching on YouTube, the stream will be dropping abruptly because there's no rating over there. But for all of those over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere. If you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the